benching out here for a red card, mitigating circumstances, etc. But what I was going to ask you, just in terms of something Ben Foden said actually, was if you are not on it from that first whistle, you're going to get beaten out here. The Royals yesterday, slow to get off the bus mentally, they said. Today there can be no sort of slip-ups, I suppose, in that regard. This was a first win for the Phoenix yesterday as well. Big smiles for Bram van Straten and his
my kicking coach.
What?
My kicking coach.
Yeah. Have you reattached your Achilles after your kicking demonstration?
No, I'm still looking
yesterday?
for it. We're going to go for a wander in the middle of the field to try and find it, aren't we?
Perfect. I think so. What's left of it anyway. Sorry, Rod. You're going to pick up on that, just about the fact you've got to switch on.
Yeah, and that was really interesting hearing the Royals say that, because you'd say of all the teams, as Benzema shows how conditions really did affect it, not quite as bad as Ollie's, but pretty bad. It's the psychology of it, and I said this before, today is all about psychology. Physiologically, these teams are struggling. Of course they are. This is the most rugby we've seen. 3 teams have got 4 games, many of which are hour-and-a-half turnaround. So psychologically, that's going to be really difficult. But the Royals have that experience of these Sevens guys who this is their bread and butter. They do day 2. They do week 2, day 2. So they know exactly about how you need to be on it from the start. And I actually said to you, the one thing that you'd think is almost a superpower for these guys is they can just flick on. And yet they were confessing yesterday that they didn't do that for whatever reason. They did actually allude to the fact Miami had probably been having a better time than they had in the hotel, which might have thrown them off a bit because they thought things would happen. But this isn't Sevens, you know, this is very much a physical element to the game, and you need to be on your mettle straight away.
OK. We're going to go for a wander in a moment or two. But first of all, let's head out into the sunshine. And Elma, good morning to you.
Yeah, We've got a bit of a neighbour battle here today. It's the London Royals and the guys who have a tent right next door, the Ohio Aviators. AJ Davis, unfortunately, not in action. Tell me about what's happening with your knee.
Yeah, I took a little knock yesterday against the Rough Rhinos, who are also our neighbours. But yeah, I'm keeping the faith. I'm obviously on crutches, which makes it look a lot worse. But hopefully the damage isn't too bad.
So today we have sunshine. Yes. Tell me about the shape the rest of your team is in.
Everyone's feeling really good. Yeah, like you say, the sun's shining, so people are smiling, which is always good. Spirits are high. We like to play quite an expansive style of rugby, so the rain yesterday didn't really suit us. But today, hopefully, will be a bit more free-flowing.
And you guys are down there in the deep south with the SX10. What are they looking like? I'm going to go wait for their bus now.
Yeah, they're pretty fired up. We've been bumping into them occasionally at dinner time, and you can tell that they're psyched to play. They're really pumped. They've been waiting a long time for this. Been dealt a pretty hard hand with, but no doubt they'll come firing out the blocks today.
How do you approach that? I mean, if you were in that lineup, what do you come to the ground with today in terms of mental setup?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one for them. They've just got to manage your excitement because it's so easy to sort of get too G'd up about it, and before you know it, you sort of you blow your gasket. So I don't know. If I was in their shoes, I'd just be like just taking it as it comes, because like they've got to find their way into the tournament. We're lucky. A lot of these other teams we've been able to find our feet a little bit now. Played sort of 4 days of rugby, so fortunately we're in a good place. But I'm excited to watch them play. They've got a great team. They'll be really exciting. It's going to open the tournament up even more, I think.
Yeah, definitely exciting prospect. It's going to be exciting to see what they bring. What are you guys doing over there, Alex?
You know, so jealous of the sunshine. We've decided to come on a little wander out here as well. We could do a bit of a, you know, like the cricket wicket key test. Have you got your keys? You got?
Yeah, it's good. Going's good. The going's good.
Are you happy with that? What actually have you made of the pitch overall?
We're just trying to find out where Ollie's divot is, but it's further down. I actually think it's holding up well. I mean, these are conditions that you're seeing 3 or 4 seasons in a day, aren't you? It's really crazy, aside from the snow, obviously. But the amount of water that pours down here, the fact that it's still walkable really is quite commendable. It's a nice pitch.
Very sunny as well. As you can see, Rob's popped on his Stevie Wonders just to make sure that none of the rays get in the eyes. I wanted to pick up on, I mean, poor old AJ's obviously picked up an injury. We've got a few players now with injuries. How frustrating to come all this way and therefore have to sit out, you know, when it's beginning to get really good fun. And also, what is required of an injured player to make sure that you're able to kind of contribute even though you've picked up an injury?
Yeah, I think immensely frustrating. You know, you're just getting towards the business end of the tournament, and then you've got to sit it out. But it's part and parcel of playing rugby, and you know, it's a physical sport. And from time to time there are going to be injuries, particularly on you know, in tournaments like this, where you know the levels of physicality are pretty high. But someone like AJ Davis, that we just saw, you know, he is the life and soul of the. You know, of that Royals team. Tommy Mitchell mentioned it in commentary that, you know, he brings the energy, he brings the love, and you know, the important thing is that he stays that sort of vibrant force, as with all the other injured players, because otherwise you can become a force for good, or you can become a real drainer, a real sapper, as you call them in the changing room. If you're there moping around and feeling a bit sorry for yourself, so it's critical that you stay positive, upbeat, keep everyone on the front foot, because spirits are going to be a bit low at this present moment in time. Coming into day 4, battered and bruised, they need someone to pick them up.
Member of the Sappuccino Club. It's a big tribe, the Sappuccino Club.
This was talking of Sappuccino. I'm hoping there's going to be some positive inputs from you and Dame Edna over here with his glasses. Whether or not we can see my divots that come out the floor.
I was going to say, when you're up here, actually, it does feel a very, very long way. Just chuck some grass up, Rob, so that we can see which way the wind is blowing. This is part of a very experienced.
And there we go.
So if you're going upwind into this, I mean, give us a little spin round and see how far you can show it. If you're happy to just point at the poles, I mean, that is...
It's miles, isn't it? It's miles, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely miles. And I had the wind against me as well, which was, even more so yesterday.
So some make it look further than the others. I think we can roll in your sand wedge yesterday that didn't get out of the bunker yesterday.
I thought it would have to come up again.
Here we are. Oh, God, the foot's come off. The Achilles is snapped. I mean, the whole thing is really falling apart at the seams. The beauty of having... Here we are. I think we've had the ground staff digging in and filling in over the course of the evening. Well done. Oh, my God. It's like tyre marks, unfortunately. I can only apologise to the professional athletes who've got to come onto the pitch today and play in the remnants of what you've left behind. One thing I did want to pick up as well on, though, is I suppose we've got some floating voters out here over the course of this tournament. Matty Turner, who's done a manful job already for the Phoenix. Today, £1 million transfer to Miami Sun. But it's quite interesting to see how these players are able just to fluctuate between. What are the challenges, not only for the team, but also for him?
I think there's loads of challenges there. I mean, this is Matt Turner, who we know is an experienced 7s and 15s professional, but you're getting thrown into an environment that you don't necessarily know everyone's name, you don't know their kind of culture, what they're about, different coaching, different messages, but the reality is that Miami are down to 13 fit players, so they need to fill in and they need to get players of quality who can do a job. And you know what Turner's like? He actually nailed one from this spot, and having spent a lot of years playing with Matty, I was jaw to the floor. Well, Phillips, I expected him to spaff it, but it's fair.
He's classic under-promise, over-deliver, Matty, in contrast to some others around here.
True, but I mean, I hung on to the promise of Brian van Straten, who said, quote unquote, he can teach anyone to kick in 15 minutes. Unfortunately, we only had 10. So I needed the extra 5, and it would have sailed through, but there we go.
The last 30 seconds obviously integral to working out how to goal kick. He was actually at dinner last night. He was very upset that he hadn't managed to nail it through the poles, and he said he's going to be back out here trying, and he wants another go before the week is done.
Knowing Brahm, he used to spend 6 hours in the pouring rain up in Yorkshire kicking, so he would be devastated at that. Little did he know, the expectation was low, clearly, with Ollie. Maybe I'll lend you these today, mate, just to give people an excuse to think, oh, that's why he didn't, okay.
Night vision, I'm sure. There's some sort of mechanical mechanism going on behind that. Should we wander over, actually, because we've got lots of the teams arriving, and we are looking forward to seeing SX10 down at the ground at some point. And I just wonder, sort of, I mean, like fizzy cans of pop, what are we expecting from them today when they get here and they get a chance to be a part of it?
I think for me, they were coming in. I know Vic's like the Asia Pacific Dragons. I was always SX10 because of the litany of great talent that they've got in their squad. Trahan, Africa, Mbaka, Collins and Gira. These are seasoned professionals, and not only that, they are some of the most seasoned, top-performing professionals on the World 7 Series. So for them to come here and play 4 games back-to-back, I don't think it's actually that big a challenge for them. I think they're used to it. They'll take it within their stride, and they will be chomping at the bit to get out here on what is an unbelievable track on a beautiful day with a chance to play 4 games and then think, okay, we've got 3 days, 4 days before we go again on Saturday. And while some of these teams might be a bit frustrated, I probably would be, having just slogged my guts out for 3 days back-to-back, 3 tournaments, in terms of last week and this week, having to put all those hard yards in and SX10 come in. But it's not their fault that they've failed a COVID test. And this is 2020, as we love saying, and you just got to roll with the punches. But SX10 will be a force to be reckoned with today.
We've got some wonderful moving parts here, which you can't see backstage. We've had a very good job just tidying up the cables, because there was a very nervous moment where we're going to have more viral activity. You've gone viral with your place kicking. We nearly had a tumbling cameraman, but thankfully we've tidied all that up. Actually, just while you stand here in the middle of the pitch, it's a cracking little venue that they've pulled together. We are hoping, and we were touching on this yesterday, to have 350 supporters in here for finals day on Saturday. And actually, that will add a really nice touch to it. But it's it's a great setup, this, given the challenges and the timings and the problems that they've had to overcome.
I think it's a really interesting point. You made it last week, actually, about how this feels so normal, even without the spectators there, whereas every other place we're watching sport, it just feels so empty and soulless. But actually, to add that to it, whilst this has started without that as a foundation piece, that's really exciting because, you know, looking at this vista, it's a lovely place to be, famed for the classics in November usually, so the people are used to seeing the crowds here and that type of partisan atmosphere. I think it's a real benefit that this has ran well without that addition of the fans, whereas everyone else is critiquing other stadia for not having that facility.
The wonderful thing about getting supporters in is it's just another layer on top, and we've been very lucky in that way. This tournament has built from all trying to work out which way we're facing and what we're meant to be talking about on day one, but actually by Saturday, supporters in, hopefully some sunshine, and what is going to be a fabulous day in terms of it is knockout rugby from the start. There are no second chances. It actually should be a really good conclusion. Yeah,
I mean, it's all gearing up nicely for something quite exciting, and we can see right now, I think on show, that's the trophy that they're all running for at the moment. Paul Holmes, one of the investors and the owners of this tournament, just checking out some of the, you know, the trophy and silver. That's what they're all playing for. That's what comes on Saturday. And as Rob said, I think it actually helps that you've got so many teams here. They're all on the side. That brings a bit of atmosphere in itself. They're all intrigued to see what's going on. And when you add in on Saturday some supporters and fans coming in to see some great rugby, it's going to make it even more exciting. Is that my trophy for the kick? No?
No, that is not your trophy for the kick. I was just thinking, actually, it's a proper trophy. We've got one for obviously the cup and one for the league. And I do remember many years ago, I think the original Tri-Nations trophy was designed in centimetres, but they built it in inches, and there was a fabulous shot of Sean Fitzpatrick. Do you remember this? I mean, it could barely lift the thing off the ground, but it's nice to have a sizable trophy. No one wants a sort of plastic medal and one of those things that sits in the back of the cupboard. You want a proper trophy to lift like this, don't you?
Yeah, partly because you're going to probably fill it with Dark and Stormers at the end of it, to be honest, which could be carnage. But yeah, apparently there's wrestled it off SX10, who have been keeping it in their mitts. Is that right? No, it's not. It's a complete lie.
Good stuff. Very nice to be out in the sunshine. Elma, where have you got to?
I bumped into Rhino Kombrink, Rhino's coach. Now, you guys have a pretty big assignment coming up right at the start of the day. And yesterday, I'm sure it didn't go as you planned. Anything change in your approach today?
No, yeah, well, one, we do have a big day coming up, but in a way, not wanting to sound very cliche-ish, but we want to be measured against the best. So it's okay for us to be in a difficult environment. We did prepare for it as best as we can, but it's not going to be easy. After yesterday, it didn't go away, as you said. We need to be smarter at the breakdown. There were some issues there, and maybe things were clarified last night a little bit. And hopefully the boys and the officials were able to get together on that. And so we're looking forward to a more flowing game today, because I think that's what everybody wants. It does make it a bit difficult if there's uncertainty, but that's how we're going to grow, and that's how this is going to be evolved.
The nice thing today, with the conditions being so different to yesterday, is that you kind of get to deploy a few other tricks. Is that accurate?
That is true. We were hampered a little bit by the conditions, but I believe most teams were as well. So it was a bit of everybody was nullified in many ways. I think everybody can look forward to a day of good rugby. And here and there might something pop to keep the non-crowd going, but yes, something might change today.
So I've already heard the update from the Ohio Aviators. They've lost Will McGee, Tristan Blewett coming in. I've just spoken to AJ Davis at the Royals. He's got the knee. There are some hamstrings, sore ankles, and very sore shoulders around. What does your lineup look like today? Any big changes?
We're fine. We're happy with our management, and we're thankful for that. But it doesn't mean that they're not sore after the campaign so far. It's going to be very difficult today, and we're really hoping to get to this evening with only bumps and bruises. We've got some questions that we still got to assess of some of the players this morning. We needed also to bring somebody in that's back at the resort, but we'll see how today go. It's unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast, and again, people don't realise how tough it is for the players out here. It's ferocious, and the contact is really huge, and we just hope to get through. At the moment, we're only worrying about game one, and then we'll take it from there. It's unfortunate that teams might be affected by injuries. It's unfortunately just how it's going to go.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you very much.
I love the word ferocious being used there.
And actually what dovetails quite nicely with that is Rob just alongside has just said you've spotted a far greater intensity with what the Royals are doing this morning to yesterday. It was raining, admittedly, but there looks a real snap in their warm-up today.
Yeah, real going for it. The good guns usually do a bit of what they call a blowout, 60 to 90 minutes before a game. Then they go into their kind of focus time before it. But yeah, very much looks like a different intensity, which is they were all saying they needed yesterday. So clearly they've right their wrongs that they felt was a little bit off from what they saw. And they added motivation now of AJ Davies, a real spiritual leader for them, been withdrawn from injury. That can play a part as well, making sure you're on your mettle early.
Talking of injury and talking of getting ready to play, we've sort of wandered over to the taping tent. I'd love to know how many miles of tape the physios are going to get through over the course of this week, which I think it's 1 or 2. Just what did you do? I mean, your old Father Time caught up with you when you were a sort of young boy, really, and therefore, you know, you were always being stitched back together. What did you have in terms of preparation, and how important is it?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be in 15 minutes, probably used to take. I mean, I used to look like a mummy by the time I came out. Both ankles done, elbow was done. But it's a busy tent this morning. I mean, you're on to day 4 overall over what is basically a week of high-intensity rugby. So there's going to be some bruised, battered bodies. And it's the nature of the beast, isn't it, with rugby? You're trying to keep everything sort of hanging on in one piece. And as you said so kindly, that, you know, my nickname being Benjamin Button, when I was playing, I was already 20 years ahead of my time, but just maturing as I was going. So I needed a little bit more attention and TLC than others.
But as a genuine question, how much of this is placebo in terms of making them feel invincible, and how much of it actually is an essential to be able to perform to the very highest?
I mean, that's a really good question. It's probably an element of both, but I think either way it doesn't matter. I think what you want, you know, the psychology of an athlete, and particularly a rugby player, is very, very different and quite unique. And in order to be able to get yourself up mentally and prepared for that game, that big physical contest, whatever they need, if they need to stand up on their head for 5 minutes, let them do it, because physios, some of the greatest physios that I've ever worked with are those that actually are really, really brilliant at obviously strapping and taping. They know their insides and out, they know their material. But as we see the SX10 coming in behind us at the moment, as Vic's getting excited, you know, you're going to see some bodies here that are looking fresh and don't need much tape, as we say.
Better late than never.
Yeah, here they are. Here are the guys.
Fantastic. I was going to say, look at them, all very, very well to do. Yeah, we'll try and have a chat with some guys as they come through. Do you want to go for a wander? Why don't you take the mic? Get him.
Yeah. Lukey, can I grab 2 minutes? Luke Trahan here, mate. How's the team been for the last 2 weeks in solitary confinement?
It's been interesting. We've been allowed to go around the resort, but not too much else. Finally been allowed out and to play some rugby. That's what we all came here for. So buzzing just to get out and play now.
And what's it been like in the hotel last? Have you been able to get any training done? Has there actually been any space for you to do anything?
So we got a little coconut patch down the back of the hotel. So it's probably about 10 metres by 20 metres. So we've been doing some running. So as long as we play within the 50-metre channels, we'll be all right today, I think.
Your specialty area, I can tell that. And what about in terms of, have you seen any of the contests that we're going, seen any of the teams and some of the tactics that they've all been deploying?
Yeah, we've watched all the games. We've had not much else to do apart from that. Definite change in probably how teams are approaching it this weekend compared to last weekend. Been very impressed with the standard over both weekends. Obviously, there's some that are playing a bit more physical, direct, and then some teams that are trying to throw it wide. And I think we'll probably be the latter, trying to get the Sevens boys running, trying to use our spaces on the pitch.
And how's it all been for all of you coming together? You know, you've played against a lot of these guys on the World Series, finally playing with them. Has that been a unique, weird experience or a brilliant one all round?
It's been quality. I knew all the lads would be great to meet off the pitch after playing them for so many times. There's been a real good kind of team bonding. Saffron's called a Heath. So I've been learning some Afrikaans, same as Harry has. It's just been really good fun.
Awesome. We look forward to testing out that new vocab later on as well. Good luck. Great CSX10 in the tournament as well. Cheers, matey. King Al, over to you.
Well done, very nice. It is interesting, actually. You can just see those people who haven't been involved yet. I mean, they've all arrived with a bit of a spring in the step, and then you pan over to poor old AJ, who's been through the wars so far, and just, I mean, braced up to the knee. Give us a little spin round here, that's it. And you can see that those that have been doing the job have suffered for it. It is very good to have them down here, isn't it? I mean, I should think they are caged animals ready to be released, don't you think?
I'm sure they are. I thought I was welcome them with a slow clap there, as to say, finally, guys, now we've got you. But, you know, it's difficult, it's frustrating. We spoke about it a lot, but you can see why there's a lot of excitement around here. You've got, you know, Africa's greatest Sevens rugby players here, and why would we not celebrate that? So it's going to be really good to see how they're going to go. Clearly energy high. They've got here, they've seen the sun, they've been let out the cage. And now let's see him rip raw.
And looking at the day overall, fascinated to see how the teams manage it. A lot of rugby to get through, high stakes that they're playing for. It's a big old day, this.
Yeah, I mean, today's probably the most intriguing and special day of all, because where you finish up today is going to determine the rankings for Saturday. And obviously SX10 a long way behind everybody else, so they're probably going to be at the bottom end of the league table when it comes to the sort of knockouts. But equally, those at the top might be thinking, okay, our SX10 really a side that we want to be playing first up. So you've got that careful balance of that continuity, making sure you manage your players. Miami Sun, we said, down to 13 today. So how do you keep that continuity within your squad, trying to finish as high up as possible, but stay as fresh as possible for Saturday?
Good stuff, well done. We make quite a boy band, don't we? When's the first album out? I just think we'll leave that for another day, of course. We are good to go. It's going to be a wonderful day. Put your seatbelts on, get ready for end-to-end action. And Nick Heath, all yours.
Thank you very much for a suitable build-up. It is the Ohio Aviators against the London Royals that will open our live coverage here on day 2 of round 2 of the inaugural World 10 Series. There is still a fair old breeze this morning as the remainder of the storm just makes its way through from yesterday. But the wind will settle as the day goes on, and we've got plenty of lovely sunshine. That's how things look in terms of the table. London Royals then with 7 wins out of 9, and of course there is a win attributed to the forfeit games that of course SX10 had to put up due to those COVID results. So that is how things look. And this is how our morning session looks. The Aviators against the London Royals, followed by the Dragons against the Miami Sun. We wait with bated breath for SX10 against the Rhinos. We'll have a little break, then we'll come back with the Miami Sun against the Aviators, SX10 against Phoenix, and the Dragons against the Rhinos. We are here all day today. It is our longest day of coverage, so strap yourselves in. And that is how session 3 and session 4 look a little bit later on. A full 12 fixtures for you over the course of the day then. 4 sessions. We're at the Bermuda National Stadium, and our 2 teams are just getting themselves set up over below our big screen. Aviators who have 5 wins under the belt so far in the competition. London Royals, as we saw in the table, with 7 wins. Let's have a look at how they line up for this one. See the squads for both of the sides then. The Ohio Aviators coming in today, having played 3 yesterday, but with that one new face in South African Nola Goldman, Tristan Blewett, who is coming into the side for Will McGee. Try scorers yesterday, the likes of Brad Tucker, Bryce Campbell grabbing a couple as well, Sean Riley on the score sheet. And a look at the London Royals, who are still without Andrew Duratalo, but they've got plenty of talent. The England Sevens boys, of course, Tom Emery adding another couple of scores, so he's up to 4 tries now in the competition as a whole. Dan Norton, the man who, of course, scored our opener a week ago, he'll be keen to get back on the score sheet again, no doubt. Referee Adam Leal from England's Gallagher Premiership is going to be in charge of this one, assisted by Luke Rogan and David Porter. Rob Debney's our TMO.
Lads, it's your kick.
Joined for co-commentary by former England Sevens captain Rob Vickerman, who has shimmied up the stairs. And it is still a little bit windy, Rob, but it's lovely to be seeing some shadows on the pitch because of the sunshine, isn't it?
Oh, totally is. The team's just trying to work out now who indeed is kicking off. Is Ohio, as I thought it was, so the Royals now readjusting their formations. But as you say, Nick, this is what people expect to see. They're coming to Bermuda, they want some better weather. The wind, having been down there, is still substantial. So this will most definitely play a part. And as we saw yesterday, it tends to change direction every 10 minutes as well. So plenty to think about, but it's great to have some live rugby coming at you once more.
Well, Adam Leal tells Ben Seamer but we are ready when he is. The last day of the league competition then, or the World 10 Series. Rich de Carpentier takes in the kick. Played away for Busby. Might have been a hole already, immediately opening up, indeed, for Northcote Green. And the advantage of that taken. Busby straight onto it again. Into the big tackle of Tonga.
Well, already 30 seconds into this game, you can see the Royals' focus is solely around that intent and how they're going to start bringing it. They said yesterday collectively it wasn't good enough. They were very self-critical, as you expect them to be as professional athletes, but that was a great start. You can see how high already targeting that breakdown area, which will be a real theme of this game.
John Brake, former England Sevens man, of course, who is the head coach of the London Royals, assisted by Kies Lensing.
Onside.
Richard Hatting, one of the captains, co-captains of the side. That's some really lovely passing from the Aviators, trying to just find a little bit of space for Blewett. Bryce Campbell helping get the ball there, but Suniula, also the man helping to get the passes across the face in front of the Royals. Hatting again, is going to have to play half-back, gets it away to Seema. Royals just drifting nicely. Tackle from Elan Puttick.
Off feet now, leave it.
Oh, Rich de Carpentier is trying to play the ball on the floor there.
And you heard the clear audio, Adam Neal talking about leaving it. Ball's on the floor, you can't touch it, yet alone flick it back. So the man that's resembling something like the Goon is his first indication of the game, and he'll not be happy with that because he has a really high standards and is a charismatic leader of this team and leads often with his face, as you can tell by the state of it. So here's the contest. As we said before, that's what you want to see, a fair contest, but when you're lying on the floor, there is no chance you're going to get away with that.
Well, it is rolling subs, but I think the teams have taken a little bit too long to get, certainly the Royals, sending Stefan Kurtzia on right at the last second there, as that lineup was about to take place.
Well, these two teams, not one of the three that have 4 games, but still about that player management. Ohio, for me, nailed it in terms of their substitutions. They bring the big guys on when they need to. They're clearly seeing that the attacking distributors, Ben Seema and Suniula, they're about getting the players in the right place, so they've now come off. And now it's about the grunt up front.
They got 2 wins out of 3 yesterday, but well, we just have a moment of attention being grabbed. Well, I think we can catch up with Elma Smit, who is with the SX10's Frankie Horn.
Frankie, welcome to the ground. It's great to have you guys here. What's the message for your players coming into this, starting against the Rhinos?
Yeah, we're so far behind. I mean, in terms of other teams, they at least had a whole weekend and a whole day to get the rust off and play and finally understand this game. We've been sitting on the sidelines, and there's no pressure on our boys. We just want to get on the pitch and play. The guys are just hungry and thankful to get out of the hotel or the resort, and then just go express themselves and just get some bit wider stretch of field in a coconut patch. So, yeah, we just want to have fun.
Okay, so you guys have had lots of time to analyze the kind of play that you've seen out here. What can people expect from you guys in terms of the way you're going to play?
Well, we got some heavy runners and guys who just understand the sevens game. So for us to veer off from that would not fit us. So I think the boys just want to have fun, let our guys do their running and play to their strengths. So we've got guys like Sissel and these guys, Luke Trehan, that do understand the game well. So and let them do the decision making and just buy ourselves some more space and time, and then see where the guys can dish up.
Okay, I'll get out of your way so you can get on with the warm-up.
Thank you, Elma.
Well, a try has been scored by the Aviators as we hear from Frankie Horn. We haven't heard from the SX set, of course, as you all well know, due to their isolation. So great to be able to hear from him. But on your picture, of course, you get to see the try going in. Brilliant hands from Blewett, and they get the first score.
Yeah, a little bit of questions around the Royals' defence, not really using that expertise and experience of playing and defending out wide there. Norton not really putting the shoulder in, and that was capitalised on. These big guys running hard, they're always going to take those yards, and once again a familiar figure as we see Ben Seema line up with a 5-pointer.
Well, Blewett has only had a couple of touches since he's come on, and he's already got a try. drafted into the side. But Ben Simmer has not been able to add the extras.
Unfortunately, not quite conversing on it, but I like to see the fact is still going for the 5-pointers. John Brake thinking tactically now about how to get these substitutes on the field.
Our challenge today is to try and catch Andrew Durutalo on camera without him giving the peace sign. He doesn't miss an opportunity. Every moment. Decent clearance with the wind behind them there.
Oh, for me, I thought they were going to go quick there. You do not want to be trying to mess about with this Ohio line-out. They are brilliant at this part of the game.
Tom Mitchell was waiting for it. Ben Foden maybe thought about it just a second or two too long, and then the opportunity had gone. Well, have they started to throw? Was the throw dummied? The Aviators are complaining.
What we're going to do is we're going to do it again. Both players at the front jumped before the ball was thrown in, so we're going to do exactly the same again, and we'll sort it out properly.
This is such a good battle. You got Rich Carpentier, blue scrum hat, and Kyle Bailey, the Canadian international, just working out each other's moves. This is like rugby's version of chess.
They've all run to the front. The ball hasn't been thrown in yet. Now they try and throw it into the front, and it's knocked down. Tom Mitchell with a hell of a job to try and stay in field. The ball's loose. It was nearly a chance for Eric Howard to get onto it, but David Busby does get away. And now it's on a Jaffe. And he's looking to try and get around Ben Seamer, but Ben Seamer did well to make the tackle. Now Mitchell, big left to right pass for Dan Norton, who will get on his bike down the right-hand side. Support inside from Mitchell. It is England sevens all the way. And Mitchell will hit back for the London Royals.
Oh, it's a real contrast of styles there. You could see specifically Ohio trying to target the line-out, which they did so brilliantly. Bailey outdoing De Carpentier, but then it's exactly what this Royals team want, broken field play. Busby starts it off, finds the support on a Jaffe. That ball stays alive. Look at him carrying the ball like a coconut as he throws the ball out. Mitchell supporting the big Hail Mary to the one man you want in this situation, Norton. He bounces on the inside. Mitchell keeps that support line. And as you say, Nick, familiar patterns understood completely by those two mercurial players.
Well, we are having a captain's challenge here, I think.
Captain's challenge. Well,
This could even come all the way back to the line-out.
when the ball was tapped back by the Royals,
They're challenging a foot in touch, I think, from Mitchell, who ended up being the try scorer, who tried to keep the ball in field.
So you want me to go back to the line out,
Yep.
check the tap at the line out.
Check the foot in touch after it was tapped
Okay,
back by
stand
the
by, please.
So it's as Tom Mitchell tries to gather
it's
this
line out here.
and play it back in field.
You're certainly not going to miss the line. It's about 3 foot wide. But that wasn't particularly straight for a start. Mitchell goes to recoup and then keep a look at his feet.
Clearly not in touch.
Yeah, that's well played, Mitchell. And then how about that? He's the guy that ends up scoring it. Support play at its best from Tom Mitchell.
Started and finished.
Yep, that's great.
By the England Sevens captain. And now Tom Emery is lining up a simple one-pointer. The wind at that end is pretty strong, so just hoping to add 1 point. Conversion jeopardy, our first real look at it, of course, in this morning session. If you are new to our World 10 series, well, it doesn't matter where you score the try. You get the chance to choose with conversion jeopardy whether you're going to take the 1 point from the blue spot, as Tom Emery just did, or our orange spots for 2 points, our yellow spots out wide for 3 points, or our 50-metre kick from the central spot for 5-point conversion. That's conversion jeopardy. Little bit of extra fun to challenge the mathematicians and the scorekeepers. And it's Norton. Plays it back for Emery, who didn't have an awful lot of time and has really hooked that, giving the Aviators quite a platform here.
Well, this is the one team you do not want to do that to. Tom Emery had the intention of trying to kick it downfield, even though this is almost a gale against him. But now you've given the best team at the driving maul chance in your own 22. So that's not the best decision from Emery, but let's see how they go now.
And you're also talking about the chess game the last time they were here and it was the Royals throw. Well, now it's the Aviators to show that they can get it right, and they go far more for that 15s style line out, and they catch at the tail and will now bring the ball down and try and get the maul moving. Max Northcote Green is trying to be the backstop to stop this moving, but the Aviators have got some good go forward. It's with Moni Tongawear at the back, who just tucks the ball under the arm. It looks like there's only going to be one result here. Tongawear goes for the drive to the line, and it is a score for the Aviators, and their forward dominance shows again.
And that, for me, is their best driving maul that we have seen from the Ohio Aviators, because it was so fragmented, but they managed to get it back in line. Tongawear just trailed at the back of it. Dick Carpentier did brilliantly. You can see him blue scrum out over the top trying to stop it. At that point, it looked like it fragmented, but then they recouped. There are 9 Royals in this maul against them. There is no stopping this Ohio pack when they are moving forward like that. They are like a juggernaut.
Second score for the Aviators then. This is a fascinating contest, this one. Power of the Aviators against the finesse of the Royals. Powell winning out that time. So Ben Seamer has decided that they would like to go for a little more than just the 1 point. So conversion jeopardy with the wind coming left to right. Ben Seamer going for 2 points here. Strokes it through beautifully. 2 points for the Aviators then. It's a 7-point score overall.
It's a very interesting tactic, because with the Royals getting that 1-pointer, their transitional score means that Ohio had to better that. So them now having a 2-pointer means it's going to put the Royals out of their comfort zone and have to look for something other than that 1-pointer, if indeed they do score.
We have just 10 seconds remaining of the first half. Mitchell tried to make that competable for Dick Carpentier, who did really well to get it down, but the bounce of the ball evaded it. Emery, and Tongawear was the man. The half-time hooter goes, and Aviators will play it away. They want to try and keep playing, perhaps to get another score while the wind is at their back. Brad Tucker on the score sheet yesterday thought about the inside offload, but probably more wisely decided not to give it. Seamer back through from Smith. Big pressure from de Carpentier on Tongawear. Knew that he needed to get up and cause some kind of mischief to avoid the ball getting out. On a Jaffe looking to try and make the clear out. JP Smith. Royals wanting to get a hold of this as best they can. Seamer goes for the long pass out to Bryce Campbell. Campbell's decided enough of this. We're ahead on the scoreboard. Let's take the half-time breather. Wow, this is really interestingly poised. 2 tries for the Aviators, 1 for the Royals from Tom Mitchell. 6 points between the sides at the break. It's 12-6 to the Aviators. Aviators there, coached by Taylor Howden, assisted by Kane Thompson. 2 tries from Tristan Blewett, who has joined the side, stepping in for Will McGee. And Sean McNulty, one of those in the London Royals team. Brother Harry, hoping to make his bow in the SX10 match. SX10 are here. They will be playing. We are going to see them in full action. They will be the 3rd game of our morning session here. They'll have a game in every session. Some teams probably can't wait to play them and see what they've got. Others may well be a little bit worried as to just how good they might be if they get into their stride. But this is our focus for now. It is the Ohio Aviators against the London Royals. Aviators leading 12 points to 6. Ben Seamer slotting a 2-pointer after that second score. with conversion jeopardy. Tom Emery taking the safe one, but the wind is at the back of the London Royals now. And Tom Mitchell gets the second half underway. Tucker really nicely taken out of the air. Seema, Elof, Sunula. To just try and find a little bit more room on this wide outside, but Jan Lutz just having to ride the contact. Smith again. Tucker wanted it in that outside channel and fancies the chance to try and run at Max Northcote Green. Rob Vickerman, these teams are using these wide channels a little more than we saw perhaps a week ago.
Yeah, very much from Ohio as well. Their distribution is absolutely fantastic. They're looking to hit their first receiver and play the big runners with guys in behind. Deft touches, not seen from their tactics previously, so very much working out this game, how to play. And even this wider shot, you see wonderful lines of running out wide. They're looking poised on this left if the Ohio do get it now.
Yeah, Rickard Hatting down here is very keen to get involved, but it's Carl Bailey, his fellow second row man, who's building up the head of steam. Oh, Bryce Campbell just got a bit overexcited and threw it away.
He's not on the ball, leave it now.
Turnover ball for the Royals, Northcote Green. Oh, JP Aguirre was under all sorts of pressure, and Ben Seamer's coming through. No advantage has come for the knock-on, so the Aviators will have another chance to exert some forward dominance, and the Cavalry are waiting on the sidelines to come on. Rolling subs, of course, in our 10-a-side World 10 Series.
Well, I've been a bit of a nerd here, but if that was going to be a 5-metre scrum underneath the sticks, I'd have said that was advantage I'd prefer, but Adam Neal clearly seeing that Ross Neal must have been in goal when he put it down, but this is what it's all about now. You've got a centre field scrum, the best platform provided from this Ohio pack. So you pretty much have choices aplenty.
Yeah, no worries.
Of course, for those who are looking at our table and just wondering how some of the points work when maybe they've played, or rather not played, SX10, we've awarded all those teams that would have played SX10 in the fixture roster a 6-0 win. So just 3 points for the victory in the table.
Bind. Set and hold. Up we come. Make sure you take an even.
Really like the look of this space on the right-hand side, Nick. Centre field scrum. And Rodriguez from the base, number 9 for Ohio. Very, very fast of foot. He can get on the outside of his opposing man, Emery. Then it's going to be a wonderful matchup on that right-hand side. Bo Nealov.
Bind. Set. Now wait.
Rugby, Christian Rodriguez has escaped in the Alternative to Gang membership programme. Incredible story. Plays it away to Seema. Now Sunula, very experienced campaigner on the 7th circuit for the USA. Rickard Hatting wanted to try and get the hands free for the offload, but the Royals got themselves in that area. But now it's a penalty advantage being played. Rodriguez might want to tap and go quickly. Even when the decision comes, they're being well slowed down by the Royals here. Hatting again. Longer ball out for Sullivan, but we'll come back.
Yeah. Number 8, side entry.
Penalty given against Ross Neal.
Yeah, use the line, lads.
Aviators knowing what their strengths are, Rob Vickerman.
Yep. Fully expect to see again a few of the big guys coming in. There's Bailey, number 4, about to enter the fray. How good must it be on the sideline, knowing exactly what it is you're going to do? You stood there watching, you get the line out set, you're 5 metres away, and you get brought on as a specialist player to try and get that ball over the line. I think for me, the biggest thing here is the accuracy of the throw. With this wind, it's great to be able to call upon an international hooker.
Eric Howard.
Transfer, use it!
Brings that ball down. Scream to use it straight away. Oh, Canadian hooker did his job, but the London Royals.
They didn't engage in the ball, so you have to.
Brilliant strength.
As per the law, it's not a penalty, but it is accidental offside scrum.
Or in fact, it's a technical bit of brilliance from the Royals. Rob, this is all yours.
Yeah, you did amazingly well yesterday in explaining Rugby 101. This is one of the most intricate parts of the game. A driving maul Ohio have constantly gone for.
But you have to use it immediately.
As Adam Neal explains it, it has to be engaged with perfectly at the same time as the ball comes down. The Royals intentionally do not commit to that maul, therefore it is accidental offside, which is a real technicality. Kees Lenzik, if he's down on the sideline, that is expertise coaching to teach these guys how to do that.
So to define a maul for any of you out there, it is one attacker with the ball and one defender on their feet. The referee has to call maul. You can't collapse a maul unless you're the ball carrier. But as you saw there, and as explained by Rob Vickerman, Ohio Aviators wanted to form the maul, but without the Royals engaging with it, there was no such thing. That's a brilliant ball over the top from Mitchell, and now Tom Bowen is thundering into the Aviators' territory, but it was just tapped down. Dan Norton couldn't quite handle it. It's a brilliant yard gain from the Royals, but now Kyle Bailey will play it away. Suniula! Oh, it's been intercepted, but will come back for the knock-on advantage. Royals might have thought they were away once more. Stunning ball over the top from Mitchell. He is showing us his right to left and his left to right so far.
And you'd think if you had this platform, Mitchell launches the pass out wide. You got Bowen, Norton and Mitchell, three of the most experienced Sevens players as the three Musketeers attacking. But how good is that defence? Campbell, out of nowhere, gets his hand in the way. Fair play, that is good effort from Ohio's defence.
Getting a sense that Dan Norton is very keen to spring out of the blocks, but it's just not quite stuck for him so far.
That's nice, no problem.
Mitchell putting plenty of pressure on here.
Tackle now!
The Royals can sense the clock ticking down, but they do get the penalty here.
3 good pulls at the ball, boys. Holding on.
Mitchell's taken the tap. Wasn't at the mark.
And the marks. Okay. Your guys, they were the first ones.
Well, it's a real shame that they get pulled back there, because this Royals team just need that broken field play. If they're going to have any success in this game, it's going to be through fractured, unstructured, chaotic play. That's where they're best. They are not a team that are going to thrive from a driving line-out or playing slow set piece. It's a very interesting tactic to see them indeed kick for the line. They need to start playing around short line-outs, just send 2 men in or 3 men in. Keep the ball alive.
This game is following a similarly close pattern to when they met in round 1. It was just a 1-point game there. The Royals coming out winners by 11 points to 10.
Yeah, no problem.
Looking at the scoreboard, it is not that far away from a similar result at the minute, is it? But the Royals need to get themselves a score if they're going to come away with victory once more. Ross Neal just on the shoulder of Foden. Invited to try and get through the gap. Mitchell, nice footwork now. Can they create the 2-and-1 on the left? De Carpentier will have to hold it up on the touchline. Neal again on a Jaffe, trying to break through and use his physicality. Bowen. The Royals through Sean McNulty. Now an advantage to the Royals.
No worries,
They've got a free shot to try and finish this one off.
Go now!
On the Jaffe's tried to go for the post, I think, there. Bowen. Foden. Oh, he thought he could get there himself. Plays it back for Bowen. Now it's out. It's not the tidiest, but Tom Emery will jot it down in the corner. It doesn't matter how it comes, but it is a key second try for the Royals, and it puts them a point behind.
You want me to have a look at it, okay? Okay, so, Rob. Have you got the number? You have the number? Sorry?
Well, we are just reviewing something
18.
here.
Okay, so... Yeah, they're not. We're checking potential yellow card for them tackling you off the ball. Oh, yeah, sweet.
So the try will stand, but I think referee Adam Leal is just looking for a bit of foul play, and whether the Aviators, to compound the score, might need to go down to 9 men.
Yeah, it was...
consider more than a penalty. We need to go to... Okay?
Okay, Adam, checking for potential foul play.
Look to try and make the hit, and he hit on absolute whim. There was no real need for him to make the tackle.
Okay, Green, let's
hit on
see what
suspicion,
you
it's known as. You're going to see the shot now.
Pictures coming, Adam.
They're just on the back of the screen there. Shoulder to Max Norcott-Green. Yeah, that's not really acceptable. Clearly not getting the ball. He's appealing for it there and then. This would be a better angle.
After.
Yeah, that angle's the best one, mate.
Yeah, let's leave that angle, please. And keep rolling.
So that does seem to be the angle that we're going to have another little look at. Well,
I don't think that can be looked at in anything other than normal motion, like the slow motion for me, that doesn't really work
Here we go,
because
Adam.
it's such an instinctive thing that Suniola thinks the ball's going to come that way, so he puts the shoulder in, but it's the time between Foden throwing the dummy
This one here.
and the shot coming in.
Doesn't seem to be any issue there.
No, mate, I'm happy with the try. I just want to go back to look at just one more look at the tackle. Just want to decipher whether he's got any arms in it. So the first angle you showed me was the best one, the tackle by 18 White off the ball. We just want to double check that we're not looking at anything more than the penalty. My first view, he does wrap it
Okay,
on.
roll on from here, please, Red.
So we're just trying to get the right shot here for our TMO Rob Debney to have another look. And referee Adam Leal.
There's so much mitigation there about Northcote Green going back on his haunches, and absolutely fine for me.
I don't think it's a yellow card because he does wrap the arm, so it's a yellow card but try. Okay.
Agreed.
That's good, lads. No yellow card. It was a tack the ball, but there was a use of the arm. Which one are you going for, lads? Your pick.
So
2 point. Okay. Cheers, lads.
Conversion jeopardy will now play a part. We've got through all of the fuss and fumble over whether there was an incident off the ball, but Adam Leal has got to the right answer. And, well, this is a big moment because Tom Emery needs to slot this two-pointer. He doesn't want to risk any more in this blustery wind, so he's opted for the two-point kick. It's a decent nudge as well. The flags are raised. Tom Emery puts the London Royals in front by a point. It's going to the script of how things went in round one, Rob Vickerman.
Oh, isn't it just? And that's some really good tactics there. We said about how significant it was Benzema hitting the two-pointer for the Ohio Aviators, because the Royals typically will go for a one. So Tom Emery very much out of his comfort zone in this gale of a wind. And it's poised now to be a brilliant finish once more with this great game.
Just under 90 seconds remaining. The Aviators looking to try and win it from the kickoff, but they've just nudged it forwards, unable to reclaim it.
Scrum time, boys. Let's scrum.
Key moment for them was to win that restart.
It was, but unfortunately for the Royals, it's now a scrum, which if you were to pick,
we're ready to go.
Other than the line out and their set piece they've got with the driving maul, the Aviators have been absolutely carving up. They've been pulling up trees with their strength in this part of the game. And these are traditionally 15s backs and maybe back rowers up against
There's a sign, mate. There's a sign as well.
these specialists.
There we go.
Tom Mitchell just having to tell his own players to get on and scrummage.
Bind.
Elan Putic waiting for it with Foden, Bowen and Norton out the back. Aviators are going to try and shove as best they can, but that's held really well for the Royals. Elan Putic out for Foden, all a little static so far, but now Bowen, good footwork from Bowen. Oh, goes one way then the other, comes back in and makes a couple of extra vital yards. Foden goes to scrum half. Elan Putic, little pirouette from him as the clock continues to tick. 20 seconds remaining of this one. Foden, little shorter ball for McNulty. And then away for Northcote Green. Back in for McNulty. Mitchell steaming in behind him. Foden, Elan Putic. The Royals just need to think about the game management here as much as they're trying to push forward for another critical score. There goes the hooter. The win is the Royals if they wish to take it. And Ben Foden will take it. Heartbreak for the Aviators. Such a good day yesterday. Desperate to get one over on the Royals after round one. But again, they fall to a 1-point defeat.
And we've got to celebrate these kicking options. These teams really thinking hard about what they take, the 1 pointer or the two. And it has worked perfectly for the Royals.
It finishes the Ohio Aviators 12, the London Royals 13. Our second game of the day, the Asia Pacific Dragons against the Miami Sun. Asia Pacific Dragons with 6 wins under their belt so far.
I'm going in neutral, mate, okay? I'm going in neutral.
4 wins for the Miami Sun. They were 1 from 2 yesterday, where the Dragons were able to go 2 from 2. And continuing alongside Rob Vickerman, former England captain, and well, we'll have a chat in just a second. That is the Asia Pacific Dragons lineup. Chris Evers is the man who has joined them, of course, was hoping to be running out for the Barbarians, but managed to hop on a flight and pass his COVID protocols and join us for this round. Rowan House, one of those on the score sheet yesterday. Samasoni, Sonatonga, Alosio as well, the heartbeat of the Dragons side. And there's Matt Turner, who has joined in to help the lineup with the Miami Sun. He mainly loves the strip, we understand, so that's why he's decided to turn out with Den. Troy Lockyer, we enjoyed his magic yesterday, and Tuamo Aloha, one of those who was on the score sheet. Miami Sun, though, Rob Vickerman, have had a few in the treatment room, so they are doing their best to keep their side as fit as possible.
You good, Luke?
Yeah, unfortunately, the one team you probably don't want to be playing against as your first game up on day 2 is this APD team. They define physicality. I know we're saying that a lot, but the way these Islanders play the game, it is uncompromising.
The Dragons against the Sun, in the Sun, here in Bermuda. And it's Vili Talutau who's gone for the little chip through. Alessio couldn't hold it, but already a lovely bit of adventure and invention. And who doesn't love a little chip and chase hooker?
I was getting ready for the biggest collision there as Vili started lining up. Unfortunately, not able to be held by the star of the show yesterday. But you're always going to get big smiles on faces. That's the best thing.
I'll wait till the ball comes in, guys.
In the cold face, but with big grins on their face.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Matt Turner lined up just behind this scrum as Joey Sock puts the ball in. Former England Sevens man himself, of course, but he's looking to just try and pop up on the run around, but that was a lovely little dummy from Lalasava, and then the support line from O'Keefe, and the Miami Sun will open the scoring. Brilliant energy and awareness, and they're on the board.
Well, it's not bad scoring from a set piece when you've been thrown together. What an effort. I think he might have hurt himself in scoring it, but that was a brilliant execution of the play around the back. Like a missile as he flew around the backfield. Nice little interplay. Hell of a fend. Getting the ball free. Lalasala then gets O'Keefe on that short arrow line, back at the ball. Fantastic stuff from Miami.
Mark O'Keefe's second try of the competition. And the thought here from Matt Turner is to have a little go from the 2-point spot. No problem at all. He's made it look like there's no wind out there at all, but it's certainly still whistling through our commentary position. As I may have mentioned already, the wind is going to die as the course of the day goes on. So Matt Turner taking 2 points from our conversion jeopardy orange spot, and the Miami Sun leading by 7 points to 0. The Dragons with the kickoff. Sun look to try and get through. Big collision in the middle. Turner goes for the long missed pass. Satavu. Oh, smuggles it away nicely, and it's O'Keefe again. Back to Satavu, who is just squeezed into touch by Eldon Schoeman.
It's changed hands multiple times now. Reed. Okay, Reed.
Satavu with some absolute wizardry on this side. What a play it was. Managed to get the ball free. Out the back pocket almost. Really liking the impact that Lalasava and Satavu are having on this Miami team. They are worth their administration fee alone.
It's on the outside.
Has gone not straight.
Not straight. Scrum called.
Miami Sun who've called on Colin Hughes as well. Graham Noop, also part of the lineup, all lending a hand to the tiller.
Crouch. Bind.
It's going to be too late for him.
Sit. Steady. Here's the hook here.
Joey Sock waits to try and get this out. Where's the ball, though? Scrum has turned a little. What's our referee Scott Green's decision?
Around past the 90, reset.
It's just going to be reset.
Billy, just hold your boys back just a little bit before the ball comes in, yeah? Okay. Hold our weight, boys.
We've certainly got a bit of a weight advantage. Yep. I'd say around about 20 kilograms a man, it looks like here.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
Sock. Turner looking to come down the blind side. He would have fancied it as well. There was nobody there for the Dragons. It's a penalty, though, to the boys in red. And Alessio wants to go. Been told to let run. Was O'Keefe 10 metres when he made the tackle. We play on regardless. And now they're trying to thunder away into that left-hand corner. Good tackle made on Schoeman. Thrown back in by Evers. Alessio's gone for the kick pass, but Satavu wants to try and get hold of it. In fact, there was an offside being played against the Sun. Anthony Parry straying offside.
Black 2.
Alessio again wants to keep the pace going. Schoeman involved in a lot of good stuff.
Thank you, good work.
Then the pick, then the quick hands. It was just knocked on.
Lost.
Big Fernanda Schultz. One of those providing the physicality for the Dragons.
What a shame. That was Alessio's full repertoire. Took the quick tap, threw the big pass, and then take a look at this one. Talk about quick hands. That was milliseconds.
Hey, we have to hold the weight, Red, coming from the back here.
He'll have to add that to his highlight reel, which is getting some serious, serious moves.
Bind. Sit.
Penalty goes to the Sun. Dragons going to ground.
Back 10 for me, boys. Collapsing on the side. Good.
Safety first from Miami Sun in terms of clearance.
Yeah, let me
Matt
make
Turner.
way for you, Chris. Step away for me, mate. Do that, there's your mark. Just take a big seat.
Sun decides to go for the quick one to the front, to Parry. Turner. Good take from him, O'Keefe. Hassles and harries his way forwards with the ball. Turner off to the left, Satavu. Maybe should have given it first time. Was that knocked forwards? I think it may just have been. This game is struggling to find its rhythm a little.
Yeah, it definitely is. 6.5 minutes in, you can see the teams are fatigued from their last efforts. You'd think anytime Satavu and Lalasala get together, there's going to be some magic, but not quite able to pull it out. And this is where the teams need to be really astute with their substitutes, because you can tell it's gone flat. Easiest way to interject in that is to get some fresh legs on. Different people with different skill sets trying to impact on the game.
Crouch. Bind. Sit. Steady, boys.
Scrum just coming down on the near side that time.
Reset. Red. Just push your feet up under your hip for me, mate. Yeah.
Big hair of Tai Teo.
Just saying on our pitch walk before, it's incredible how this pitch has held up after all that rain yesterday.
Bind. Sit.
Big shove from the Sun. Plenty of pressure under Ryan Cowles, but now Alessio, and he looks to create the extra man, and then out on the outside, Jerome Nale. Thought for a moment he might have been in more clear water than he was, but back in for Teo. Big thundering here, the big hair all over the place, but now the Dragons will go again. Is it going to be Saunetonga to find the line? He will always find the line. It's another one. A 6th try in the competition for Lino Saunetonga.
Sure.
Well, this man just cannot stay away from the score sheet. Incredible how he holds the ball.
Both sides. Both
but
sides,
that is what gave him the opportunity to get it down, because it was really
where's that kick going from?
Congested area. Lovely hands again. Palacio just continuing to impress. And there, take a look. Left hand, right hand, swaps the ball as he goes to score it. Such a difficult skill, so unappreciated in the game, but just brilliant.
That's a filth, frankly. Tommy Bell then is going to try and go for the day's first 5-point conversion. He's just pulled it slightly. Well, from his angle, pushed it past the far upright. So, interesting there. The Dragons will be hoping to get back on the score sheet, of course, but they could have gone for the 3-pointer or the 2-pointer to tie the scores. But as a result of going for all 5 and missing, the Dragons remain behind on the score sheet. That is conversion jeopardy in action.
Really is an option of theirs just to keep going for that 5-pointer. Tommy Bell, we've seen how far he can kick a ball, but his accuracy's not quite there at the moment.
He slotted another couple yesterday.
Advantage.
I think he's moved to top try scorer in the competition as a result of his boot, Tommy Bell. But that one...
Not held, play on, advantage is over.
Really good awareness of the son and Jan-Red du Toit to keep going when he wasn't held. Son in the 22, looking to try and cause problems with Wes Teo. Lalasava, Turner, little switch for O'Keefe. He's run back into where the traffic is, but he gets past the first man. Into the first half is sounded by the hooter. Oh, but du Toit, is he there himself? Thought for a minute it was all going to open up for him. They could ship it along, and Joey Sock will score. It's brilliant from Miami Sun. Working hard for each other, quick hands, and Sock is in for the score. One of those through the World 10 Series Combine, signed for the Legion this year. And he gets his first try of the competition.
And it was the hands right on the try line that made this special. Spinning players, Mike Brown managing to get his back towards the defence, but keep that ball alive for Sock.
Yeah,
high fives too right, he just put that one on a plate for you.
Lift it, it's yours.
Matt Turner fancies another 2 points, and this is good thinking from Turner. It would need the Dragons to go for another 5-pointer if they want to get the lead after the next score. So the half-time whistle goes, but the Sun are leading by 2 tries to 1 and by 14 points to 5. Miami Sun leading the Asia-Pacific Dragons by 14 points to 5. Dragons coming 2 from 2 yesterday. Kurt Morath there, Tongan legend, having some key words with his side. Miami Sun, who have lost a few players due to the physical nature of 10s. Recruited a few who are helping the cause, but working out pretty well for them at the minute.
No, we're good, mate. We've just got to steady up the scrum a little bit. It's a bit messy at the scrum, but we'll talk about it in the next scrum, mate.
Scott Green having Little chat with Marath. Of course, is an Austin Gilgroni.
Pushing too hard, eh?
38 caps for Tonga.
Which is surprising.
Leading all-time point scorer as well for country. Last test was against England in that World Cup in Japan last year. Kick has hung very nicely for the Dragons to try and compete, but the Sun have dealt with it. And now O'Keefe has come away with it. He's going to need to look for supporter. He goes for the chip himself. It's going to run all the way with the wind at its back.
22 scrum.
O'Keefe
Options.
would have got pretty excited there, but at the start of the second half, I think we can catch up with Elma Smit. Where are you, Elma?
I found DTH van der Merwe just standing here on the sideline, not in action today.
Yeah, I know. Day off today.
Put
Bit of sore legs from yesterday's games, but looking to be back next week, Saturday.
Oh, so you're not out, just taking the day.
Yeah, no, I'll take it day by day. Hope we'll be back Saturday.
What was the chat there, half-time?
I think just keep doing the same things we're doing. Keep the ball away from them. When they do have the ball, let's, no fault for any of their dummies. Any loose, when they come flaying the ball over their heads, try and knock it out. But just doing the same as we've been doing the first half.
One of two new fresh faces here in the Miami Sun lineup today.
Yeah, we've recruited, I think, 3 new players. One media guy who I've heard is a pretty good rugby player himself, Canup. So looking forward to see him out in the field. And then Connor from the Royals and who else was there? Was there one?
Colin Hughes?
Yeah, Hughes, yeah. So I'm looking forward to these guys getting a shot with us. Everyone's welcome.
Did you see Colin's cheerleader? He can lift you?
Well, I've heard about this. I'm looking forward to his try celebration.
Okay, back to you guys.
I think we're all looking forward to seeing that try celebration. But as DTH said there, these players coming in really does change the energy of a team. You're down, you're feeling a little bit battered and bruised. Everyone talking about being 13 fit players. So to get these people come in, and it's not necessarily just the on-field, it's the off-field, it's that energy and general environment you can create with these new players coming in. And that's why I think it's great that they can bolster their squad.
13-year international career, DTH van der Merwe as well. 34 years of age. He's been pretty influential for the Sun.
Okay, here we go.
Bearing in mind, every team will take a place, at least in that first round of matches come Saturday and our finals. Not a bad man to rest, so he's fighting fit then. Dragons nearly getting away then, while Elma was chatting to him. Threatened Palamo, careering into the 22 before he was surrounded by Miami Sun shirts, but
away.
Penalty, and Rowan House is going with it. Marath plays it away. The massive frame of Naramai Tonga brings the ball to ground. Alacio. Oh, little shorter ball. It's going to be an easy run in the end for the big man, Farnana Schultz. And against someone the size of Joey Sock, there's no contest.
Yeah, good calls. That's a great thing, boys.
Unfortunately not. Almost twice the size of him. But Farnana Schultz hit a wonderful line off Alacio, and he is such a threat with ball in hand. Everybody is concerned about what he's going to do, but his distribution. Here's the initial carry. He's carrying it like he was his bread cake for breakfast this morning.
You at 13. He's offside, mate. Every line break.
But then that little hold-up play split the 2 runners. Sock and Tio not able to stop Farnana Schultz.
Tommy Bell decides to go for a more simple 2-pointer. And they know that they've got to slowly reel in the Miami Sun here. So the score is good, but into that wind, he's not going to risk the 5-pointer. Conversion jeopardy suggesting that the height of the risk versus the maximum points they were prepared to get out of that was that 2-pointer from the orange spot. So it's the Dragons 12, Miami Sun still with the lead on 14.
Yeah, we all got a reference as well, that's just 2 points for a penalty in this game of 10. So many people sitting back thinking, well, they can look for a penalty. They can't. They're going to have to try and go one better, although saying that, I wouldn't mind seeing a draw. Oh, Alacio. He's done so many things in the game of 10s out here in Bermuda. He's just added a nutmeg to that as well, through the legs.
There's so much in the positive column.
Honestly, all through the leagues.
This is an absolute beauty.
Red.
I think he shocked himself there. That's a great shot. Said to Matt Turner, teams need to do it more often. Just drill the ball low. It's so hard to stop.
The Dragons have got the line out, but the Sun will try and put as much pressure on here. But unsurprisingly, the try scorer, Farnana Schultz, has been brought in to bolster the defensive effort. Don't forget, our next match is SX10 making their World 10 Series bow, and against the Rhinos, no less. Cannot wait to see how they are looking. Bell makes the clearance into the wind. Will hold up a little bit. Net result from that kickoff, when you look at those two kicks in succession. Ultimately, Turner with the nutmeg through Alacio, putting the Sun into the corner. And Bell with the clearance, but it now means that Miami Sun can try and build while still in Dragons territory.
Here we are. It's good use of the wind. I think with these lineouts as well, it's such a good thing because they aren't specialist hookers often.
Play.
Turner. Alasava's gone for the little chip over the top for O'Keefe. It's got to sit up. Going to end up being Nale who brings it down. Bell goes in at half-back roll. Alacio. Oh, was that smuggled forwards? I think it might have been. Assistant on the near side was right there to see it. Dragons just running out of room, and
yeah, thank you.
Alacio, his only option was just to shuffle it forwards.
Well, it's a little bit messy. Actually, it looked like Dutoy got his hand in there as well.
Yeah. Are you halfback now? Okay. Remember all that feedback you've been giving me, eh? Okay, yeah.
Well, that's lovely from Scott Green. Turning to Matt Turner, they're in the same hotel.
Hold our weight,
he's asked him,
hold our weight.
are you playing halfback now? Hopefully you heard that on our coverage watching at home.
Bind.
You're halfback now. Hope you can bear in mind all that feedback you've been giving me. Scott Green, of course, has been referee to MLR finals. Well known to many of the boys in this competition. Certainly in teams like the Aviators, Miami Sun. Playing in Super Rugby. That is a brilliant pass over the top and on the outside. Yanre Dutoy taking some key yards. Miami Sun come again. Oh,
15.
It was knocked on by the Dragons, and in fact it's a penalty.
Never back. Mark's here, yep. Thank you.
And the Sun make sure that the mark is right. Haven't seen too many teams doing that so far. Where's Tio comes forward. Still there for the Sun. Turner. Oh, thought he saw something on the near side, on the short side.
Right, boy.
Play it away again. Oh, nearly a very big man and ball here. To Amo Aloha. Just coming away, but we come back again, and Miami Sun are 2.5 minutes away here from
in the side,
a key win. Given how confident the Dragons looked yesterday.
Luca Tani reaching around the defence and then putting that ball off on the left. Wonderful offload. Doesn't have to be before the contact. It can be over the top and after it. What an effort. Love to see things like that.
Worth reminding you that when these two sides met in round one, it was 3-0 to the Asia Pacific Dragons, and 20 points to 0 with that 5-pointer from Tommy Bell. So this is a very different story. The Dragons know that with the wind in their faces, they've got a long way to go to score, but they are, of course, full of talent. Lalasava, goose step, comes back in on the weaker shoulder. Oh, and gets the offload away. It's outrageous from Lalasava, and the score from the Sun is an absolute peach. Goodness me. Lalasava, full of tricks for the Sun, and they extend their lead.
Well, it seems pretty apt that you've got a bit of fire starter pounding on the PA. We said before about how good Lalasava on the ball could be. This rugby league background he's got. What a fend, and then throws it out the back without looking. Speculative. Clip that up, put it online, and watch the views come in. That is class.
It's O'Keefe who's the scorer.
10 seconds, Matty Turner. 10 seconds, Matty Turner.
Matt Turner's just been told that he's only got about 10 seconds to slot this one over, under plenty of pressure, but he will add one more point. Opens the gap to 8 now. Half a minute left. Oh, the Miami Sun going to turn around what was a 20-0 loss in round 1 against the Dragons.
Yeah, on you, Kurt.
Whilst with a bit of a skeleton crew on day 2 of round 2, get a victory. And they're looking to turn around from the restart and continue going. Matthew Houston just will not be tackled. His backside just tips into touch just as the hooter goes.
No, play on.
Alacio wants to take it quickly. Are we going to have a dramatic conclusion to this game? The Dragons would have to score and get a monster of a kick in order to win it. Plenty of shouting coming on from the sidelines as Naramai Tonga takes it forwards. Jamil Robinson. Big tackle in. Connor Butt making the hit. Palamo. Sun trying to get in and affect the clear out, or affect the turnover. Long ball out to Kutsishvili. Gets away from the first tackle. Colin Hughes out on that far side in the defensive effort for the Sun. Naramai Tonga. Now they're trying to get it around as Palamo joins the effort on the left-hand side. Sane Tonga, we know how well he can finish, but the pass is forwards to Kurt Morath, and that will be the end of the match. What a stunning comeback from Miami Sun in terms of a round 1 result into round 2. They've beaten the Asia Pacific Dragons by 20 points to 12, but don't go anywhere. Our next match here at the World 10 Series is the SX10 against the Phoenix.
You wanted 2?
Our next match then is the SX10 against Phoenix Rugby. And here they are. Boy, have we waited for this, and these guys are coming in hot. They've isolated, they've watched, they've waited, but now they're here. This is SX10, and look at this list of talent. The Kenyan Sevens boys, Uma, Injira, and Baka, Dennis Amonde. One of the stars of the World Sevens series, Cecil Africa, no less. Coached by Frankie Horner, Blitzbok legend himself, Harry McNulty from Wales, Luke Trahan, Rooney's, Connor Wallace, Sims. Will they be rusty or rampant? We wait to see. And the Rhino, sorry, not Phoenix, apologies, I've got you the wrong name there at the top, but the excitement is just overtaking us all here. Like Zoran Matthews, a big influence on this side. Zach Bonte growing as this tournament goes on as well. Depula as well. Eric Naposki, a real box of tricks. And we all know what the boot of Carl Mayer can do. JP Doyle we'll look after this. I'm delighted to say that we've gone big in the commentary box as well, both Rob Vickerman and Ollie Phillips. And Ollie, it's all about whether SX10 can deliver. No pressure, first game of the tournament.
No, but we spoke to Luke Trahan just as they walked in, and they were super excited to be here, relieved. And the Rhinos already tested him out with a short grubber. But immediately SX10 quick to react.
Tinas van Sale, one of those looking to try and get going.
It's a cracking test for the SX10 first up against the Rhinos. One of the standout teams so far in the tournament, and bring a huge amount of physicality to their game. So it's going to be a baptism of fire for the SX10.
There's so many underlying stories of this game, and I was saying about what the advantage perhaps the SX10 have by not having played. Flipped completely with the expertise and experience that the Rhinos have had in really adapting to this 10s game brilliantly. But ultimately, when you look at this SX10, when you look at the sheer athleticism of the likes of Mbaka, Injera, Uma, with the strings pulled by Africa, that's a pretty formidable team.
It's just wonderful to see the side out there on the field. One positive COVID test quite some time ago now, it feels, and then they had to isolate. McNulty will help bring it down, and now here they come. Scintillating, passing straight away, and SX10 are on the score sheet immediately through Collins Injera. It was made through Africa and finished by Injera. Welcome to the World 10 Series SX10, right?
Well, we've waited a while for them, and that's not a bad way of starting, is it? As I said before, when you look at the likes of how Mitchell and Olosio can control a game in 7s, of course they're going to control a game in 10s, and there's no difference there with Cecil Africa. Vastly experienced, wonderful skill set. His pace, his accuracy of pass is going to be a fun day for Collins Injera, I can already tell it. Pulls out the Black Panther as he always does, as his celeb. Big smiles on faces already.
So conversion jeopardy. First opportunity for JT Jackson, who is eyeing up a 2-pointer here from the orange spot. And he's set that soaring. It is 2 points. SX10 leading by 7 points to 0. Tio for the Rhinos has played that, but it will not go the 10. And that was quite a horrific hit from the tee, wasn't it?
I think he's been coached by Bram van Straten, to be honest with me, yesterday.
I was going to say, Nick, I have seen worse, largely from Phillips, but yeah, that's not the best start. You can tell the tactic, and it's clever to mix things up. But now a team that have been talking about this all week now get a chance to try it out.
Oh, look at this. The SX10 are trying to play and have a little bit of fun with Luke Trahan. Taking the tap from the restart, then Africa. Coming through Jackson. A solid running line of Oscar Uma. They've got such energy, haven't they? Unsurprising, given this is their first day of the tournament. Africa again. Played off. Uma again, involved. Trying to find Injera once more, but the tackle was good enough from Holmes. The Rhinos will have the line out.
I tell you what, Oscar Uma may have missed a few weekends of rugby, but he is making up for it now. He's throwing his body around out there. Big physical presence for the SX10. Just looks like a block, doesn't he? This huge slab of muscle running around in the middle of the field.
There is something quite
You missed it.
appropriate with the SX10 strip as well, that they just look like these monochrome mutants. Tio has just gone for a kick downfield, and just as he started to release it, he eyed up a little bit of open space over to that side. Connor Kindrigan went back for a second bite at the cherry, and did that go forwards? JP Doyle is going to have to blow for that one.
Well, Kindrigan is really impressive in this tournament. He's big, he's physical, imposing, relentless in his efforts. The big number 14, just check out his frame. Throws himself about.
11 off.
Love to see that. We're going to get a chance now to see how the scrum goes for the SX10. We know they're capable with ball in hand and broken play. See if they can go against the Rhinos, who've been really good strategically in their play.
There's going to be an awful lot of pressure coming through on this side of the scrum. Look at that. Oscar Uma. It's Ollie not. Naposki wants the ball. Big shove comes, but Naposki does get it away to Venar, and then Matthews. Matthews lined up, but pirouettes out of that first hit pretty impressively. Naposki, Kindrigan didn't fancy taking them on. Naposki secured decent ball there. Venar goes for the missed pass out to the right side. Ball back in field, but unfortunately that's just into the hands of Andrew Amonde. Finds support from William Bakker.
Mind yourself, get out of there, good man. Ball's available.
Made his debut for the Kenyan Sevens in 2011, was a part of the World Sevens Dream Team 7 years ago.
No.
That's the calibre of talent that this SX10 team can call on. Thought they were away. Christian Holmes has hacked that downfield, but it is going to be a penalty to SX10. Let's catch up with Elma Smit.
I've got Frankie Horn here on the sideline. This going according to plan?
Yeah, well, we just wanted to get the rust off, so we're getting the rust off. So yeah, it's not too bad for so far.
Conditions allowing for that. Tell me about your subs approach.
No, we only got 6 subs. We have to give everyone a bit of a breather. So yeah, we're just trying our best to manage the boys as well as we can. Andrew came off now. JP Duplessis went on now. So yeah, we'll just manage the boys as best we can.
4 games, long day.
Very long day.
Okay, well, good luck.
Yes, guys, thank you.
May well be asking Elma Smit to lace up her boots, I imagine, but penalty is allowed SX10 to kick this into the 22.
Three.
Can see on our assistant's flag there.
Thank you, perfect.
The wind is still pretty strong. Africa always looked to try and go himself. Thought there was a moment he might try and release Duplessis, who we heard Frankie Horn say has just gone onto the field. McNulty floats one out to the right side. SX10 are going to be in for their second score. It's that easy for Injera. Scoring in the left corner, scoring in the right corner. The SX10, second try of the match. Second try for Injera.
Wearing the famed number 11 shirt. Many people have seen him wear over the years, but it's about McNulty's skill here, taking the ball to the line. Quite happy throwing the big, wide, expansive pass. Good vision from him. And give this man no other opportunity. Second in the World 7 Series for try scoring. He's been doing it for years and continues to do so.
Nairobi-born Collins Injera, former top try scorer of a World 7 Series season. Played a bit of 15s as well as he tried to help Kenya qualify for previous Rugby World Cup. JT Jackson has just added another 2-pointer. Jackson, one of the Southern Kings men, played a bit of under-20s in 2015 for South Africa, former Blue Bulls before joining the Kings last year. 4 points for him. SX10 up to 14. Oh, McNulty just lost that off the fingertips into touch. So this could be a chance for the Rhinos to launch.
It feels the Rhinos haven't really got a grip of this game yet. A team that have gone so well in this tournament previously by getting control of games, using their tactics and understanding the game, brilliantly coached. Now finally get an opportunity to try and use this platform from the set piece.
Tharma waits to get the ball in. Kindrigan a possible option, but they're going to go to Regan. Venar, Tio. They're going to try and find the right option to hit. Decided to go with McNulty in the end. Kindrigan, really good clear out, but SX10 had got their hands on the ball by that stage. So now, are we going to see these boys come all the way upfield from their own 22? Oscar Dennis. Another one of those from the Kenyan 7 stable, but Kindrigan in with a big hit that time. Physicality growing in this game. Away from Trahan. Stepping back is Duplessis. Is he going to get the offload away? Cyril Tharma was just making the tackle on that passing arm enough that he wasn't confident about doing so. Trahan, Craig Hunt. Huntler going to try and go through the middle, but he's lost the ball, and Patrick Regan will fire it away. The little dummy through the legs, and then Venar is pinned to the ground. Collins Injera.
Super turnover. Your man just knocked it over.
But then it was knocked on. JP Doyle right on the spot and applying that calm voice just to take the tense energy out of the confrontation. There goes the hooter. It'll be half-time after the break.
How about that for a hit, though, Collins Injera. He's got pace, but he's also got power. Great decision from him, comes off his wing, spot tackle, huge smash.
Just to the left of them.
And Courtney, Nina wondering where he is.
Make sure, please, okay.
Courtney Venar, been a big part of the Rhinos' effort. Former Southern Kings man himself.
Fine.
A couple of tries under the belt.
Sit.
Naposki. Taylor. Campy has a little look to the left. SX10 straight in. Oh, they nearly had the chance of the turnover. Naposki. Little dart left. He's got quick feet. SX10 get in a great position for the turnover again. They're fighting for everything. It's Gary Porter that time. Cape Town born man. Played a bit of University of Cape Town rugby in the Varsity Cup. JP Doyle just needed to calm Eric Naposki down. The option now is going to be for Jackson to stick this down the touchline. Hooter has gone, of course.
Perhaps one of the few things they've been able to practice in their 10 square metres that they've had at the resort.
Nature of a penalty, for those of you watching who are a little unsure, means that you can kick the ball out of field but have the resulting line out from it. So the next offence, provided it is not a penalty or a free kick, will be the end of this first half.
Missed it, you missed it, let it go, missed it.
Carry from Tapula.
Action.
Now it will be a penalty to the Rhinos.
Missed it and then on it.
Now what option are they going to take? Trailing by 14. We've seen them play upfield a fair few times. Matthews had to get down low to pick that one out. Venar might have had numbers on the right if they'd have tried to go.
Tell you what, Nick, the Rhinos might be an endangered species, but they are being hunted at the moment by the SX10. Ferocious in the tackle and in the breakdown. Really aggressive play from them. Brilliant first half.
Well, the knock-on brings about the end of that first 10 minutes, or 12 and a half by the time it rounded off. SX10 are bringing the physicality and also the finishing prowess that we thought they might. Good to see them out there on the field. The Rhinos, what have they got left in that second half? SX10 leading by 14 points to 0. Plenty of gesticulation from Frankie Horn, just momentary there.
Phillips Neyman as well in there. Two long-standing servants for South Africa Sevens. Brilliant players in their own right, now finding their feet on the coaching front. Produced a very aggressive first half performance from their SX10 troops.
Big moments for Rhino Combrink and Justin Ben having to get the right messages into their Rhinos boys. They haven't faced a physical threat such as this so far, really, in the competition. Certainly the ferocity that SX10 have come flying out the traps with.
I just think they've looked a little bit shell-shocked, like they're not really showing what they have done for the last few days we've seen them play. And I think that's really a testament to probably the threat that this SX10 team possess, the kind of star power they've got. But the reason why the Rhinos went so well against the Royals in the opening weekend is because they just didn't care. They had nothing to lose. They put it all out there. We're just not seeing that same energy.
I think they're also missing that big sort of physical presence they have in the midfield, and Carl Mayer been put on ice today on the sideline. The Rhinos definitely missing him out there in that first half.
So South Africa gets SX10 going for the second half. Aaron Matthews. There's a big collision there. That's a little bit more like it from the Rhinos. Christian Holmes up over our three-point conversion jeopardy spot. A couple of passes from Naposki have asked a lot of Aaron Matthews, but he's fielded them each time. Zach Bonte, man born and raised in Orange County, California. California, of course, where the Rhinos hail from. Tio to Bonte once more.
Right outside.
Farmer. Campy. Cuts back in. Almost want to try and play a no-rut game, don't they, the Rhinos? Kindragan. Might have looked to try and get that ball out to Naposki. They certainly had two men down here.
Just looking for these little moments that really lift the team. The big carries, the big hits for the Rhinos. That's what they need to get in. Tio's experienced man. He needs to get his players in the game quickly.
Campy driven back in the tackle. Clear up was good, though, from Bonte. Brilliant to get hold of that. And then Regan was missed on the first attempt of the tackle from Corey Daniel. Now they go for the little chip, and they've sent Christian Holmes thundering after this. Big collision as they both go for the ball. A steadier start to the second half for the Rhinos.
I think it's a good decision there to put boot to ball. But there, just defensively, really good play from Oscar Dennis. If you're going to challenge for a ball, go hard at it, put everything into it. Even if you don't get it, you might dislodge it, and the result is exactly that. First real threat that Rhinos have posed to this SX10 so far.
They get the line out as well after it came off the SX10, so another chance to run, and running hard up the middle is Will Leonard, but they've lost it to the SX10, who will want to try and strike from here. It's a good man and ball tackle from Campy. It had to be, but is he going to able to roll away now? He's been trapped in there, which JP Doyle, our referee, recognises.
No, roll away, no green. He's in the way. Onside, please.
Africa to play it away. Which option is he going for? Looks to go out to the far side. Rhinos get the turnover, though. Or do they? Yes, they do. Just seemed to get themselves in the right position. The volume went up, all the signs were there.
One of the foundations of their play that we've seen from the Rhinos is how good their defence is. 7 players coming on now for the Rhinos. As I said before, the nature of substitutions means you can expend that energy, give those big moments, and then rest up on the sideline. And the default for this Rhinos team has to be those big collisions, correct decisions at the breakdown, trying to get the ball back and utilise it when they got it.
Cyril Farmer doesn't want to come off. I think he's enjoying the battle. One of those saying, really?
Regan. Coach Rhino will tell him it's a marathon, not a sprint. Got to preserve every bit of energy.
Yuri van Vuren, one of those who's able to certainly bring that physical stuff. And then the more deft touches from Naposki.
Advantage, 5 in the way,
Penalty
10 jackal.
advantage.
20 jackal, because 5's in the way.
JT Jackson on the wrong way. Venar with the kick into the corner. Will the ball sit up? It won't. It's not going to be the try for Taylor.
5 got in the way, so you could get on the ball.
Where JP Doyle's been relatively lenient in terms of players being trapped in or rolling away. He was quick to spot JT Jackson. disallowing Rhinos access to the ball as he tried to clear himself from the ruck.
Well, it's in a couple of opportunities now, but that kick over the top, they've clearly seen from what they analysed in that first half. The SX10 playing very flat, committing to breakdowns and not covering that space out wide.
Leposki fancied the little one out the back door. It's good strength from Dapula. Rhinos knocking on the door here, Patrick Regan. Venar is there to help try and secure it, he'll play it away. Rhinos are going in with 2 on each carry at the minute to try and get over. Venar, decent bit of footwork, tackled by Trahan.
SX, move back, SX, push back, please.
Regan, they tried to go for the short, close one. They've got numbers left, but now SX10 get the right numbers there. Oh, it had to just be regathered by Van Vuuren. He wanted to take it and get it away quickly, but now penalty. JP Doyle shows the mark. Rhinos take it quickly.
William Bakker is throwing his weight around now. They're absolutely huge smashes coming in from the number 12 for the SX10.
Amazing clear out by Venar to allow Regan in for the score. Brilliant work from the Rhinos when SX10 must have thought in a month of Sundays they were winning that ruck on the isolation. Rhinos over for the try.
Well, SX10 clocking a serious amount of tackles there. The short runs from the Rhinos been stopped and extinguished from brilliant hits. But that patience, that tenacity from the Rhinos is what we've seen all tournament. And it's that man, Regan, who is enjoying every single second of him time out here in Bermuda. The energy he's just provided for his team. He scored it and then ran straight back to halfway. Has lifted the team and they absolutely needed that.
Courtney Venar is shaping to take the 2-point kick. Sensible choice in the circumstances. Keep in touch with SX10 score for score. Still got a bit of wind to deal with. It was his clear out that allowed Regan to get over the line. Oh, but he's just drilled down a little hard to the left of the uprights. So Rhinos, of course, with conversion jeopardy and the points on offer, can still turn this result around with one more score. But it's a slightly tougher challenge for them. Mikey Teo running it back. Dapula. Definite sense that Rhinos have settled into this, perhaps a little rabbit in headlights in that first half, but things now settling for them. They're playing their game again, and they're able to find a bit more room out on the right-hand side. Campy went to try and chip through, but it will still mean that the Rhinos have the line out.
They're starting to get some rhythm, aren't they, here, the Rhinos? Just a bit more ball retention, a bit of possession, helping them out. Campy not quite sure what to do with the ball, puts the boot to ball, in the end fortuitous, and it rebounds off Trahan's shins.
Now in the hands of SX10 though from the line out, and Africa looking to try and find more room on this right side. Jackson threads it through, he's got good pace. Naposki getting after this as well, needs the bounce of the ball, which he gets. The smaller man has got the footwork and the pace to get away from the first tackle, but Duplessis does enough to bring him down. And then SX10 get in and get over the ball with Injera, and they will get the penalty 5 metres out.
That's that defensive work rate again in the SX10. Brilliant kick chase. Then Collins Injera straight in over the ball, and once he's there, you're not moving in for love nor money.
Africa is just bringing this one back.
Well, this is Africa with 5 options outside, and this could be entertaining.
14, get
Trying to build to a third try here. Ball is out. The Rhinos have reacted quickest to it. Dapula onto Christian Holmes. Should he have given it to Naposki? Certainly he would have been hunted down either way by Mbaka. Kindrigan right on the fingertips. Huge moments for the Rhinos to get out from their own line here. Teo again, Dapula taking it into the heart of the SX10. Holmes comes around the fringes, but has he got himself isolated there? It's still another good clear out, and that is an offside. easy decision there on Duplessis for JP Doyle to make. Let's go down to Elma Smit and find out what Rhino Combrink was saying to his team at half-time for them to be turning this around, perhaps.
Coach Rhino, what was the chat half-time?
Well, we said we're in the big time now. We're playing against a very good team, very good athletes, and everybody relaxed a little bit, and we understood where we were. We didn't use opportunities, but at this stage in time, I'm very proud of what's going on at the moment.
Good thing here is you can get a 10-point score in one go.
True story. It's not going to be easy, but we'll see if we can achieve that.
Is the message going for the 5?
The message will be to go for the 5. The win's not with us, but at this stage we just need to keep them out first before we think we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
What was wrong in the first half there? Were they caught off guard?
No, I think they used the opportunity as well. They got their skill, and they got pace out wide, and they executed excellently. We just maybe, again, opportunities that we didn't use, and they executed well when they had the chance.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
Back to you, Nick.
Thank you, Elma. Great to get that insight from Rhino Combrink. And Trahan with a little dummy, and he's going to try and go. Aaron Matthews is trying to get after the Welsh international, but he's shown his fleet of foot into the corner. Brilliant from Trahan. Another one of those players. We keep telling the stories in the World 10 Series about the players left out of these sevens contracts due to the sort of year we're having, and we are able to enjoy all of their skills here in Bermuda.
Oh, we spoke to him when he arrived here. He's excited about getting out on the field. Such a balanced footballer and pace to burn. One of the stars for the Welsh team, Welsh Sevens team, and showing it in his class 10. As a result, the SX10 going for the 5-pointer as well.
Well, Rhinos have gone with a captain's challenge here. And let's just find out
JP.
what we're looking at here.
Just a scrum, Rob, that's all.
Back to the scrum, please, guys.
Well, JP Doyle.
Here's the first one, JP.
Doesn't miss much.
So the thing to look out for is JP Doyle's been really hot on. The ball must be at the back of the scrum and be passed through it before they can pick. Now, for me, the defining moment here was that Tio dropped back from the opposing 9 position. There's nothing wrong with that. If Trahan picked the ball from the middle of the scrum, then there would be a concern.
Yeah, perfect angle.
JP Doyle very quick to say it was the loose head pulling it down. He doesn't see anything from that scrum to change his mind. Trahan's try will stand. And this is SX10 going for a 5-pointer. Just giving it a good lick. Oh, the flags go up. It's not been a good day so far for the 5-pointers, but SX10 slot it and extend their lead now, and that could be a killer blow to the Rhinos. The hooter goes.
Well, what a statement of intent this is from SX10 already. The Rhinos, after week 1, were the standout performers, and they have been well and truly put to the sword by SX10 here. First game up.
Nature of that score, a 10-pointer, which just really emphasises the level of victory for SX10, but Rhinos were in that for far longer than perhaps the scoreline at the end will tell us. SX10, welcome to the World 10 Series. They've scored themselves a bonus point win against the Rhinos. They're off and running. They've beaten them by 24 points to 5. Great to see Cecil Africa out there as well, enjoying helping set up the scores. One of those who's in the running for a World Sevens Player of the Decade as well. Such is the talent of the man. And that's how session 1 has finished. A win for the Royals, a win for the Sun, and a win for SX10. And our second session is back in about 15 minutes with Alex Payne building up to our next 3 games. The Sun against the Aviators will kick off session 2. We've 4 sessions for you today here at the World 10 Series. And that's how our afternoon will look a little later on local time. The Royals against the Dragons. What a game that'll be to finish off the day. We'll be back in around 14 minutes. Make sure you join us as the league shows the Royals top of the table and SX10 with 1 win on the board.
Welcome back to Bermuda. If you've been watching along, what a session one we've had at the World Tennis Series, round 2, day 2 so far. We are building up to see session 2, and if this is where you are joining us, then let's quickly tell you about what you've missed out on so far. We had the Aviators losing to the Royals 12-13 at the start of the day. Big result there for the Royals, and then the Dragons going down to the Miami Sun. Miami Sun looking like they are really in it for it today. The Rhinos going down 24-5 to the SX10. The South African team coached by Frankie Horn and Philip Snyman certainly making their mark at the end there of session 1. I'm joined by Ollie Phillips and Rob Vickerman. Vickerman, you were up there in comms as we started the day. Let's maybe just chat about that Aviators effort right off the top.
Yeah, they went really well. I think the Aviators play to their strengths of having the big guys up front, and we've seen already how effective they can be with their driving mauls. And I'm sure as just Harry McNulty just jumped in next to me, he'll attribute how physical the game is, and that's what the Aviators really are doing well with.
So, Harry, you guys have just been watching this on TV. You were out there on the pitch now for SX10. How much different is it in real life being out there?
Finally, we've made it. We're excited. We're like trapped animals nearly to some extent, but no, it's amazing to be able to hit the ground running and get a win under our belt and just to get on the pitch. I mean, I heard you talking a lot about how we were on like the coconut patch. It was probably 30 meters by 15 meters. So to come out here and get a full field was a lot of fun, and it was good to see the boys get some game time and express themselves. Yeah.
You didn't seem hamstrung by that. You guys were all over this pitch, playing wide and running the Rhinos off their feet.
Well, when you've got guys like Cecil Africa and Papa Collins and Jira, you just like that, you want to get the ball to him and let him do his thing, and that's what we want to do. We want to have fun, we want to express ourselves, and yeah, enjoy it.
Harry, one thing that was really, really prevalent out there was, I mean, you guys like caged animals. Defensively, you were absolutely smashing people all day long. I mean, is that something you've been talking around, focusing on, or, you know, so that you can free up the likes of Luke Trahan and Papa, as you call him, Collins and Jared, to score some tries?
Yeah, we really wanted to make sure that our defense was strong. A good old commentator on the 7 Series, Carlton on, I remember him saying one day that attack will win you games, but defense will win you championships, and that's something that's always stuck with me. And I just think to build off that and be able to defend really, really well will put you in a good place and allow you to build confidence, and then the attack can go itself. Yeah.
Talking about winning games and winning championships, you guys are 4 points up now. That is about as good as this first game could have gone for you. You are looking at maximum scoring 16. That gold trophy is what is up for grabs. We've got some silverware and we're already displaying this. As you can see it in the front there. There's a trophy being won here today for the league. And then on Saturday, we'll have a round of playoffs. You guys are obviously aiming for Saturday.
Yeah, well, one game at a time, as they always say. We want to just make sure that we build really, really nicely. But yeah, we have to play the cards that we're dealt. So unfortunately, we probably can't win this cup just from a points perspective. So we're just going to do the best we can to gel as a team. And then when come Saturday, winner takes all. So we can just do as best as we can, really.
Harry, what's it been like coming into sort of a different dynamic with all the different players, being coached by Frankie Horn, Philip Snyman, having a bit of sort of South African tinge on things? How's that all been?
It's like I said before we kicked off, I was like, guys, we're living the dream. Like this is what we love to do. I love traveling the world and I love meeting new cultures, and just to be able to play with guys who I watched growing up on the 7 Series, then to play against them, now I get to play with them. it's undescribable, really. I remember when Colin Giro scored I think the most tries ever, the 100th try, signed the TV. Like, I was sitting at home watching that. Now I'm out there running around with him, and I got to pass him a ball to score a try. So it's just incredible. And for the guys coming from different backgrounds who, you know, like from Cape Town playing for university sides, or from the Kings, and obviously what's happened with those guys, that they get an opportunity to play with guys like that as well. It's just amazing.
You guys have a combine player who's a former wrestler as well, and he seemed really at home out there.
Yeah, Corey has been amazing. Such a great addition to the squad. It's obviously tough for guys to come in from an environment where they don't know anybody whatsoever, and he just fit straight in, gelled in, and he's a wrestler. He's got big, broad shoulders on him, and he put in some really great tackles, and I'm so delighted for him. He's really done well, so it's brilliant for him to be able to get an opportunity.
Was he busy giving a few wrestling classes when you were
so
caged back at the hotel?
Frankie Oren is very keen on getting like pummeling and wrestling before games, so whenever we have to do that, like Corey's left on his own.
Still wear clear, stay away from him.
The guys are on the floor before they know it, so it's cool, yeah.
I bet Frankie'd have a go. He's known to be a bit of a grappler.
Frankie gets stuck in whenever he has an opportunity, yeah. So I think him and Corey have been going one-to-one a few times. It's been a good show.
Do you know Neil Powell, the Blitzbox coach? Him and his brothers, they excelled at wrestling, and he credits that for his approach to sevens rugby, and it seems like that certainly translates out here.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously you have Frankie, you've got Phil, and you've got Cecil. So these guys have been involved with the sevens program in South Africa for many years, and they've won many championships. So they've brought a lot of their knowledge to our program and kind of based it off what they know. And it's really cool to get an insight into what these guys are doing, because obviously playing against them, you know what, I think they won was it second in the world this year they were? So to be able to get that insight and that knowledge, I'm learning so much as well as some of the other guys too. So it's brilliant. I love it.
Well, we know you as Dora the Explorer on the series. He loves to promote all the things you're doing. If there were another trophy here for social media content, it'd be hotly contested between yourself and Elma. But how much fun is it just getting a bit of time with the guys like that?
It's so much fun. I mean, when we got in on day one, we found a coconut and we started doing some rugby moves just to, you know, get the team going and stuff. And we were doing all different sorts of passing and diving into the water, and then getting to, well, we got a little bit of time to travel around the island. We haven't had too much yet, but we'll get some time to do that and just to explore and have fun and express ourselves in a totally different way. Obviously, rugby is so physically demanding, mentally demanding, that you need some time off, and the best way to do that is, for myself anyway, is just to get out and about, see cultures, see what's available, like see what you can do, and then capture it in some essence and try and display that to others. Yeah.
That's Elma's mantra, isn't it? It doesn't count unless it's on the gram.
Fair. I back her on that one. Yeah.
Harry, one thing I'm obviously equally envious about is this haircut that's going on. Yeah. This is a fabulous cut. I mean, I unfortunately have only got the monk look going on, where it's just thinned in the middle. But talk us through. You know, do you mix it up each time or not?
So basically, I think this has been the cut of COVID. Joe Webber's probably winning it at the moment. If anybody's seen that, Bay of Plenty have been posting about it a lot. But yeah, I just thought, if I'm ever going to do a cut like this, it's going to be now. And then coming out, I just said, look, we'll just get it cut up, we'll get it done up, and then
fine-tune.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, fine-tune, so we can get a side on if we need over there, left and right. Yeah, looking good.
By Christmas, you should be able to do a really nice plaque.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, why not? And we'll get some dreads out the back, maybe something like that.
Elma's getting creative on you already.
I can see it. I mean, it's just waiting to happen.
Have you seen Joe Webber's? He's winning nothing with that, by the way. He looks like Predator.
Tone from the Sevens program described it as a mixture of DJ Forbes and Gilly's caca. So he's basically got it shaved from here to here, and then from the back he's got dreads coming all the way down the back. So if you haven't seen that, have a look. Yeah.
Awesome.
Let's take a look at you guys just hanging out there with your neighbours, the Miami Sun. We've got Graham Knoop out there just fraternising with the opposition.
Yeah, so number 19 there is actually one of the managerial guys from SX10, Snoop. He's the guy who's been delegating through the WhatsApp group, getting us over here, getting us all our stuff. And, you know, we don't have a full squad here either, so it's a bit of a traitor bill for him to be playing for another team. And we could definitely use some numbers as well. But, so, like, that's his decision. I won't be letting him in anyway if he decides to change over. But that's also the beauty of this game, is, like, you're seeing some guys jumping around, helping each other out, and it's just the spirit of rugby really coming through it. Yeah, you don't really see that in many other sports, so brilliant to see that.
That's why they call him Snoop.
Yeah.
How about that information?
Yeah.
What your calls, lads? I got you next.
But speaking of snooping, you guys are in the same hotel as the London Royals, and I'm sure, you know, you've been kind of keeping an eye on how they've been progressing. And
well, we would have kept an eye, but again, those guys are getting out and about. We were on the coconut patch, so my brother is Sean McNulty, and he's over on the London Royals as well. And what's really cool about that is he's getting to play with guys that I've played against and are good friends with on the 7 Series, Dan Norton, Mitch Mitchell, Davies, all these kind of guys. So it's great for him to get that exposure and that experience and seeing how he's getting on with these guys. And yeah, Miami Sun are there as well, and the Pacific Dragons. So it's like the 7 Series, really.
Have you already had a chat with him about who's going to get the first shot on each other? You know, a bit of brotherly love.
He's there. He's right in front of him.
He's just watching now, just keeping a beady eye on what he's saying.
Well, unfortunately, our test did come through yesterday. We would have had an amazing opportunity to do that. We were meant to play London Royals in the evening, so maybe come Saturday, just depends on the points and where we get placed.
Speaking to Frankie before the match, he said he's going to definitely not get he doesn't want you guys to get too stuck into the physical stuff. He wants you to use the width of the field. He wants you guys to run. Now that you've been out there, is it 7s plus 3?
Yeah, so I was lucky enough to play a bit of 7s or 10s even before in the Hong Kong 10s, 2 years in a row. And the way that I would describe it is 7s speeds with 15s game style. So you're kind of getting that 7s where it's really quick and there's a lot of space. You got to make your 1-on-1s, but then obviously you have that game style of some forwards coming around the corner, coming hard off 10, and then spreading it to the back. So. It's a good dynamic, we're really enjoying it. And it's great also the rolling subs, it keeps things fresh, keeps things moving, and yeah, it's good.
You guys are probably pretty pleased with the weather being this way around and not coming into a very rainy day today. That
oh my God, it was actually quite funny because we were watching it on the TV. You can see the rain happening here, and because we're on the other side of the island, it hasn't hit us. It didn't hit us at the time, and then you can just see it coming, moving over the water. And then the weekend before, it actually rained on us first, and it's dry there, and we're like, it's coming for you.
We actually heard that you saw the conditions. You had the test that we're all fine. You thought, actually, we'll leave today.
Leave it till tomorrow.
No comment on that one. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are playing the Phoenix up next. When we start the session, we'll have the Miami Sun and the Ohio Aviators. And then the Phoenix have a strong South African representation, a bit of a flavour there from Southern Kings as well. They have some fresh legs. You guys don't have a full squad.
Yeah.
How are the bodies looking back there? Everyone.
So far, so good. Yeah. I guess one thing is like if you can kind of keep it away from like that physical 1-on-1 dogfight as it would be described, you kind of limit those knocks to an extent. So I guess that's part of the game plan as well, is to be able to spread that ball wide and kind of not turn into that dogfight where those injuries do come or those knocks come, and it just takes a toll on the body. So yeah, got to make 4 games of it.
Yeah, exactly that. That's 1 game down. See how you are after game 3, heading into game 4. Difficult proposition.
Exactly, and for the 15s guys as well who would warm up, play a game and go home, now is a really big time for every team here to be able to figure out like, oh, I've got to go play another game. I've got to warm up again. I've got to recover. I've got to get into that mental headspace of a really tough loss or a really great win, and now we're playing another opponent. And I've talked to some of the 15s guys, and not that they're struggling, but it's really hitting them hard in terms of like a mental state of like, wow, I didn't really expect this to happen.
Okay, just quickly in a few words, the work-ons that you guys got from coach that you want to improve on in the next one.
Are you trying to get our game plan out to everybody else? Testing questions here.
Say nothing. Say nothing.
So just stick to what we do well. Stick to what we've been trying to practice. Don't turn it into that kind of dogfight, and let the ball do the work.
Okay,
excellent. All the common type of things you'd be told by a coach, really. Hey.
Let's give Rob Vickerman a shot to get up to commentary and go join Nick Heath for the next session.
Thank you, Elma. It's quite nice to have Elma in control of things while Alex Payne is indisposed, isn't it? Miami Sun against the Ohio Aviators. Well, talk about a dogfight. There's an aviation theme in there somewhere. Grasping at straws here, probably, but the Sun against the Aviators is our next game up. The Aviators who went down by a single point to the London Royals in our first session of the day, and the Miami Sun who enjoyed that brilliant victory against the Asia Pacific Dragons. Miami Sun with a couple of riggers for today, making sure that enough of the players through rotation and with a 4-session day today can get the rest that they need. Alan Tuamu-Aloa, one of those who's a real threat. And of course, Moses Lalasava, who was the magician to get them over. Of course, the magician off the field is Troy Lockyer, but the Aviators, well, Carl Bailey and Rickert Hatting are the co-captains of the side. They brought in Tristan Blewett to cover Will McGee, who unfortunately has taken a knock. And the likes of Shalom Suniula, who is also a real talent, Sean Riley as well, and JP Eloff in your picture, who is quite capable of finishing. Referee is Luke Rogan, assisted by Mark Nelson and Scott Green. And David Ross, who is helping the coaching effort alongside Russell Earnshaw with the Miami Sun. An Englishman and a Scot in Miami. Benzema gets our second session underway. Round 2, Dane 2 of the World 10 Series. It's the Sun onto the ball.
No.
Nice little offload. Lalasava riding the tackle of Riley.
Right now on the body!
Sock goes in to get it away. Oh, he didn't have a lot of time to complete the pass, but Larson was there to help him out.
Yeah, roll. You slowed it down a
It's a
lot.
penalty against Riley.
Well, I'm already excited to see what Lalasava can do in this game, bearing in mind what he did last game. The Miami team coming into this, perhaps thrown together, but with that real confidence they got from that first game. And Matt Turner there pulling the strings is always going to help, having his expertise and experience. Josh Larson, another vastly experienced campaigner. Pretty much an injury for every year he's been playing by the looks of his face.
Take a step out for me, White. Take a step, Rick.
Mike Brown for the Sun goes to the front to Larson. Sock gets it away. Matt Turner stepping in and helping the effort. He, of course, played for Phoenix in round 1.
Play on. He's fine.
Mark O'Keefe was not held in the tackle, so he's allowed to get back to his feet. And O'Keefe showed brilliant strength in the leg drive there to make another 8 metres. Lalasava looks at the options left and right, decides to go himself. Goes for that one-handed offload. Just looks at the left side. Sock wants to try and use his feet. He's only a small man, but he's got the reach of a giant. He's over for the score.
Oh, he's absolutely flying. 2 tries today now for Sock.
What shot are you guys going for? Which one are you going to go for?
Not the biggest, as you say, pretty much is a Joey, but he's in the right place at the right time. I would stick around Lalasava as much as possible. It was his pass, but it was Sock's hard work, rode the tackle of Riley and gets his hand down.
Not for me.
These combat players really are leaving nothing out
Are you
there.
going to challenge it?
It's really good to celebrate that try.
Well, we've just got a captain's challenge that has come in now.
Rob, we're coming up to you, mate. So we just want to check whether the player that picked the ball up after that last ruck was on his feet when he did so.
So it's a very technical inquiry here on the captain's challenge. It's whether the player who, as you may have heard from our referee, who picked up the ball from the ruck was on his feet when he did so.
Keep going back. That's the play there. So back. Okay, rolling from here, Luke.
So TMO Rob Debney just helping our replay team find the exact moment. So this is O'Keefe.
No, he wasn't held on the ground there. We're fine.
So not held on the ground. He's back to his feet.
As well, yeah?
Let's just watch this through. Is it? This was Lalasava
That's
looking
the best
one way,
angle we have.
going the other. He's on his knees, gets back to his feet and then drives it to ground in that clip. Can't see anything in there, can you, Rob Vickerman?
No, the wording is nothing clear and obvious. You just crack on with that one.
Yeah, I believe you may award the try.
Nice dance, fellas.
Captain's challenge, each team has 1 per match, and if you are correct in yours,
just split for me, guys.
I'm not sure that we've yet seen a single correct captain's challenge. But if you get it right, you keep it. If there's nothing in it, you lose it. Matt Turner then is going for conversion jeopardy. The big 5-pointer. Will the wind carry it? Oh, not quite. Admirable effort. But it'll be the Sun with the score through Sock, who lead by 5-0.
Matt Turner's kicking is nonchalant. Not known for it, but he's been having a really good go. I think he's just slowly trying to get himself through every single team out here in Bermuda for the World 10 Series. 2 down, another 5 to go, Matt Turner. Now over to another good kicker. Let's see where Benzema can use this win to his advantage. All you want is a chance to try and catch it. And he's teed the ball up really high.
Benzema sends it and it hangs. Sock tidies up though. Lalasava, just a little loose from him. O'Keefe, been one of the standout players for the Sun, certainly today.
No.
Had a decent run yesterday as well in the much changed conditions, it must be said. Now, Matt Turner's gone for a bit of an aerial bomb here for Seamer to bring down, but he deals well with it on the halfway line, and then it's inside for Blewett. Blewett tackled by Turner, just grabbed hold of one of the legs, then Smith, Campbell, Seamer, Hatting on the outside. Perhaps cut down the option for Seamer there, but was at least on hand to come through and provide support at the ruck. It's a penalty for the Sun.
You pushed it away from him. No. 4!
Oh, my goodness me.
Let go, wait.
This may be a bit of work for Rob Debney to get stuck into, because that looked to me like there could have been a couple of closed fists in there. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
And what's really intriguing here is Ben Seamer in shot in the middle of that. Plays with Matt Turner for club rugby, so I always get a bit of an interesting one when teammates have a bit of biff. You're not going to get many people like Campbell backing down.
Holding on.
So the referee's given the penalty. I'm sure Rob Debney will be having a little look at this in the meantime.
Well, let's see what we got.
The guys doing that, yeah? We've got it out of our system.
Certainly came from nothing, really. The throw to the floor, Campbell would just been a pest, as he's absolutely every right to be. The push from Tio probably instigated something, and then Seamer jumps up and then tries to get amongst it.
My apologies.
Doesn't back down. Any chance for a second rower to get involved with it? Larson's obviously going to be involved.
Right, we're good.
Seeing how many cuts he's got in his face, he's got very little to lose.
Perhaps it was a little handbags more than anything else, but it shows you how much these teams are putting it on the line. Sock brings it away for Turner. Shorter ball for Lalasava. Wanted to try and get the big fend on, but Sock has got himself isolated here. How on earth he's got that back? No, indeed, it will be the turnover.
To push the ball back. Man on his feet.
Took too long to place the ball there in the eyes of the referee.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you always see after little moments like that, it's just that little bit of edge that comes into the game where the shots turn a little bit harder, the carries are a little bit more full on, and the celebration scene afterwards really do show that these teams are so up for it. It's such a comprehensive playing schedule today. It's difficult physically, but they really are emptying tanks, which is what you want to see.
Are you the receiver? Take an extra step back for me, yeah? Oh, you're in the line. Right, you're in the line.
In from Fawcett, away from Smith.
Yeah, we're going to play away.
Campbell touching up the middle.
Away, you're on the body!
Smith round the corner, Hatting in a brilliant bit of space. He will go all the way. Well, he was like an inside centre, spotting the gap there, Rikard Hatting. And he manages to cruise his way through.
Well, he might look like a big second row, but that was a line of a centre. Hard running, dead straight, lovely timing on it. Passes come round the corner, and then off he goes. Great pace, 2 tackles, missed on him. But it's a great effort with a great bid.
Seattle Seawolves man, born in Pretoria, spent several years with the Blue Bulls, his second try of the competition. Also been a coach for Tiger Rugby too, so you can put in the link to Paul Holmes, one of the backers of the World 10 Series. Seamer for a 2-pointer for conversion jeopardy. Nicely done. Puts the Aviators in front then, with 3 minutes to go till the break.
Nicely done all round. Seamer casually stroking over the 2. Good run from Hatting. It's a classic Blue Bulls type of line. Anyone watching in South Africa know that if you have Blue Bulls on your CV, you're going to run pretty hard.
When you're ready, Matt.
Matt Turner has sent that down into the 22, and Seamer will return it. Seeing a lot more of this now from teams who are playing a more typical 15-style exit rather than a 7-style run out from their own 22 to build.
Let's not close that gap yet. Keep that gap open. Right?
Just understanding the importance of the set piece
I'll
now,
manage them, you
as
stay
much
where
as
you
the
are,
extra space on the field.
And it used the elements as well. You can see wind still playing a part, albeit the AR's flag not particularly waving too strong, but been down there. It is notable. And you know what it's like in any format. If you have the forwards who are moving forward by a well-placed kick, you've got 5 friends.
Sock.
Play. Good contest.
Driven straight back into touch. Aviators.
Nah, it's touched a couple of people here.
Have a little look at the quick one.
I feel for Sock there, because as soon as his knee touches the floor, it is in theory a tackle, and the players do have to release him. He gets a little bit ragdolled, but you can see his knees are on the floor. At that point, they should be releasing him. So
Stay there.
perhaps have a little chat afterwards, Sock.
Stay there in the middle, please, Black.
Get the referee on your side.
Bailey taps it down nicely from the line out. Seema took a second to gather it. Now for Blewett from Sunula. Attempted tackle from Lalasava was a bit of a high hand. And it'll just be a simple penalty advantage for that. Now as the ball goes loose, we will come back for it. I think Chris Bowman was just had a word with for the body check.
Check out the hair. Oh, you've got to appreciate this, haven't you? You're just keeping the dream alive.
It's almost like he was halfway through at the hairdressers, at the barbers, and he's. Oh, sorry, I've got to go, lads. I've got to go. We'll have to do the rest next week.
Are we good?
It's the extreme comb over.
No, one more, guys.
Time for
Who's
that.
Off?
All part of the fun here out in Bermuda. We do talk about hair a lot, don't we, in comms? I don't know, some sort of Freudian theory. That is an absolute nudge. Ben Seema has been clipped up and sent around the world for his place kicking, but out of hand, that is exceptional. We know Aviators thrive on this. The driving maul is their go-to, but he has put them 6 meters away from the Miami try line. Well played, Ben Seema.
I'm going to come back to you on Seema in just a minute.
Stay there.
Because he's got the skill set. Force it in for the Aviators. They'll love to try and maul this, but Miami Sun, they didn't engage to begin with. The referee wasn't necessarily being drawn into that discussion. It's gone to the ground, and it's not been used by the Aviators. Oh, contentious moment, no doubt. But the Sun are delighted. They will get the scrum with the ball not being playable. Bailey's asking plenty of questions. Referee certain in his mind.
Well, under Kies Lenzig's stewardship, the Royals came up with a plan in a very same position to try and combat exactly what we saw there. The ball becomes unplayable, and as per the laws, if it's unplayable, it is a turnover. We're still yet to see a 9-man line-out, which I do hope happens.
Yeah. So we are over half-time. You expect this from the Miami Sun.
Crouch.
Will be a case of
Fine.
resisting the physical threat from the Aviators, who will no doubt want a charge here.
Fellas, we're all shifting weights.
And then to try and just clear it.
Get steady and we'll call it in.
Places all the more importance as this engagement. Anything solid, Sock's just got to get this ball and get it beyond the hoardings.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Big shove from the Aviators. Oh, and they'll get the penalty.
Back on the tee.
I'd go scrum again. Scrum again. Get it down.
Scrum.
Quite right.
And this is the power you've got. The 2 second rowers, albeit not your usual framework to a scrum, but still got to put the grunt in. The 3 men up front benefiting from the power of the 2 guys behind, Bailey and Hatting.
In the middle, JP. Crouch.
Can't drive it over because they're only allowed to drive 2 meters, but with that type of upper hand, is a walk-in for Ben Seema if he gets the ball short.
Play now.
Aviators to Bryce Campbell. He was well matched for the first carry, but they've got Akers out on the right for Suniula if they can make it work, or will they look to try and drive close quarters? Referee's blown the whistle. I think he said it was held up. And that is half-time. Well, the Aviators are not able to get any more out of their forward dominance at the end of the first half. Another 10 minutes will tell us if they can then. At half-time, it's the Miami Sun 5, Ohio Aviators 7. Our little American derby is finally poised with 2 points between the sides. The Ohio Aviators just getting the law laid down by Tyler Howden. Miami Sun, Yanre Dutoit. They've been edging the territory. Miami Sun nailing a few more of their tackles as well.
I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed we're not getting a chance to see Troy Lockyer out for Miami, the magician. If he can do some of the things he did in the tent on the pitch, I'd be impressed.
If you have not checked out our socials, get onto the World 10 Series Instagram or Twitter at World 10s and check out Troy Lockyer impressing Elma Smit at the bar. I mean, boys, if you need some moves, Troy Lockyer is your man. It was sensational. I was watching it live as it happened in the background as well, and the faces left, right and centre were just... There wasn't even a round of applause. Everyone was just... Jaws were on the floor. Brilliant from Lockyer. Good entertainment as well as... we enjoyed the rain yesterday. It's a brilliant clearance from the Aviators.
That's an absolute monster of a kick. That's how you get your team walking forward. As Matty Turner might just be able to see what happened there, given he's got a bit of a Kate going on at the moment.
Miami Sun thought they were going to do something cute there, but the line-out wasn't straight to begin with. Now, we said we'd talk about Ben Seamer, and he is not the biggest man when you talk about top-end club rugby in a rugby union sense. But he's shown to have kicking out of hand, kicking at goal, and he's pretty good off both hands in terms of a pass. Do you look at someone like him and think, get down the gym, lad, and get yourself a serious contract at a big club somewhere else in the world? Or is this the kind of guy that is right for MLR, is right for that kind of competition now and doesn't need to pile on the pounds to change his game?
Yeah, I don't ever like to think players need to bulk up unnecessarily. That's often when you get the injuries from your body not being able to cope with the excess muscle. He's got that kind of style of Hernandez, the way he kicks it. You know, the Argentinian, and that natural timing is something that you perhaps lose if you do bulk up. But yeah, certainly I would ask the question how he can advance it. Matt Turner talks him up as being a very, very good player.
My assumption would be, the reason for the question is that, you know, a professional outfit might say you don't look big enough to us. So I imagine if that's what they're going to want. But look at Matt Turner streaking away for Miami Sun, sensing the chance to go down the short side. That's Sevens awareness coming through again. And Matt Turner puts Miami Sun ahead. Whoever he turns up for, he scores points for. He's hoping there'll be about 4 teams buying him beers by the end of the World 10 Series.
Well, lucky enough to have played with Matt Turner for many, many years, and I know we give him a bit of stick on air for playing around, but this is his natural ability. We had a whole game plan based on his ability to pick and go from the base. His acceleration still clearly is something that separates him from other players. You know, old warhorse now, but he has got
went way early on that side.
the ability to go through those gears still.
Okay, I'll have a look. I'll have a look, but you guys were early. Yeah?
He's going to try and add the points as well to his own try, and he does that superbly. It's a safe 2 points on Conversion Jeopardy from our orange spot. Of course, the blue one worth 1, orange worth 2, yellow's worth 3, and our black spot in the middle is worth the 5-pointer. But he goes with 2 and extends Miami's lead. 12 points to 7.
One of the most naturally talented rugby players, Matt Turner. Effortless.
Now there's one of our men who's been helping look after things on the social media front. He's been offered a pair of boots to help the cause and ensure that a few more of the Miami Sun can rest up.
Tackles made, play on.
I've been told he might have a phone in his pocket as well, so get some great content out there.
Insta-story-tastic.
Keep making it back, make it back, make it back.
In the minute, Miami Sun have got plenty of defending they need to do.
It's off the feet, play on, it's off your feet.
Sun are breaking away here through Sock, and then O'Keefe. And O'Keefe is not held in the tackle. His leg drive is something else. We've seen it several times today. And now he gets the ball away, and it's a race to the corner. Eric Howard showing some brilliant pace from the Aviators to keep up there, as Tuamo Aloha must have thought he was away. Real contest here. Tuamo Aloha goes digging for it. Larson's gone for the big kick to the corner, and Graham Knoop will get there and field it. What a sensational score for Miami Sun!
Oh, the sideline have absolutely erupted. And the man we said with the golden content has just created his own clip.
Maybe his company will put that one online.
Oh, that's definitely going to get a few boosts, isn't it? Knoop, known as Snoop, in the middle of this Miami team, but the thing to celebrate, a low numbers kick in. Josh Larson, the second rower from Canada, puts it on the foot, and that is why everybody has gone off the wall on the sideline. I know Russell Earnshaw is constantly talking through his wizard coaching skills about getting low numbers comfortable kicking. This is a cross field. It's a second rower who has pulled out a Geordie Barrett.
It's a stunning score. And under all the pressure as well, it was well fielded. Might say it's a simple catch, but still needed to be made and scored. Our production room are loving it. Miami Sun leading then, 17 points to 7. 5 minutes remaining of this one. Larson just lost that slightly. And
man in front of the man. Kick it back.
It's going to end up being a penalty.
Right there, right there. Back over there.
Ball came forwards and a man in front of him picked it up. The reason that is a penalty is because it's ultimately stopping an opposition, making the most of the knock-on advantage.
Can you imagine how many messages Larson's going to get later on from all of his Canadian teammates?
Yeah, send him on.
15 caps for Canada.
Just hold the line out there, Scott.
You may recall he got a red card at the Rugby World Cup in Japan, but went into the changing room of the Springboks after the game to apologise, which ended up being the kind of positive story off the back of it.
Hang on, hold
Signed
it,
for
hold
the
it,
new
hold
England
it.
Free Jacks.
We good, Steve? Right, let's go.
Got his Canada debut about 3 years ago against the Maori All Blacks. Pulling all the skills out. But the Aviators trailing by 10. Trying a big conversion jeopardy 5-pointer in there. Level with the Sun. They get the penalty here.
No. Where's the captain? Somebody.
Question being
So
asked.
we've got 2 high tackles immediately in a row. Okay, next one will go to the bin.
Good clarity from the referee.
But rumours are he didn't just go in to apologise, he went in to ask Shazzy Colby about how to get some crossfield kicks on the go.
Time out.
What do you need from me? Is probably the question.
Yeah, it'll be
Miami
on
have just
5
called
here.
a technical timeout here,
We've got one.
under plenty of pressure, and well, an interesting moment to do so.
Another.
Just to perhaps pause a bit of the Ohio Aviators' momentum, but also just to regroup and defend this with the 10-point lead they have.
It's a really clever thing, isn't it, when you've just been through such range of emotions, that high energy, which can sometimes overspill, as it has with those high shots. It's just recomposing yourself, getting yourself back in that group environment, and just settle things down.
All right, let's go, fellas.
Just keep an eye on them backing away. You still have to stay on the line.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Good.
Okay.
That one was fine.
That one's fine.
Yep.
They can't grab us at the great shot of Alex.
Go back 10 if it's at the front. Back on the line for me. Time back on. Black, you're on the line, fellas.
Tough old life for Alex Payne, isn't it, Rob?
But as long as Elma's filming him, she'll technically consider
there,
that content, yeah?
Don't step back, Black. Don't step back. It's at the front. Play on.
Well, Miami Sun having to play that rolling maul law as best they could. They didn't engage.
Number 3, you have to roll.
So then the Aviators decided they could just go for it. But JP Smith now takes the quick tap.
There's a yellow card as well in the middle of all that. There's definitely teams studying the law book.
It's your man Larson.
It's not a maul, it was a tackle, and he got a roll.
Well, let's try and explore this one a little bit more if it does happen again. The maul has to be created
Yeah, until
for the ball to be transferred to the back and it not be accidental offside. So just take a look at what Miami are going to do, either compete or perhaps not. So now they can come around the front.
Roll out now!
Also Rob Vickerman, who's with us in co-commentary here, the World 10 Series. Tonga looks to try and go himself. Aviators are sending numbers round, but it was held up again by Miami Sun. The Aviators will have to come from the scrum with 2 minutes remaining on the clock. The Sun down to 9 men.
Yeah, bring him on, bring him on.
How much longer can they hold out?
Well, 9 men will be interesting because Larson's the out-and-out grunt of that pack. So Suniula will be thinking about plans to try and benefit from this. They're going to have to either clearly put 5 men in the scrum and then only have 4 in the back line. Your choice would be you have to keep the 9 to put pressure on. So there's going to be a huge overlap here for Ohio Aviators. They can sacrifice by not putting anyone on the blind side, which means it's an easy scoot if they do choose to go right. So lots of opportunity here because Larson is in the bin.
Let's go. Nice and straight, yeah?
Ben Seamer may have slotted the game's first 5-pointer. If the Aviators score, just to mark your card here,
Fellas, let's
and
go.
he could
Come on,
slot a
sort it out.
5-pointer, we could be in for the tournament's first shootout.
So Fix has gone on the right. It means there's a 3-on-2 for the Aviators on the left. Sock has to compete and then try and be in the defensive line as quick as he can.
Seamer's come round to the shorter side.
Play advantage.
Ball is there. It's a 2-on-1 here. Seamer gives it for Feeks, and the Aviators are in. Brilliantly previewed by Vickerman. Nick Feeks gets on the score sheet. Wasn't able to take part in round 1 with a bit of a hamstring twinge. But now, as our clock ticks into the final minute of the match, Ben Seamer needs to go for the huge 5-pointer to tie the scores.
You know you're going to get the great ball from this brilliant pack. It was a lovely execution. Feeks, as you say, didn't quite feature previously. Showed me his hamstring today. It's black, so the fact he's playing at all is remarkable. And now over to the man who gets all the credit for his golden boot.
There's our conversion jeopardy map for you, and it's the number 5 spot on halfway that Seamer is going for. Oh, it's looking pretty good as well. Straight through it goes. The arm is raised from our referee. Ben Seamer makes it a 10-point score. And we're at 17 points apiece. Are we going to have our first shootout, Rob Vickerman?
Oh, my word, I hope so. And I hope, indeed, we get to feature Ben Seamer do it. Stokes for the Sun as well is another good kicker. So interesting to see who steps up for them.
Could well be Matt Turner. I'm not sure that James Stokes is featuring in the lineup at the minute. So, could be high drama.
Let him go!
Alassava gets the Sun going.
No.
Seamer, Tonga, Aviators would love to get to the score without needing to go to the conversion jeopardy shootout, but the knock-on means that will be the end of the game. Still getting a little bit overcooked on the touchline over there. Kyle Bailey.
It's full time, fellas.
Goodness me. Well, amongst all the melee, the full-time whistle goes. We are 17 points apiece. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your first World 10 Series shootout.
Well, just a shame to end in this. Viggs was said about his hamstring just about being held on, loses the ball and gets absolutely clattered. He wraps the arm, but I think it's also a collision on the knee. It's the opposite leg to what he's actually got strapped. But that is a big shot. Never good to see that.
You could see all the weight going through the knee that was not bending the right way. He's had a rough old time in Bermuda, Nick Heath. He has got his name on the score sheet, though. We certainly hope that that is not as bad as it looks at first viewing. It's, of course, a short week to the finals. But let us now turn our attention to the shootout. We'll talk you through how this works. You are not allowed to draw a game at the World 10 Series. Oh, no. This will go to a conversion jeopardy style shootout. And the team that won the toss will have the opportunity to go first. Their kicker will choose one of the spots that we have on the field. They could choose to go for the nice safe one-pointer. Their opposite man then has to follow from the same spot. But after that first two kicks have been taken, it's the opponent that then gets to choose where the next spot is going to be for the two of them to go from, and so on and so forth. So it will alternate until one player gets it wrong. And in this wind, it's kick roulette, frankly. Matt Turner has a look on his face that looks like he's just realised he might be the most qualified man for the job, Rob Vickerman.
No, with Matt Turner, I'm not so sure this might last as long as we'd hope as kicking jeopardy, but he's gone well for the two spot. If I were Ben Seamer, I know exactly where I'd be stepping.
Mate, choose a kicker.
Well, Seamer goes 5 points, and Turner has got to give it everything, right?
Exactly that. But the look of Matt Turner at the moment, the way he's stroking it, who knows?
Well, it's the first time we've got our shootout, so I think our officials have also just had a little tete-a-tete to make sure that everybody's absolutely clear on how we go here.
Choose if you kick first or second.
Here we are.
Come on.
Well, the Miami Sun are going to get the chance to kick first here. So
where do we start from?
You can't see.
Wherever they tell us.
But Miami Sun are going to go for any more than 2 points. So that's where Matt Turner has opted to kick, and Ben Seamer will have to follow. And then Ben Seamer will get the chance to choose, provided both kickers slot from here.
Well, I'm not going to take the mick too much, but I guess he wants a slow, painful death rather than a quick, easy one. Just touching on what you mentioned about Ben Seamer, we've got coach and player here as Matt Turner does a little bit with Seamer at the Seattle Seawolves, but the Bowden Barrett type narrative, you know, you're not the biggest, the burliest, but your skill set's fantastic. One of the things that Seamer sets apart is his kicking.
You can see there our match play shootout graphic showing you that Matt Turner will go first in the shootout, having selected the left spot two-pointer. And he slots it. So Ben Seamer now needs to do the same, but after this one, Seamer will get to choose.
I must also say, Turner has opted very wisely there, because he's got nothing to lose in this situation. He's not a noted kicker. Ben Seamer has got all the headlines for his kicking. And this, trust me, is easily missable.
Fascinating. Our first shootout, and Seamer squeezes it through. So now Seamer will get to choose where he wants to take it for, and look where he's going. He's not going anywhere other than right back to halfway.
He's having a little chat about it, but he knows where he's been going. He's been kicking here all week. Turner has got a 5-pointer. He's got one in the bag, but with these conditions, who knows? One thing's for sure, he's not taking himself too seriously, Matt Turner. The most relaxed man in world rugby.
Let's just give him some space, yeah? Let's just give him some space.
So Ben Seamer has selected the 5-point spot on halfway. We know he's got it in him. He's already slotted one 5-pointer in this game. gives it a good lick, but actually didn't make the greatest connection. Oh, the pressure getting to Seema. Goodness me.
Oh, the door is now wide open for Turner. You know, he has got the power in those pins to put it over. It's just if he manages to steer it the right way.
Yeah, move it back, come on, inside it.
He's trying to sneak every inch he can. Got to move the cone back about 30 centimetres. He is going to hit and he's going to hope.
Absolutely brilliant. This is the match play shootout. It's one apiece, but Seema's missed one. If Turner slots this, the son of one. He's got behind it, but it's going to fade away.
Where you want to go from?
So it's back to Matt Turner to select. He's going to try and stay in this as long as he can, and it looks to me like he's going for the right side two-pointer.
Yeah, you just can't go to the
What
same
if he
spot.
maybe went for the one, to be honest? Let's safe bet. Stay in the game. Oh, Braun van Straten absolutely loving it. And just shows that it's not just him that misses the 5-pointers either.
Well, if you were watching our coverage yesterday, Braun van Straten was doing a bit of kick coaching with our own Ollie Phillips. Fantastic entertainment. You can watch it back on our YouTube stream. We've also popped a couple of the clips on our socials as well. But this is Matt Turner then. This is kick number 3. They both slotted the first ones, missed the seconds. So Turner from the right-hand side now. Oh, he's only just squeezed it in. It was as tight as that. So now Ben Seema from the same spot. You sense that this one's going to be there. It's going to be when it comes down to the yellow spots. Things are going to get very tricky indeed.
And we talk about psychology, absolutely fluffed the last one compared to his standards. You got to reset, refocus. Any golfers out there, they'll know how hard it is sometimes to back up a bad shot.
Seema stands over it. Has he got it? Oh my goodness, the drama. It's off the post and it's through. Seema could barely look at it. Incredible stuff. It's 2 each.
Kane Thompson, did you guys talk about the strategy coming in?
Ben's a confident young man, and he's always going to step up and take the kicks for us. So I'm glad I'm standing here and he's out there because my heart is beating.
Okay, so if you were him, where would you go now?
He hit one from the 50 and obviously to tie the scores up. So I think he might go back there, but he's obviously gone here for the 40 on the angle. Yeah. So I'll back him.
You have to run through all of them back to Ben.
Yeah, not as much pressure going first, I think. So hopefully he nails this and puts the pressure back on the Miami guys.
So just a reminder that you can't go to the same spot twice for any of you watching our match play shootout. So we now move back to the 3-pointers. I think we've got a few of you also who've been watching our coverage that think these may arguably be a little trickier than that central spot. But Ben Seema in the wind, which is picking up again, is going for it, right-footed. It's faded past the right. Once we've gone through all the spots, we get to go again.
Oh, look at that body reaction. He is not happy with that kick at all. This is undoubtedly, certainly this wind, the hardest place to kick from. But Matt Turner, as I said before, you will never, ever see this man stressed.
Miami Sun beat the Aviators by a single point in their previous round match. Can Matt Turner lift them to another win? Oh, it's tight, but it goes to the left-hand side. So we've only got 2 spots left to choose from. One of them is the blue, which is going to be a foregone conclusion, really. And the other is the far left yellow spot. Match play shootout is seeing us go right the way around the field. Now, we hope you're enjoying our coverage here. These are these little additions that the World 10 Series is bringing to us as part of the entertainment here. What are you making of it? Keep in touch with us across our social media channels.
I think it's the first time in this whole tournament I've really felt not having the crowd in, because this is the type of environment where if you did have that noise in the background, that kind of eerie silence amongst the people around, that's when you feel it. But like I said before, we're into new territory and this is really exciting.
All eyes are on this, all around the stadium. Matt Turner, is that going to carry? He didn't think the connection was good enough. You could just hear it in the voice as soon as it went. This is another tough one, though. Wide out on that side. Matt Turner's just replacing the divot for his opponent to have a fair crack. The Rhinos watch on. Courtney Vinar is phoning a friend.
Could he be any more nervous? And this is where the kicking acumen can really come in. You've got a new club out your bag. You've got to compose yourself.
That's how the posts look for Ben Seamer. Oh, he's pulled it. Well, we might be here till tea time, Rob Vickerman. The only spot left is the blue one in the front.
Well, only Ben Foden has managed to miss the blue one from the front. And I can't see either of these two doing that. See, even Phillips got that one. It does seem a little bit of a shame to take the gloss off the kicking capabilities of Ben Seamer. So Matt Turner's just happy to be out there, I think. Wasn't even playing this morning, now he's involved in this jeopardy.
If you're tuning in hoping to catch the SX10 against the Phoenix, that game will follow. But this is the match play shootout. How would you change the shootout as you are watching this? Do you think that this is the nail-biting conclusion of a drawn match? Matt Turner, he just sat the ball differently on the tee to give us something different to look at, didn't he? And I think Matt Turner is saying, let's go for the 5-pointer again.
That was his ugliest kick. Got a big laugh from his teammates.
In fact, he's having a chat with his teammates. Turner is now nominated the yellow spot down below our commentary position once more.
The hardest place to kick from this, Wynn taking the ball right across, you have to aim just outside the left-hand post. And if you go high enough, it should drift in. And Turner, the fact that he's just putting the ball on the tee straight up just shows that he is a bit of a chance in how he kicks it, but you've got to be in it to win it.
Matt Turner to try and win it for the Sun. Oh, it's a good connection this time. Is it going all the way? Yes, it is. Now then, he's really thrown the gauntlet down for Ben Seamer. Sitting the ball up on the tee really worked for him. Is Matt Turner going to nick this from Ben Seamer?
And no doubt, we'll never, ever, ever let him forget it if indeed he does miss this kick.
Seamer to stay in it for the Aviators. Oh, he's only gone and slotted it as well. Two exemplary kicks from the right-hand spot. And we go again. Seamer will get the chance to choose now. And with the central spot available, I suspect that's where he's headed.
Sanctuary on the halfway line. Ben Seamer picks up the tee, strolls back to this halfway with that added confidence of backing it up when it mattered most. Certainly that idea, a different player, been on each spot. Also speeding up a bit to think you're going to walk from point to point. But look how he tees the ball up differently. That angle means, the trajectory means all the force goes through the bottom third of the ball, travel a little bit better. Let's see what he's got.
Seamer. We know he can get them from here. Oh, he's pushed it away. Well, you would have expected him to get that. Well, I say that only because of how many we've seen him slot, but now Turner has put the ball upright again. This would be quite something. Oh, it's sailing well. Oh, it's just missed. Can we give it to him for being closest to the pin?
As posted off, heard the ping. We have seen it all in this kicking jeopardy, and yet still the smirk on Matt's face. Off over now to the other three. Again, another tricky kick.
Well, Matt Turner is now the one to nominate, and he's going for the three-point spot on the left-hand side. SX10 against the Phoenix will follow this match. Turner. They have been tit for tat this whole way through this second round of kicking in the match play shootout. Turner. It looks good. It is good. Seema has to follow suit.
I think that's it. I think that could well be the nail in it. Turner has just absolutely pulled one out of the bag. Ben Seema's rose to it previously. Going second can be a psych out. Still going with the scrum out on as well. Fair play.
Wind is up. Seema to keep the Aviators in it. It goes wide. Matt Turner's the hero of Miami Sun. He gets them the victory. The Aviators will get the losing bonus. But what a moment. We've witnessed our first match play shootout. And Matt Turner has
that's great. It's a pretty
shot
interesting way
out
to finish the game,
Ben
right?
Seema. Let's hear from Matt Turner.
Head down, followed through. Bron from Straat, and as he landed here, I said, Bron, what can I do to help my kicking? I know I'm retired, but you're out here kicking now. Show me what you can do. Watched him a bit last night, reviewed his videos, and here I am, through the sticks, right?
Okay, congratulations.
No problem, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope he wasn't watching Brad van Straten's session with Ollie Phillips, because there wasn't much to take away from that one, but that was absolutely fantastic viewing, wasn't it? The first ever shootout, and the man with a smile on his face. Got a feel for Ben Seema a little bit as well. Never good to see that, but Matt Turner steps up.
Well, it's a victory for the Miami Sun after a 17-all final score via the shootout. So our teams are ready for our next match. And it is our second look at the SX10. SX10 against the Phoenix then. Our second game of our second session. And as you will appreciate, our times are slipping a little to our official fixtures after that shootout. And here come the teams. Well, the SX10 who ran out for their first game of the World 10 Series in our morning session by 24 points to 5 winners over the Rhinos. And look at the class in this team. All of the Kenyan Sevens boys, Irish and Welsh in there as well. They are a hugely talented side. Cecil Africa, of course, the man on your picture, who is the heartbeat of the side. And then our Phoenix team. Mix of Lithuanians, Southern Kings players, a couple of Scots in there for good measure as well. We didn't see the Phoenix in our morning session, such is the nature of having 7 teams into 6. But this is our first look at Phoenix for today. And stepping in as Rob Vickerman steps out is Ollie Phillips. How are you, Ollie?
Still revelling on that penalty shootout, Nick. Brilliant to see. Matt Turner will not let me hear the last of that one, I can tell you that for nothing, but awesome to have a bit of drama at the end of a game, isn't it? Love to hear some of the fans' thoughts on how it can be improved or some ideas around it all. Great drama, though, for the end of the game.
Well, the owners of the World 10 Series want to evolve and be adaptable, so they are all ears. Now, one of the SX10 players has just stayed down there momentarily. And I think we may need a head injury assessment here.
He takes a nasty blow here, Nick, but really great to see the Phoenix players react straight away. Looking after even the opposition, they put him into a recovery position, make sure he's okay.
about here, scrum, black ball.
Let's hope he's okay.
Well, we're just going to ensure that the pictures have been reviewed before we bring them to you. If it's a pretty unpleasant shot, then we think we're all best without needing to see that one again. Safety paramount, of course, and good to see the medics onto the field quickly. Well, the SX10 players are going to be losing one of their number fairly early, it seems. Every precaution will be taken.
I think what actually happened, Nick, is unfortunately ran into Oscar Umar, a mountain of a man, a Kenyan Sevens star, and Gary Porter just coming off second best. Unfortunately there, Oscar Umar, one of those guys you dread when it comes to contact sessions, holding the tackle shield. Absolute huge block of muscle.
Good work, mate. Good stuff.
Just see here, Gary Porter, unfortunate clash of heads as he comes in to clear the ruck. Really unfortunate, but
black ball.
just hope that Gary Porter's okay.
Yeah.
Nothing too serious.
Just a sort of one of those bone-on-bone head clashes, isn't it? A really unfortunate one. Well, just as we allow our medics to do the right thing, make sure that Gary Porter is okay and looked after appropriately. Reflect on that match play shootout, Ollie. What a moment it was, and incredible for Matt Turner to be taking on, well, the man of the moment as far as the World 10 Series in Ben Seamer.
It really is, and last week Matt Turner was playing for the Phoenix, who are on the field. There he is, the man in shot. Got the Wade Dooley going on. But this is it. The man who's unfazed, unflappable. And equally hasn't really done any kicking ever. Only slots one from 45 yards away. Nonchalant from him, but look, this is his new team, week 2. He just cherry picks Phoenix last week, Miami Sun this week. Look how thankful they are for that one.
He'll be doing a John Terry come the finals for the picture, won't he? Whoever's won. Oh, hello, Matt Turner.
Put their kit on, stand in the photo, but he's a cracking individual. Top man, he's been instrumental at helping bring a lot of these players together for the World 10 Series out here. Doing his bit as well to just fill in whenever needed. And the other thing, Nick, that we haven't mentioned, he showed it for the Miami Sun in that last game, but he's got some wheels. He really turns it on.
Absolutely still got it.
He could play. I remember it was one thing you didn't want to argue with Matt Turner's hips. If you tried to tackle him in a contact zone, God, for such a small man, so strong and powerful. There was one point in time on the World Series where he was in the running to be a World Player of the Year. Really fabulous talent, super quick, and the top man off the field too.
Given the 10 metre by 10 metre area that the SX10 have had to practice in their hotel, they're probably quite used to this.
This is probably an absolute delight. They've got at least, 20 metres now just to run around in.
It's a little different from the coconut patch, as they've been calling it.
Last in possession.
We had Harry McNulty in with us in the studio, just talking around sort of how the SX10 guys are feeling, what they're bringing to this sort of tournament, how they're approaching it.
Just ahead with his own player.
His comments just wanted to bring a physical element in from the SX10. Make sure that they pick their battles, make it a one-on-one contest all the time. And they've certainly showed that in game 1, a really dominant performance against the Rhinos. As we see Gary Porter here, just on a stretcher. Let's hope it's just all precautionary, make sure he's okay. What looked a nasty little head knock against one of his fellow teammates, Oscar Umar.
Next job, boys. Scrum time. Let's go, next job.
Challenge here now, Nick, is, they're 30 seconds into the game. all got yourself built up, revved up, warmed up for the contest, and now you just had to sort of stand still for the best part of 2-3 minutes. All the SX10 players just coming around, rallying towards Gary, making sure he's okay. And I know that everyone and every team within the World 10 Series wishes him a speedy recovery straight away.
Just over here, lads. It's going to be scrum, back ball. Here's the mark, lads. Can we just go on my calls here? Just nice and patient. Really patient.
Back onto this scrum though now, Nick. The Phoenix with a chance to try and disrupt the SX10 ball.
Back on, please. Just give a yard.
Scrum in their 22, put the pressure on scrum time. I doubt SX10 have been able to do a lot of live contested scrums while they've been in
crouch,
in that confinement.
Bind.
Got to put the pressure on them where you can.
Set.
It's Trahan who waits to put this in. As the game resumes, he's under plenty of pressure from that Phoenix driver. The scrum, it's revolved around, and Phoenix will get the penalty. You can hear the big cheers.
Tight head.
Exactly the kind of response Phoenix wanted to have from that break in play. Dominant scrum, and they go straight back into them again now.
Chimbalafo with the big carry. SX10 having to get back and defend as quick as they could. Phoenix through. Ziggy Radjas, the Lithuanian.
Nice.
Still trying to pick around the fringes. They don't want to go wider where they can see the bigger frames, but SX10 do get themselves in a decent position to force the turnover.
Back here.
Cecil Africa is called back.
Didn't allow the Jack any.
It's going to be JT Jackson to clear the lines.
That's that man, Oscar Umar, again, gets in over the ball. And referee does them for sealing off for the breakdown. You've got to stay on your feet from a Phoenix perspective. Just flops onto the ball, makes it a no contest, and as a result, penalty goes against them.
Fall up for McNulty in the line. Africa in at first receiver. Then Injera with the little pump and look. Need to get players in to get it away. Now Africa was almost suggesting that he wanted the little chip over the top for a moment there, I think. But it's back with William Baka, who will play it through Jackson, and then Andrew Amonde, the Kenyan connection, working very nicely. Now they're looking to try and just come round with Jackson, sensing a chance to threaten around the edges of the ruck. And Baka just trying to step through. Thought he was going to break. Topped up nicely for Oscar Uma. Big, strong runner. Trahan, Jackson. Good continuity of possession for SX10, but perhaps a compliment to the Phoenix defending there, that they felt they weren't making enough yards and decided to hack it through, but then the loose ball, and SX10 might be about to pounce here through the error. Ball was knocked backwards from the Phoenix, but it's going to be the try for SX10. Corey Daniel, the man crashing over.
What's your challenge?
And I think Phoenix are asking about whether...
Okay, captain's challenge.
There was a high tackle in there that perhaps our referee Adam Leal missed. So the captain's challenge is in. But one of the Phoenix players is also just down on the far side.
I think this could be a fair one here, Nick. I think it's the 13. Stefan.
Stand by, looking for potential foul play.
Chases back. He's still on the floor as a result of it. It's a clever little kick originally.
Here's the first image, Adam. It's just after this.
Almost might regret continuing to play it, Stefan Ungara.
He stays low, doesn't he? I don't think there's anything massively malicious, but the arm does go around the neck.
The one just before, mate.
This one?
Yeah, look. It is a high tackle. I mean, it's unfortunate because he's dropping in contact, but he has definitely made contact with the neck.
I guess part of the decision here for the referees
on that basis, it is a high tackle. It's not going to be anything more because there's a significant drop by the ball carrier.
Whether it's even a penalty.
We agree on that?
Just a penalty.
Yeah.
Captain, so this captain's challenge might be the first that we've seen upheld
Just to explain, it is a high tackle. He's made clear contact with the neck. It's nothing more because the ball carrier has significantly reduced in height, but it's going to be no try, penalty over here. Okay?
Well, it's an admirable captain's challenge, and it's well worked out by the officials. And also, I think it's worth saying that as an official responsible for seeing everything on the field, you need a certain amount of humility in a captain's challenge to admit that perhaps there was something you didn't see, and you're willing to agree that the team have spotted something and that you'll go back and give the decision.
Oh, I think it's a brilliant introduction on this World 10 series there. Just to throw it in there, can't expect the referees to see everything, be the all-seeing eyes.
Yeah, we'll get him sorted out.
So why not give the coach or the captain the opportunity just to throw the challenge in there? Sometimes they've been doing it just to be cheeky, try and...
Yeah, so you captain's challenge. Clearly there's a high tackle there.
Try and disrupt things, but it's really, really clever, this one.
You only have one, but...
You can just hear Adam Leal explaining to Andel Lubscher that it is the case, of course, when you put in a captain's challenge, that if it is upheld, you will keep it.
It's been last couple of games, but I mean yeah.
So Phoenix may be about to lose their skipper. And John Poland comes onto the field.
I think it's I think it was exciting. People wanted to watch, but I agree there has to be a. We're all here to learn. It was the first time it happened, so. Okay. Time back on, please.
Well, in what's already a busy day, we've had a few delays through injuries, which following our match play shootout is going to squeeze today a little bit.
Thanks, boys. Can you just go on the edge of that line for your defensive mark, yeah?
So just to let you know that we've got an update on Gary Porter. Great that our medical team were taking all the precautions required, but
4 people, yeah, you're on the receiver, you're fine.
He is feeling a little dizzy, but he's okay. So that's great news to hear down from the sideline. But don't expect to see Gary Porter taking any further part in this game at the very least. Phoenix win the ball from the line out then. Successful captain's challenge that ruled out the score from Corey Daniel. Carry from Rajas.
Big collision as well, wasn't it? We heard that from up in the commentary booth.
Well, left, 8, sorry.
Hip on shoulder, big smashes going in out there. SX10 pride themselves on those one-on-one contact areas.
Dennis Coulson with another big carry, then Loaf's gone for it, and he's sending Jonas Michalsius after this. Michalsius trying to get into the corner. The ball's beaten everyone, but he's certainly flown past Collins in Gira. And that may prove to be a bit more of the tactic we will see from the Phoenix.
Smart play from Lubscher, wasn't it there? Just spotted the space, put it in behind. He's got such a big boot on him, though. It's always one of those, we just put it into the space, you're hoping it bounces kindly for you, and it just trickles its way over the dead ball. You come back for the scrum on the halfway. Last scrum we had, Phoenix put big pressure on the SX10, won the penalty. Reckon their coach, Brian van Straan, be asking for more of the same here.
Crouch. Bind.
Trahan waits to get this in.
Set.
Played the same age group in Wales as George North. Oh, nice running from Duplessis, just using the balance of the body to go one way then the other, then falls over the pile of bodies on the floor, but it's there once more for Trahan through McNulty, who thought about trying to get it away for Fricky de Beer, but then it comes back. Trahan, we've already seen him dummy and get through a gap once, but he's taken a bit of a hit as he goes to ground there. Duplessis again, or just shoveled away from McNulty. Back we go. SX10 just caught a little bit lateral there for a moment and losing the chance to get around, and that's brilliant from the Phoenix on the turnover. And they go quickly. John Poland has run away from all of his support over to that far side.
Stay on, lads.
Rajas.
No, leave it!
Gets it back in.
Play on, no problem.
And it's Dean Murphy. Murphy plays it away for Chalmers. Chalmers Could tell was thinking about the dummy give, but does give it. And then the big hit. Tinus van Zyl bringing down Michalsius. Phoenix powering through the middle here and managing to make the decent clear out there on Andrew Amonde. Chalmers again. Now Michalsius wants to take on Injera. It's a fascinating duel, that one, isn't it? Poland again. The volume's going up on the sideline, sensing that Phoenix are building to something here as Lewis Berg carries on. Now Chalmers once more. Thought he had Michalsius outside him, where he'd been several times before.
Talk about the fit. We've spoken all along about the physicality of SX10. And another huge hit coming in from Tinus van Zyl there. Big, huge boom on Michalsius, and as a result of that, I think Michalsius is still a bit winded, didn't get up as quickly, and wasn't in position to take that ball off Chalmers.
Craig Hunt, hooker for SX10, gets it in. It's been knocked forwards off a Phoenix hand, so the knock-on advantage being played to the boys in black and white. Africa. Oh, the ball's just been squeezed out. Did it go backwards, though? There's an advantage already being played. Advantage over. Africa. Ball back inside. That was nicely done. But they had to hold on for dear life, and Aaron Brody's done really well to bring them down there. These Phoenix boys love the physical stuff. Plenty of Southern Kings in there. And if you want a physical game, well, SX10 have turned up to bring that as well. They've lost a fair amount of yards in having to go back here, but they might have an extra couple of men on the wing if they can work it to them. Phoenix working hard in drift defence. Ball back with Amonde now. Phoenix trying to find the touchline with them, but they've only got two men in open play here. And is Patrick Holman going to find himself exposed here? They straighten up. Support line was there from Hunt. Then Cecil Africa. Africa gets through, and will he go all the way? Looks on the outside. Phoenix continuing to get the bodies there just in time. Extraordinary from the boys in red and white.
He can tackle you and hold you.
How have SX10 not got away and scored so far here in this play? Sensational work from Phoenix in defence. Duplessis cuts back, then he's caught, then the man on the shoulder. Oh, but it's another brilliant last-ditch tackle. The ball played off the floor. It'll be Harry McNulty to finish it. They laboured it, but they got there. SX10 opened the scoring just before half-time.
Well, I know it's that man in Sean McNulty that scores the try, but you've got to doff the cap to the Phoenix. What phenomenal work rate in defence. Last-ditch tackles all over the place.
Guys, just out of the way of the conversion, please.
But the support line running here of SX10 is exemplary. We talk about it when you bust through a hole, get on your mate's shoulder, and McNulty embodies all of that there. Brilliant from SX10. Could that be a crucial score as we just hear that half-time hooter go?
No, you can't now.
Well, Harry McNulty was part of that 2016 Sevens team that missed out on Olympic qualification, but was leading try scorer at Moscow Sevens a year later. Knows exactly where to be to help finish off those scores. And it's a two-pointer that is added to the try from the SX10, who lead at half-time by 7 points to 0.
We're in the fight. Incredible scramble D there. Well done. Everybody's working their butts off to be able to assist. Make sure our catch-up defender gets in there. Make sure you keep on working on the inside. They've got these one-off runners that wants to offload. So make sure we don't get them to force the offload. Happy? Hey, look at me. Look at me. We're in this game. Okay, let's keep hold of the ball. Don't give the ball away. Happy days. Okay, well done. Good stuff. Enjoy it. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
Keep the fucking pressure on. And get your 2 guys to Ric Flair. Woo!
SX10
I'm trying, man. They're going.
against the Phoenix. SX10 leading by 7 points to 0.
Yes, we got T. Make sure you stay behind, lads. Whenever you're ready.
Nick, interesting to see the SX10 first game up. Brought a huge amount of energy, physicality to their game. Really on point. I think they're now starting to realise what this World 10 Series is all about. Definitely not having as much success. And the Phoenix are really stifling that energy from them at the moment.
Penalty goes to SX10. SX10 kicking into the 22 now then.
Actually, just come back to me, please. Come back to me. Thanks.
Craig Hunt waits to get this in. SX10 looking to get on the prowl at the start of the second half and finish it. Start it, sorry, as they finish the first half. McNulty the option, brings it down. Amonde trying to get the fend in. Ends up driving his way into traffic. They were able to hold them up there, but a knee on the ground means it's a tackle, and Phoenix have to release.
Advantage your side.
Africa tried to come through, but there's a penalty advantage being played. Now the ball's away for JP Duplessis. They've got a shot to nothing here, SX10. Big hit coming in from Brady. Trying to play through Oscar Uma.
No advantage coming. We're
No
coming
advantage
back
coming there as we hear, so we'll go back for the penalty.
On, but we got offside. Okay. Backline offside. Yeah, good to go.
Africa. Chance here for...
We'll play on.
It's all a little bit loose, isn't it? McNulty on the ball. Oh, he stepped out of the tackle because he wasn't held and now might score. That's brilliant game awareness from Harry McNulty.
Nick, there's also a coach's challenge here coming from Brian van Straten.
Team timeout. Okay, calling.
It's a timeout that's been called, I think, rather than a coach's challenge. So they're getting a 45-seconder just to regroup. McNulty has been involved in plenty of the good stuff that SX10 have been doing. Now watch this carefully. Releasing the tackle, then gets back to his feet, having released the ball, and stretches over for the score. Great skills, Ollie Phillips.
Yeah, I think that's outstanding work from McNulty on the ground. Presence of mind. Great work rate from him, superb try. And here with a 5-pointer. Absolutely nails it as well to make it the prize 10. Brilliant work from the SX10.
Those points will be taken off. Okay. So Steve, just make a note of that.
So it's turned into a huge score for the SX10, but we're now just going to show you a moment towards the end of that first half. Count the number of SX10 on the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Ollie Phillips. So our TMO, Rob Debney, has had a little look at this over half-time. He's wanted to be sure, and as a result of this, the SX10 will be deducted 7 points. 7 match points. So, controversial moments then, as SX10 will pay the penalty. So Harry McNulty currently thinks he scored 2 tries, but in fact, it will only be 1. But we'll keep our scoreboard as is until the end of the game.
It's definitely not forward. Play on.
So that's big, that is, Nick, for me at the moment, because at the moment that Phoenix think they're 17-0 down. But I think both coaches know Bram van Straten is aware of the fact that they're only 10-0 down. So they've got to keep playing. The psychological effect of that.
Oh, penalty, SX10. It's a really good win from them.
Sorry, just give me a second. Let's go.
Good decision here from SX10 as well. Just building pressure on Phoenix.
Cheers, guys. On me,
Good
please.
kick into the corner for the penalty.
3 men.
Well, I think we can join Elma and get a bit of reaction to that news pitch side with Bram van Straten.
Coach, effectively only 10-0 down now.
3 man.
Yeah, well, it's just the rub. We didn't get the rub of the green, and they were 11. So I think there must be a further deduction. That's just my thoughts. Can't play with 11 men, but yeah, I think we're in the game against a really quality side. We're putting them under pressure, with some good line speed. We're making our one-on-one tackles, so that's really important for us. But yeah, hopefully we can keep it strong. But they leak another try, so yeah, it's a pity.
On a lighter note, I love your cap.
Thank you so much. I'll talk to you later about what that's all about.
Colourful man is Bram van Straten, but in the meantime, look who's crossing the whitewash again. It's that man, Harry McNulty. He'll be thinking he's got a hat-trick, Ollie Phillips.
Yeah, he's having a stormer, isn't he, at the moment? This is brilliant. Good awareness from him. Spots that everyone's left him. Gaping hole.
Phoenix.
And like a phoenix from the flames, he bursts through the middle of that Phoenix defence. And you and Rob Vickerman were eulogising about hairdos. Mr. McNulty's got a crack out as well.
So, JT Jackson has already slotted 1 5-pointer in this game. He's sent that on its way as well. It's a solid effort.
He's got a huge boot, hasn't he, there, Jackson? Interesting, though, there, Nick, just to hear from Bram van Straten. He's clearly disappointed at the fact that the SX10 had 11 players on. And I'd love to know the psychological impact of that score. The Phoenix thought they were 7-0 down at half-time. They obviously weren't. And now, all the momentum with the SX10 as a result of that. Would it have changed the scoreline? I doubt it very much.
It's a brilliant dummy from Jackson. He's looking for support. He gets it from Africa. Cecil Africa. Little dummy back inside. Oh, his teammates dropped it. Connor Wallace-Sims is going to owe him a beer for that. 2.5 minutes remaining of the match. Just a reminder that the final score will be deducted 7 points from our current score total.
Me, boys.
We're not making the change on our scoreboard just because we want these things to be done officially. It'll be the final score, -7. Coming up for 2 minutes remaining. Controversy here with SX10 scoring a try with 11 on the field. Perhaps they can be forgiven, Ollie Phillips. They've waited so long to play the World 10 Series. They all wanted to be on the field at the same time.
Everyone just bursting to get on. I mean, they are such a quality outfit. All over the park, internationals galore. It really shows, both in attack and defence, how they approach the game.
Not now. Anyway, Mansfield. First man, won the ball, play on.
It's a long ball out to the outside, needs a little bit of a tiptoe down the touchline and the finish. Oh, it's a beauty from Injera. Capable of showing pace and power, but also such delicate, deft footwork to avoid the paintwork.
Well, Harry McNulty called him Papa, and he is very much daddy cool, isn't he? Collins Injera knows his way to that whitewash. And as we hear in the background, what you're going to do when they come for you.
Guys, clear the area,
Collins
please.
Injera
Clear the area, please.
is coming for that try line every time he gets the ball.
I was literally going to make reference to that song myself.
It's a cracker.
15 seconds you got.
The rest of the teams will be thinking, what are they going to do when SX10 come for them? Something along those lines, anyway.
Probably count how many players are on the field for them.
JT Jackson. Oh, another soaring kick.
Sorry, bud.
It's brilliant. The wind is just beginning to decrease as the day goes on. And it's a brilliant, brilliant display.
Last play, lads. Last play.
Tell you what, Nick, when you've got something like that in your arsenal, someone that can just come on and absolutely boom it from 50 yards, that's pretty special.
Well, JT Jackson has had to wait patiently to make his impact, but he is certainly joining those that we've seen nailing the 5-pointers. Oh, quick hands here from the Phoenix, trying to get the last pass away, but in fact it's going to end up in the hands of SX10, who waste no time, having heard the hooter, to put the ball into touch. Well, a stunning victory, and scoring 3 tries in the process, with, of course, that opening try at the end of the first half ruled out. So it's 2 tries for McNulty, 1 for Injera, and 3 5-pointers from JT Jackson. So with the alteration due to them having 11 players on the field and ruling out that first 7-pointer, it's a final score of the SX10 30, Phoenix 0. In our second game of our second session, we are running a little over due to our match shootout. Our next match is coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Our third game of our second session. The Asia Pacific Dragons against the Rhinos. This one really whets the appetite. My name's Nick Heath, alongside me is Ollie Phillips. It's our second day of round 2 of the World 10 Series. And rounds 1 and 2 are all about the league and who will finish where ahead of our finals on Saturday. We'll talk to you more about that as the day goes on. But there's the Asia Pacific Dragons squad. They had a run out earlier on with Alexa Sanatonga and Farnana Schultz scoring. But they were on the wrong side of the scoreline against the Miami Sun, who won by 12 points. Sorry, 20 points to 12. Plenty of talent throughout this side, and they've got big, happy Nicotini in your picture there, who is full of little tricks and treats. And Courtney Venner, who was a big part of the Rhinos last match, where they put in a really good showing against the SX10. Connor Kindrigan, one of their big men. Eric Naposki, fleet of foot. Patrick Regan, Mikey Teo, their skipper. Yuri van Vieren. Plenty to enjoy about this Rhino side. Our referee is JP Doyle, and alongside us for this one is Ollie Phillips.
Excited about this game, Nick. The Dragons been sort of a bit hit and miss. Really exciting team, exciting players in their ranks. Just struggled for consistency. Contrast that to the Rhinos, outstanding week 1. Just struggled for that same form week 2.
It's Nafi Tuitavaki. Comes tearing out of the 22. Now Kurt Morath. Dragon side are certainly finding their rhythm with every minute that they play of the World 10 Series. There's a little cheeky one out the back. Oh, goodness me. Lovely running. But it's a penalty to the Rhinos. Turnover is strong across all versions of the oval ball game in terms of rugby at the minute. Want to not just go with the momentum of a team going forwards, and certainly there, the Rhinos got into a great position to effect the turnover and win the penalty.
Well, it's great work defensively from the Rhinos, because this is what the Dragons can do. Standing up, brilliant offload out the back. That Fijian dream.
Away we come, 3.
Offload out the back that only the Islanders can do.
Down, just below us.
You missed it now. Unlucky, unlucky.
Bonte gets it away. I think out of my tongue, I thought he was in there. But the loose ball will mean we come back for the scrum.
Well, that looked like a deliberate knockdown. It's a definite penalty there.
We're just making this up.
JP Doyle just having a look, seeing what happens.
Deliberate knock on. No line break on, no need for a card or anything.
Good physical stuff from Tapula.
Yeah, the old Samoan sidestep there. Don't bother, just go straight through.
And Vinar as well.
Calm down.
Playing well. Then Aaron Matthews. Cyril Tharma has just stepped into touch.
Great officiating from JP Doyle there. People just getting a little bit overexcited on the field, managing them well.
3, 4, 4, 4.
Referees really have been good out here so far, haven't they? New rules, new form of the game to deal with, and obviously the players all complaining at the same time. Managed it really, really well.
Big solid hit from Tapula there. Right in there. Really heard that through our referee's mic as well. Rowan Gauss. Oh, Kurt Morath and Tomasi Alacio were not quite on the same page for a moment there.
No, get away from the ball. Onside, please. Rhinos, Rhinos. Thank you.
Alacio, oh, shipped on. Trying to do the cute stuff here, Nara Maitonga. Simple, rides the contact, lays it back. Now Alacio. Oh, they wanted quick hands, and the hit was brilliant from Matthews. It stayed with the Dragons, and Nara Maitonga swatting people away. Looked like King Kong out there.
Yeah, Rhino's pretty much clambering all over
Away
him.
from the ball.
Trying to pull him down, 3 men at least.
Kutsishvili, then Nara Maitonga once more. Seeing an awful lot of Kelly and Nara Maitonga in this one. Moved to the USA a couple of years ago, playing with the Dallas Harlequins before the Utah Warriors. With a spell on loan at Austin Hurd. Got a new contract with them for 2020.
First thing.
And here goes Lino Saunetonga. Plays it back for Chris Evers, who
Okay, didn't deny anybody an
couldn't
advantage.
get hold of it.
Just a knock on.
The referee's happy to
Came off your knees in front of you.
give that as a knock-on. It is one of those areas of the game where an offside penalty in that scenario would seem a little harsh, and certainly JP Doyle happy to...
Not if you're a Rhino, it doesn't, Nick. I can tell you that for nothing. But
happy,
I
happy
mean,
to interpret that as the fact that if you're not there actually to make the most of the advantage, well then no one's lost out.
That's some strong tackling, boys.
JP Doyle just letting them know in the middle there's some strong tackling going out there. Even the referee's feeling some of those bone crunches coming in.
Crouch.
It's only because he knows we've got a microphone on him.
Bind.
Playing to the crowd.
Absolutely.
Easy, easy, easy. Sit.
Naposki, in and away. Tio, Matthews. Dominguez Vidmar. Everyone receiving the ball standing still a little bit, and then Dominguez Vidmar was met by Vili Tolutau. And then out the back from Naposki. Dominguez Vidmar is having to ride a fair amount of hits as Campi comes back round the corner from where they were. Rhino are working really hard down below us. Will Leonard is calling for a big cross-field number.
He's given the full YMCA down there, isn't he? He wants the ball.
He's going to get it here from Rabe. Back in field there goes Jacques Rabe. Stellenbosch Academy of Sports Sevens. Then Ollie Knott coming running onto it. Sorry, Van Vuren. Now they've got 2 out left that they're having a brief look at, but Theo.
I'm in orange.
It's good patience from the Rhinos here, just building that, building those phases, building that score.
Yeah, first knock on, attempted intercept by Red.
Almost getting in each other's way there, but it was actually as the Dragons got in the way that Rhinos weren't able to get hold of it. JP Doyle right on the spot.
Let's go.
Those old butterfingers creeping in there, just at the moment you need them to. Needed to go to hand.
That's the last one, the gap was
doesn't
beautiful.
quite work
Thank you
for
so
them.
much.
Rhinos with a chance again, just to build from here.
Crouch.
I do wonder though, Nick, how much
Bind.
the Rhinos are missing the likes of Carl Mayer in the middle.
Sit.
Not only for his
Nice and easy, boys.
5-point
Nice
boot,
and
but
easy.
also
Let
the
ball in.
physical presence that he brings them in the middle. Runs direct, hard.
Tackler off. Tackler.
Penalty goes against the Dragons. You can hear JP Doyle saying that they needed to
Hands
release
away.
the man on the floor.
Hands away.
Tried to go straight through. Ollie Knott.
Oh,
Penalty to the Dragons.
4 clear and 5's on his feet. Hey. No, we don't use language. Hey. Come on, well done.
What are we waiting on?
JP Doyle doing his best to just chill out Tomasi Alessio.
JP Doyle's having an absolute stormer out there, isn't he, at the moment? Just pure theatre coming from him.
Okay, kick.
Couldn't afford Nigel Owens.
Got a younger, chirpier Irish version. You know what? I played in the Bermuda Pro-Am with JP Doyle on Wednesday. And it was
a tough week, is it?
It was like a kid in a candy shop. He was salivating at the prospect of playing these pro golfers. A man who loves his golf, plays off 5. So just as capable on a golf course as he is on a rugby field, referee JP Doyle.
Former scrum half, of course, was refereeing in the Gallagher Premiership.
Just behind the mark for me.
Internationally as well. Let go by the
A little
RFU.
bit more stable before the ball, okay,
in the
please?
tough year of 2020. Having a few interesting conversations about where he might turn up next year. Rumours of the MLR, rumours of perhaps Pro Full Team, but he has also been fair to say that a lot of these other tournaments, they have their own referee succession, and he doesn't particularly want to be seen as the man that steps in the way of that. So we're delighted to have him with us.
Straight with a hook.
RFU's lost his World 10 Series' gain, I can tell you that for nothing.
Absolutely. Marath gets a little bump on the wraparound from Palamo, and then Tommy Bell on the shoulder.
Super.
Away from Marath once more. Alessio, then Big Happy Nicotini.
Rhino tackler, well done.
He'll go wherever he wants to with a couple of men on his back. Tolitau is going to have to get in and support Samisoni. Nicotini, Marath, Bell. Plenty of hair on show over that side, isn't there?
Padley, no arm in the tackle.
Palamo.
You all right? Yeah, good man, well done.
Yeah, look, JP Doyle just checking he's okay now after that proper ankle chop from Matthews there from the Rhinos. Goes super low and he almost flips straight over.
Timeout, Red. Timeout, Red.
So Tuta Kefu, I think, has called a technical timeout here.
Just see that tackle again. Matthews just goes so low, literally drops to the floor.
You think
pretty much kisses the grass, and with
I thought penalty, but I
takes out his ankles at the same time.
Yeah, but he kind of rolled over.
He just doesn't even bother with his feet, just drops to the knees.
No worries, sorry. Good call, Mark. Thank you for the help, man.
Well, having put his body on the line and been a road bump for Threatened Palamo, he is now just getting a little bit of care to that right arm.
Aaron Matthews clearly realising that being a speed bump isn't much fun playing against the Asia Pacific Dragons.
He's been an absolute star for the side, it has to be said. Seattle
5 man.
Seawolves
Rhinos,
man.
5 man. Just take
Aaron
the 5.
Matthews.
On the 5, brother.
Mum Jenny, brothers Tyson and Mikey will be no doubt a little concerned as he heads off to get some attention.
Well, if if you want to throw it in, why don't you give yourself a bit more room? So which team do you want to move? Let's move the red team.
This is brilliant from JP Doyle.
There we go.
Bossing it out there on the field. Brilliant to see.
Down
Okay,
from
more!
Nakatini. Tolutau is not going to get his hands on it.
Tackle
I think Chris Evans thought he was going to be the one to get in.
Green, go back. Rhinos, thank you so much.
Round the corner go the Dragons.
Roll out top, Rhinos, well done.
Rhinos defending with all their might here, but there's a sense of the inevitable towards the end of this first half. Are the Dragons going to break the deadlock? They try and go a little bit further out for Samasoni.
Sure, tackle her away, no
who
try.
is short and defended once more. Now the ball's loose. It's been knocked on by the Dragons.
Because you pull the ball
oh my
forward
goodness.
on the ground into your body. Kicked it. Yes, hold on. Five. Totally understand you're frustrated, right? He kicked it and you did so well. But
Just as we approach half-time with the hooter going, let's just drop down on here from Elma Smit.
Time out, Green.
After being top point scorer in round one, lots of fans might be disappointed that Carl Meyer isn't in action today. What's wrong?
I'm just as disappointed. It's hard to watch your fellow teammates go out there and play, and I got to sit on the bench and do water boy. But I'm happy to play my part while I'm recovering from a little bit of an ankle injury. But I should be all good for the weekend.
You are definitely carrying water here. You're pretty busy. You're not sitting down.
No, I'm trying to get as much as I can on the field with the boys without even playing. So I'm trying to get them as hydrated as possible, keep them, just go to run little messages on, keep them fired up, and hopefully come out with a win today.
And Aaron, there was a shoulder, hey?
Yes, Aaron was a shoulder. We knew it was going to be a physical game, but boys are up for it, and I think our defense has shown that we are for any toss. So we just got to keep putting in the hard work, and hopefully he's okay.
Okay, back to you, Nick.
So we just that's steady before the ball and then go for your lives.
Well, Nick, they miss him out there, Carl Meyer, for certain.
Well, you got
big physical presence.
Yeah. Crouch.
And obviously a very physical character. You can see the size of him stood next to
Bind.
Elma. Just how big and broad he is.
Set.
Adds a total different dimension this Rhino's side in the midfield. As the pressure comes on again from the Asia Pacific Dragons.
They want to try and use Palamo in the midfield, who drops it. And now the Rhinos have got their hands on it. And is that going to be a Dragons player penalised for being on the wrong side? I think it is. Well, the Rhinos, having taken the technical timeout, both of them taken in this first half. We've yet to have seen that. But I think we've also seen a bit of a knock to Will Leonard. A few walking wounded here for the Rhinos, but Courtney Venard will put this into touch. It is, well, you can't get a cigarette paper between them, as they used to say. It's the Asia Pacific Dragons 0, the Rhinos 0 at half-time. Big second half to come.
Okay, you happy, comfortable? Where's our other brother?
So the two teams are just getting a few messages fed in.
Deborah, is he okay? Happy?
So just to draw your attention to how the next games will come in for our next session. Of course, with the match play shootout and a couple of injuries in the previous match, then we are just going to be shifting the start of our next match just on a player welfare basis to make sure they've all got sufficient rest on what is a big day here on the second day of round 2. So our London Royals Phoenix match will kick off just a little later than Bill, just at 1:40 local time instead of 1:30. So wherever you are, our next session due to kick off at 1/2 the hour.
It's the island way. It's the island way.
So wherever we are now, yeah, we're in about half an hour's time, basically. About 30 minutes' time is when we will start our next session.
I like it. The rugby's really fun. Yeah. Everyone's fully into it.
So it'll be Kurt Morath to get the Asia Pacific Dragons restarted.
Okay, ready to rumble.
Tapula looks to just try and rotate himself away from Farnana Schultz's tackle. Now Bonte, Regan. Not the biggest man on the field, is he, Regan? But he's just got the footwork and core strength to be able to get himself through plenty of the challenges.
Yeah, by red. Yeah, knock on by red.
Thumb.
Advantage over.
Venner. Boot to ball. Well taken out of the air from Kurt Morath. Back in for threatened Palamo. Kutsishvili was met by Kindrigan pretty well, but it looked like it might have been a touch head-on-head.
Stop.
JP Doyle wants to check it.
Hit and rode up. You hit and rode up, okay? Just take care of your other guys.
Well refereed from JP Doyle, but I tell you, that is what happens when a Dragon collides with a Rhino. Fiery.
No, not from there. Tackler.
Certainly was. Alacio, Morath, Bell, long left to right pass, beautiful. Ball popped up by Sanatonga. Bell, Morath, just playing a little bit more out the back here to give themselves more depth. Perhaps was a bit of a problem in that first half, and look at the marauding bull himself. It's Farnana
Yes,
Schultz.
well through on the guy who had the ball.
Morath, Samasoni. Penalty against the Dragons. Just at the bottom of your screen there, confirmation of our local time kickoff. The Royals against the Phoenix.
Tackler away, your
We're
assist.
just shifting those back to make sure that our teams and players have sufficient rest in what is a long day. Gordon Venner stepping through. Has he got the pace to get away from Kurt Morath? Look at the Tongan international hunt him down. My goodness me, brilliant stuff.
Thrown out of the tackle. Go back, please.
There's 12 years between the two of them.
Advantage.
Now there's an advantage being played.
Advantage over.
Kurt Morath plays it back inside. Still got it, hasn't he, Morath? Little offload from Alacio.
I'll tell you what, Nick, this is so physical out there. It's end-to-end stuff, but there's some huge hits going in on the field. Brilliant last-ditch tackles all over the place.
You had your chance.
Out of my Tonga. Alacio, Palamo, just flirting with Regan, tried to lead with the arm there. Now Kutsishvili wants to get on his bike down the middle. They've got men queuing up to the right. Clear out was attempted by Kurt Morath, but the body position from Rhino's Eric Naposki was superb.
That's try-saving that is there from Naposki. Without that, Dragons walk over. Here's that huge hit that we saw earlier on. Oh, that is big. Kindrigan, the Rhino, powering through.
Now look at this. Courtney Venner is 23 years of age. Kurt Morath is 35. I'm not going to let you run away from me, sunshine.
Those numbers still don't work, do they? Unbelievable, reels him in.
That's why the brilliantly experienced Kurt Morath has had 38 caps for Tonga. Playing with the Austin Gilgronis this year.
Just go back.
Showing still what he has to offer on the big stage.
No, it's a different ball. The line is not set. Sorry, we can't just be silly here.
Opportunity here, the Rhinos. Great kick from Mike Tear on that penalty. Be physical, direct. That's what's coming every single time.
There's been so much in this game, and we still haven't had a score.
It's a rug. Yeah, well done. Open play. Tackle. 18.
Well, some people have said this is sevens plus 3.
Tackle. Well done.
I
well
never
done.
experienced that sort of physicality on a sevens
Touch.
field.
And you're grateful for it, no doubt.
Delighted.
Tackle. Let go, Red.
is being held up.
Play on.
Tio keeps it in field. JP Doyle very keen to make sure the Dragons recognise when it's a tackle, despite them trying to hold up a maul. And is that going to be a score for the Rhino? Is it Kindrigan in there? It's a brilliant twist and turn, and the big man crashes through. And the Rhinos manage to find a way to push their way through the Dragons. But I think they're asking questions over whether the touchline did come into play.
Yeah, it's a really good challenge, I think, here. I think Mike Teo goes into touch. His foot definitely looked like it crossed the whitewash.
Yeah, the red
making sure it has to be within 2 phases of play.
Here it comes, JP.
All right, Rob. This might stay with you because it's a...
So here's the number 3, Mike Teo.
Better resolution on it.
His feet are in touch, and that is brilliant work from Mike Teo.
Oh, my word! That is sensational from
Rob,
Teo.
I think I'm going to have to mostly leave this one to you.
Look at the ballerina. He realises that his foot was in touch, doesn't go for it, brings his feet back in, tiptoes inside, then throws it in.
It's just a really,
phenomenal
good call
from
by,
Mike
by
Teo.
Mark, yeah?
Correct.
International
great call by Mark.
experience
Yeah, well
personified, and with that, he's just helped make sure his Rhinos get 5 points.
Oh, he's there.
Play of the day to Mikey Teo for me. That is absolutely stunning precision.
Dainty footwork for such a big man.
Oh, my word. Nureyev himself.
Well, he owes it after that disastrous grubber kick that he attempted there, but here comes the hot stepper. Look, well, no, it's not for me. And now we go. Thank you very much. Almost goes in slow motion, doesn't he?
That's an absolute beauty. In the meantime, Rhinos have taken the conversion. Well, what a restart that is from the Dragons, but they've just lost it now.
Have a look. Have a look at the replay. It's okay. Just have a look. It's no problem.
JP Doyle is not being drawn into any of this, is he?
JP Doyle is on fire out there with the Dragons, just putting out any flames that they throw at him. Brilliant. As that man looks on, Kalmeyer.
Just need that stability, okay? Really good.
Next to coach.
Yeah, I'll stay here. Yeah, no worries. That's good.
Rhino Combly.
Crouch.
And they'll both know the importance of this defensive set coming up.
Keep the gap. Sit.
The
Stable.
Dragons
Stable, please.
lined
Stable.
up with a runner behind. Kuchishvili. Options either side.
Kurt Morath goes for the little chip. Tommy Bell is running around the outside. Domingos Vidmar would have liked that ball to have gone a little further over the line, but he won't mind too much now. It's brilliantly taken. And now he runs up half field. He's lost the ball, though, just on his own 10-metre line, and he's resting on the ground as Alessio decides he's going to run it back for the Dragons and try and evade all the tacklers. Teo with the tackle on him. Morath plays it away. Bell, Nicotini, look at him go, the big man. Tries to coast through, but that's what happens if you have the ball in one hand. You might be Fijian, but you don't have license to do it all the time.
You think it's raining out there, the amount of this ball is slipping out of hands, but clearly, bit of sweat on there, and it's opening up now for the Rhinos.
Oh, the pass had to go inside there, but it might still happen. They're getting away once more, the Rhinos. Ollie Knott, and then on to Naposki. Naposki streaking for the corner. The Rhinos turning it on when they need to. Scintillating match.
Well, it really is end-to-end stuff. It comes actually from poor kick chase from the Dragons. They had the opportunity to tackle the Rhinos on their own 2-yard line. It doesn't happen. And when a Rhino starts to rampage, there is no stopping it.
Sorry, Ben, can you get them to the sides? And the kick, just the kick.
And Naposki there, it's been his speed and footwork that saved them on so many occasions. Comes up with the goods again.
Well, Courtney Vinar, having gone for the single pointer last time, has decided, let's try for a little more. Let's try and get this out of sight of the Dragons. And 5-pointer here. Could be quite interesting. He's gone for a really flat placing of the ball as well.
Let's see if he's eaten his Weetabix this morning.
Not going going to have enough to get there, unfortunately. Clatters the left-hand post protector. Asia Pacific Dragons 0, the Rhinos 11. 2 tries from Kindrigan and Naposki. Mikey Teo, he'll have been giving an earful if he'd have not got that pass inside earlier and the try didn't come, but it did eventually. Don't have to die wondering on that score. Depula, oh, little show, and off he goes. Look at the pace of Depula, flying down the right-hand side. Tommy Bell's coming across to try and make the tackle. The support was there from Mikey Teo, but the ball's gone forwards. It's not going to make our highlights reel.
Well, they call the Rhinos, but this was a galloping gazelle down the outside. Brilliant from Depula, great fend. Anyone wants to see good ball placement, that's it there. Put it in that right hand. And then he does everything right. It's just the offload inside to Mike Teo, drifts forward. And with it, the Dragons
just wait.
hopefully can breathe again.
Alacio breaks from the base, wants to go himself all the way, but he's wrapped up by Vinar.
Tackler, well done.
Really good technique from Vinar. He was a little high to begin with, then slowly worked down the body, got himself onto the ball to avoid it being too much of a high shot.
Tackler! No, no green.
Dragons. Solitau goes in to play it away. Now the Dragons have got some room on the right. Can they make it pay? Kitsishvili, those bright yellow boots.
No rock, no rock.
Palamo. Back in field we go. Tolutau into Mikey Teo. You're not going to get any shampoo left in the shower after those two, are you? Away from Evers. Blow on the whistle from JP Doyle. Penalty to the Dragons.
Leave it, you're on the ground. Unlucky.
Alacio.
Flat.
Out to Sanitonga. Sanitonga to beat Bonte into the corner. And the Dragons do have a score right on the full-time hooter. Well, they can't win the game, Ollie Phillips.
It was, yeah.
But they could send Tommy Bell after a 5-pointer to make it a 1-point finish.
No.
It's a great finish,
no,
I think.
because you got to factor in the time for the kick.
I think the Dragons...
You would have had to tell me already.
Just checking whether or not they could decline the kick and have an opportunity at the restart.
No, I know, it's really tough. You have to
JP Doyle saying, unfortunately not.
I wouldn't, well, yeah, you can. Okay. Okay, we're going to check the clock then.
Mike Teo just doing a captain's challenge as well here.
On the last pass.
Wants to see if that pass is forward.
And then we'll also check the scoring.
It did look as if it just drifted.
Okay, JP, checking the time when he scores.
No, we want to check the last pass.
And the hooter goes.
And then the hooter in relation to that, please. Yep.
Interesting stuff here, Nick. So first and foremost, they're going to check whether the pass goes forward after the challenge from the Rhinos. If the pass is sound, JP Doyle's going to check the timing of the score to see if there's actually time left on the clock for them to decline the kick and come back for the restart. So there might be legs in this game yet.
Ah, there we go. Yep, well done, guys.
So let's have a look at the last pass first of all. Looked pretty good in real time, didn't it?
It's that one there,
what we need
the basketball
here, Rob,
pass off the
we
chest.
need a camera angle that shows, so the on-field decision is try, and we would need a camera angle that would show that this is
These are where those words that we've said a fair few times, clear and obvious, come into play.
Yeah.
Interesting also, the time is 19:57. That looks straight to me.
How did that one look? I just missed that there, Rob, for a second.
Yeah, it looks straight, and it's on 19:56, so the Dragons should be able to decline the kick.
So netball style pass.
Yeah, if we can roll the green angle, guys, that's the best one. This one, JP. And that looks forward.
Yeah, but if you look where I am, Rob, I'm right in line with that, and I've called it flat live.
Okay, if you're happy with that.
To be honest, it looks 50-50, and I'm right in line, and I've called it flat live. So I'm going to go with where I am, standing in line with it live.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, so the next thing is the try was scored before the hooter went. Just give us space there. So the try was scored before the hooter went. Is that correct, Rob?
Correct.
The APD team do not want to take the conversion.
JP Doyle
so we
is
have to
going
restart
through.
the game. So it's a 5-point try with no conversion. And we're on the last play of the game.
4 seconds to go.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so the try is allowed. APD have refused the conversion because the try was scored 4 seconds left to play. So we kick off now, last play of the game. Does that make sense to everybody? 4 seconds. Everyone make sense?
Brilliant officiating from JP Doyle there. Absolutely pinpoint clarity around the whole thing.
So they've scored with 4
Backs
seconds
his
to go.
judgment.
Okay, and they don't want to kick.
Scopes out the timing, and with it, the Dragons have an opportunity to go from their own half off this restart.
Yeah, as long as it hits the ground past the 10-meter line, then it's an official restart, and the game would be over. But captain, if the ball
big
does
moments
not
this
touch
then.
the 10 or go straight out, then we will restart with a scrum. Okay? And on the ground. Yeah.
So the Rhinos are just checking what they need to do in order to get this result over the line, because the last thing they want to do is give it to the Dragons and watch the Dragons go the full length to score, none of which is a foregone conclusion, of course, but the Rhinos want to manage this as best they can, knowing that they could be
last play
on the verge of inflicting a second victory against the Dragons. But Vili Tolutau has taken that absolute thump from Courtney Vinart very impressively. Now then, what are the Dragons going to create here? They're going to come down the short side and then straighten and try and go through.
Not from the side, 15, careful, thank you.
Away from Tommy Bell. Alessio's got a bit of a job to try and pick that up. Chris Evers
No,
will
went
do
down with the tackle.
the settling job. Alessio, Samasoni, Kutsishvili, Dapula with the tackle. Have the Rhinos managed to turn it over? Yes, they have. Cyril Farmer, the hero of the hour. And they have the penalty, and Vinart kicks it out of the field. A tight old finish to that one, but the Rhinos have come out on top. What late drama, but the Rhinos victorious for a second time against the Dragons by 11 points to 5. Well, taking our breath after the end of our second session of the day. And it's had it all. We had our match play shootout as the Miami Sun took on the Ohio Aviators, which resulted in a win for the Miami Sun through Matt Turner's incredible boot. 30 points to 0 win from the SX10 against the Phoenix. And of course, we had a 7-pointer ruled out after they had 11 players on the field. And there's the result of the game that's just concluded. The Rhinos, they put one over on the Dragons last time out, and they've done it again, winning by 11 points to 5. Our 2 sessions this afternoon then, local time in Bermuda and across the world wherever you're watching. It was started by the Royals against the Phoenix, Miami Sun against the Rhinos, Aviators against SX10, and then our last session, Rhinos against Phoenix, Miami Sun against the SX10. And what a conclusion we'll have there, the London Royals against the Asia Pacific Dragons. And that's how the league table looks then at this point. The Royals, who we will see a little bit more of as the day goes on. But the Rhinos, look at them, crawling their way back up that table once more with a 7th victory. 2 bonus points. They are on 23 alongside the Dragons at the end of that one. And then the Miami Sun and Ohio Aviators. Just to be clear on that table, it is going to be the positions there that decide the positions for the Cup knockouts next week. We will have a league champion, and the Royals are currently in the box seat for that position. They could be the team to go straight into the semis next week, and then we will have playoffs between 2nd and 7th across 3 quarterfinals to join them in those semis next week. All of that will come on Saturday, I say, instead of next week. Saturday is our finals here at the World 10 Series.
can't actually believe they're going to make us do some work. We're a little busy sunbathing down here at the moment. You've done a bit of work. Rob's done a little bit. Matty Turner's done, well, a little bit here and there. Should we go for a wander and we'll take in a bit of the sunshine? We've got to come to the man who woke up this morning, quite early actually, it has to be said, to come down here to sellotape the stadium back together. What were you doing at 7 o'clock this morning?
No, we came down to the field and we noticed the whole back banner had been ripped off by the wind last night, so we were here real nice and early, cable tying that big, beautiful banner back up, you know, and here I am.
And here you are. You've also mown the pitch, you've resurrected the tents, you've cooked the breakfast, etc. At what time did someone say, have you got a little bit of time to come and play some tens as well? When did you know you were going to be playing?
I got a message from Rusty saying, mate, we got 14 men. I didn't reply to him this morning. Just sent him a photo of my boots and the bottom of my scooter, and I said, mate, I'm ready. Didn't know I was going to start, though.
You did a very good job. When did you pick this up? How many have you got up there in the eyebrow?
I got 5 stitches just before the end of that last game.
Right.
Yeah.
It's been quite a busy morning, by anyone's account, really, because you've also become the answer to a pub quiz question, which is who won the first ever World 10 Series shootout. Yours truly. But what is extraordinary about this is you had no idea what the rules were when you lined up to take the first kick. Just tell us how you ended up with the kicking tee and the ball, and at what point you worked out what it was you were meant to be doing.
So originally I thought, I mean, I might be portraying the wrong information here, but I thought we were going to have 5 different kickers, one after a while. You know, you have your shot, you get it.
That's what you're hoping.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping, and someone else would kick. So we were like, all right, Ben's going to kick first. We'll go for an easy 2. I'll put it over, he'll put it over, he's out the picture. And then we have the best of the worst, right? And next minute, Ray turns around, says, you got to kick everything. I was like, oh, okay. High school.
So it wasn't
flashbacks.
till you were 1 in that you realised that you were doing the lot?
No, only after the first kick. I didn't have an idea.
It's a good job. It's a good job he was here at 7 o'clock to practice kicking, because that's what he was really doing. Some, you know, sob story about the banners. He was here actually just on the tee.
When was the last time you actually kicked in anger?
Probably, I think I was 18 back in Cape Town at Bishop's High School. I don't know if you noticed.
One of those. It's just so irritating. You just
put
got
on
it.
the cone, you know. I watched Ollie and Brahm last night, and I was a bit like, what
That's
not
how you
to
don't do it, yeah.
I was like, everything from there, I should be all right.
What was quite interesting, though, is you very much changed the position of the ball as you kick. So it was sort of nose forward first, and then you went upright. Was that a...
I just wasn't feeling it, you know. I don't know what I'm meant to be feeling, right?
The
so I was
energy,
like,
the positive energy, or whatever it was.
This is
That's what you learned from Brahm, the energy.
Like,
energy with the ball.
This is not feeling right. Go back to my old way. Just hit and hope, and through it wins.
and through it went in some style. So obviously you know Ben extremely well. Just talk us through your relationship with your opponent.
So Ben and I obviously play for the same MLR team, the Seattle Seawolves. He is our kicker. So he's not going to hear the end of this. So
he was your kicker.
He was the kicker, you know. Just got rid of some arthritis in my leg for the follow-through. Maybe there's another extra year there now. But as soon as I got off the field, checked my phone, dropped the message into the Seawolves group saying, did you guys see that? Immediately.
And it just won't stop. It's like the video printer. Let's keep going. Was there a little bit of chat between you as you went from position to position, or did you just pay respectful silence?
We just kept saying, hey, let's get this over with. You know, we're just like, one of us have to miss eventually, right? So it went on for quite a while. It's probably the most kicks I've done for a long time. But there's always chat. You know, there's a lot of the Seawolves playing for Ohio, walk past, they give you a little chirp. You know, luckily I put my chair inside Ben's head and made him miss, right?
Living rent-free.
Yeah.
Was it quite intense? I mean, you're a pretty cool customer at the best of times. Was it quite interesting having all the teams on and quite a lot of noise from around you?
It's quite interesting. I think we got a lot more pressure from the own guys in your own team, right? Listen, I had no pressure on me. As I said, I'm putting up a sign at 7 o'clock in the morning and putting my boots on before we run out. So I'm expected to miss, right? So
good.
No pressure.
I was going to say, I hope you can hear us over the lunchtime trance, which Rob has very kindly popped onto the iPod. It's getting quite lively down here.
Which was quite good fun.
Yeah.
My question, I know this is quite an agile tournament, but from being in the middle of it, the thick of it, is there anything you perhaps do a little bit differently?
You know what? I think teams are starting evolving sort of an idea of a playing plan. You see the Essex guys today moving it around. You know, I think from a on-field perspective, I just want teams to move it around a bit more razzle-dazzle, not so up front the whole time. A lot of one-point games at the moment, which is surprising to me. From a production point of view, you know, middle of COVID, this is not bad, right?
Yeah.
This is pretty awesome.
What have you got for the rest of the day? I presume you've got to wash the kit, and then you've got to make dinner, and then you've got to turn down everyone's beds. I mean, you really are the Swiss Army penknife of the World Series 10s.
All right, we're 2 from 2 today, you know.
So, yeah. Matt Turner turns up and they win all their games. It's unbelievable.
Quite impressive. Are there any other teams? Are you in the market for another transfer this afternoon?
I haven't. I'm not going to say no. You know,
Right.
if anyone wants me, I'm available. You know, there's a little bit of life left in these legs today.
Vic's has got his boots as well.
I know.
I was in the running for my kicking, but they all got blown out the water yesterday.
Those weren't your boots, right?
I put my boots away.
Your value went down fast in the stock market at the moment. One thing I want to ask all of you, actually, it has been noticeable just as a layman watching on that the intensity has gone up quite some today. In fact, it's just been interesting watching the teams leaning over the hoardings, particularly when SX10 came on for their first run out day. What did you make of SX10 first up? I mean, they've been waiting for a long old time to get going.
There's a lot of cooped up energy there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been locked down in this beautiful resort, so no complaints that side. But you can see they're playing a different style to everyone. You know, they're using the width. You can see how they're utilizing the sevens boys, and then they got their big boys just trucking it through the middle, you know? And it's lovely seeing Cecil out here.
Yeah.
Who's my player of the decade? I'm throwing that out now. Vote for him.
Good on you for the World Rugby Awards.
Yeah.
And just, I suppose, a question just on the noise levels across the board. There's been quite a lot of jeering from the bandstand to those on the field. It just feels like there's a bit more in the air today across the paddock.
There was certainly a lot more when Matt Turner was taking a penalty
Very
shootout.
true.
I can tell you that very true from the London Royals. Yeah, I mean, today is a pivotal day. Today is ultimately going to determine where they finish up in the league standings and therefore where they play in the playoffs. And you want to be giving yourselves, the best shot in terms of where you finish, and also the most continuity building into that knockout tournament on Saturday.
Just possible.
Just on the point about the physicality, we're seeing a lot more of those big collisions, a lot more chirping around the breakdown as well. And I think when teams get a little bit fatigued, and this is big guys doubling up on their second day of a second week that they've never done before, the frustration and aggression elements really do start to go higher. So you think about those close contact skills, it becomes a lot more, I guess, more like gladiatorial at times. And you're seeing that from the reactions people are having. They're getting at the referees more and certainly seeing a lot more spice around it as well.
We've got some of the big hits from this morning just going in on the big screen. Is that a thing, actually, Matt? You know, the longer the tournament goes on, the more tired you get, the more you play under the baking sun, the more angry people get? Is that a thing?
I also think there's a bit of pepped up aggression at the moment because boys haven't had their ability to let it go on the field before this tournament, right? So, you know, as you brought up, the more fatigued you are, the more straight you run.
Yeah.
So it's coming straight at you. You know, there's going to be more hits.
Yeah.
And there's some big units running around this field.
There certainly are. We've seen one or two sort of unfortunate injuries as well. We'll hope there's a speedy. Were you an angry man in the heat of battle? And how are these players, I suppose, just going to keep themselves in check? What we don't want is for it to start going wrong.
No, I don't. I think at the moment it's been the perfect balance. There's been some brilliant levels of physicality and some huge hits going in, but all within the sort of the good spirit of the game.
Yeah.
I think SX10 coming in today has ratcheted that up another level. I think teams have started to really see what they can deliver and how they're going to need to play if they're going to win this tournament.
Yeah.
And with it, you know, we're now the full complement, and that's what makes it even more exciting.
Right. We're in the bear pit. I think we ought to get out of here. Certainly, I don't need any of those in my eyebrow. Well done, Matty. Star of the day. We'll keep looking forward to seeing what you do throughout the course of the rest of this afternoon. And Nick, back to you.
Thank you, Alex. And we move on. Our afternoon sessions then, here from the National Sports Stadium in Bermuda. Start with London Royals against the Phoenix. Two teams waiting for us under the big screen as our palm tree and view of the sea in the distance bring you to our little corner of paradise down here. Certainly was anything but paradise yesterday, but the sunshine is out all day today. It's about 21 degrees, a little bit of a breeze.
Of course I can. No problem.
It's almost what I'd call gilet weather, just that sort of time of year. The London Royals then. Richard Carpentier, the man who's leading the side, full of chat there.
Yeah, mate.
Robert Ilan-Putic, one of those who's come in. Ben Foden as well, more familiar with England fans. And then the Phoenix, coached by Bram van Straten, and they've got plenty of talent in their side as well. Isaiah Tomboafo is one of those who has made a few decent runs into the side. Robbie Chalmers, of course, the Scotsman. And they've got a fair smattering of Southern Kings boys. As we heard the guys talking about there is a real increase in physicality that seems to be coming throughout the day, but spot on in saying that as you get tired, you just run in straighter lines, so that may be part of it. Luke Rogan is our Australian man on the whistle.
Okay, time on.
It's Phoenix who will get us started. John Poland sending the kick down. And Tom Mitchell fielding it, and away to Tom Emery for the London Royals. Our afternoon session, day 2 of the World 10 Series, round 2.
Get him down, don't.
And that tackle was a little high.
Well, come up in front of it, yeah, come up in front.
Certainly testing the physiological of the Phoenix. It feels only 2 minutes that they were just on the pitch previously, and even things like having a wet shirt before it gets a chance to dry. Just little reminders how fast and furious these games are coming for these teams.
Stay there for me, yeah?
It's the voice of Rob Vickerman, former England captain, who's alongside me for this one. Stefan Kutsia gets that in, but it's deemed non-straight. Outside the outside shoulder, says referee Luke Rogan.
Scrum. Scrum. Stability, fellas, yeah?
Must be difficult to throw with those shoulder pads in as well.
Nice and straight.
It's a real skill, the old hooker line-out throw. Quite a lot of them with the wind earlier, not going straight, has to go right down the middle. An interesting setup for the Phoenix.
Stand up. So you
There's a couple of their backs
don't chase him outside.
standing in line.
Don't chase him outside, you stay inside. He's the loose head.
There we go, in the floodlight shadow. Big smiles coming the way. Eyeing up the opposite number. He knows exactly where he's going to run.
Boy!
They've got to deal with the pressure from the scrum first, Phoenix. Sam Mitchell asking a few questions. They dummy the short side. Oh, that's very nicely done by the Phoenix. And it's opened up some real space in the middle. Bron van Straten working some lovely stuff off the back of that scrum. Oh, with the intercept from Ross Neal. We've seen one of those already over the course of the World 10 Series. Chumbuafo's giving chase, but Ross Neal will get the score for the London Royals after the Phoenix were looking to pull a rabbit from the hat from the scrum. It's Ross Neal who gets in for the try.
Do you want to challenge it?
But I think we've got a captain's challenge coming in here, Rob Vickerman.
Just want to check the player onside.
I think we're checking whether he's onside.
Well, certainly from the naked eye, it looked like he was. Just helps that Ross Neal's got about 7-foot-long arms as he managed to get in the passing lane. But have another look at it.
Okay, Gavin, can you just roll R
Really
back?
good enterprising play from the Phoenix. It's a shame it ended with the Royals over the line.
Go forward on R.
I think, if anything, he was quite slow off the mark.
Hard to tell from that angle, Mark. We got another one.
Yeah, can you give me a on G, Gavin?
When your biggest player in the game of tens is usually a centre, you wouldn't necessarily rely on Ross Neal being the big lad, but he's been brilliant in his direction, how he's led the Royals, and this is...
This angle's not going to show it.
Yeah, maybe I'm blue, sorry.
exactly what you want to see from him. Norton on his shoulder, just in case he needs any help, but he doesn't. He gets that ball and he's gone.
Okay, so nothing clear and obvious for me. Try stands. Yeah, try stands.
Thank you, Gavin.
Well, none of these angles are going to help us spot the offside, but here we go. We need to go back to that ruck in order to be able to see that. But just go back a bit more, a bit further, all the way back to the ruck. There we go, he's on by a country mile. Try's been given.
Yeah, referee really sure of himself there, quite rightly, because Ross Neal was a good yard behind the offside line.
Tom Emery gets the two-pointer. Second try for Ross Neal then in the competition. And the Royals get themselves off to a 7-point lead. Restart down for Bowen. Emery. Dummy wrap around from Mitchell.
Step back in, Fulton. Stay there.
Could see it. Bowen. Mitchell, out the back of the right. Where's Bowen off to? Finds on a Jaffe. Former Northampton Saints, Stowe schoolboy on a Jaffe. Could see it. Being patient about where they're trying to get the ball away to, and Aguirre was in there to take it away. Norton just held up for a minute before he put the foot down. Bowen. He's got Michalcius opposite him just on the side of the ruck, so wasn't going to tempt himself to go around that corner. The big Lithuanian waiting. Mitchell thought he had a chance to try and get around, and then pass away to Bowen, went backwards, and then it's in the hands of the Phoenix.
No, he's on the body.
Jaffe was out of the traps for that hit early doors.
Well, the line speed of the Royals really trying to stop any opportunity the Phoenix have. Just see how quickly they're off that line trying to make those big hits, especially when it's not an out-and-out first receiver.
Our referee's just got himself involved in that little ruck.
Four blue.
It's a penalty against the Royals, and that line speed proving to be a little too hot.
Yeah, perhaps so. Also just trying to penalise the teams that were trying to tackle him. Any chance to get the ref involved, why not?
Well, Loebscher from the penalty has looked to try and put this into the corner. Can the Phoenix build from here?
And they'll be speaking about this before the game, about chances of trying to grab hold of this London Royals team, known for their pace rather than power. And upper arm them, getting that grappling contest to their advantage.
Coulson gets it back. Slickly done. Rogers with the carry. Coulson again. One of those hookers that loves to just appear at first receiver. And count Scott Brits among others of that breed. Chumboafo working hard. Now look how narrow the Phoenix are here, all lined up behind one another, getting ready to
let it go now. You're on
jump
the body.
onto the drive over the line.
Unplayable, fellas. Too many bodies on the ground. He's on the body.
I have to say that's pretty good defence, to be honest, because of the 70-metre wide pitch, the Phoenix were finding themselves in about 10 metres of it. Absolutely no width whatsoever, but almost a diamond formation in behind that carrier. There's Bowen, the man who looks like he's put his exertions on it, as he gets replaced by Foden. It's all about these big men up front that are going to grab hold of this game.
Make sure you're up on the bezzy, yeah? You cannot be on the arm, next one up.
Hope to see another set-piece play. No one on the blind side for the Phoenix. But we saw a late switch on their last scrum, so expect to see some Brian van Straten magic, and it helps when you got Michalcius out in the back line. He is a one-man wrecking machine, number 12 for the Phoenix.
Standing up.
Oh, and here's the free kick, so they go quickly. Oh, he's tried to dive under everybody's legs, I think. Didn't quite get there. Loebscher, Dan Norton in his face, trying to shut him down. Chumboafo. Oh, the Royals in the position to get the turnover. Devante on a Jaffe. Brilliant position.
If it's about the scrum, we'll chat at the scrum. Okay? At the scrum. If it's about the scrum, we'll chat.
Again, it's great defence. Perhaps thought he should have kept going the same way, but Chumboafo decided to try and make that a bit of a contest going back against it, and ran into probably the only Royal that was bigger than him.
Stay there for me, Red. Don't close that gap, stay there.
Played
in the middle.
under 20s in the Junior World Championship. Scotland. Dan Norton steps back in, away for JP Aguirre, who was very good at doing a Ben Foden impression.
No, not on the ball back.
Two of them together on the ground. Narcissus dream. Royal central position. Emery getting in and playing half-back. We've seen Tom Mitchell playing at 9, but now it's Mitchell who chips it through, and look at the pace of the England Sevens man. The gather was enough, and he finds Northcote Green on the shoulder. The Royals make 30 metres. De Carpentier floats it over the top for Emery. Brilliant vision by the big man. And Emery will dot down in the corner. And now we'll have the chance to choose whether the wind is strong enough for him to go for any more than the 2 that he's already slotted from the sticks.
6 tries in the tournament for Tom Emery. He gives the 360 Celeb, or checks the wind either way, but that's Mitchell's enterprise to find that space in behind. But more importantly, it was the fruition of the kick, which meant it was broken field play. I said any time this Royals team get hand on ball when nothing much is on in terms of structure, that's where they're going to really fly. Mitchell with a wonderful reclaim, gets the offload to Northcote Green, but then this point here, this split-second ruck, meant that De Carpentier could get that ball wide.
Conversion goes wide then. Incredible pace from Tom Mitchell as well. And then a finish from Emery, who is fighting it out with Lino Sanatoga for the top try scorer in the World 10 Series so far. Ben Foden gives the shout, gets it in for Mitchell. Jimmy Haley onto De Carpentier. Straightens and gets the fend away on his inside defender. It's there for Gio Dion, who's into the Royals lineup. Oh, it's just over the head of Aldo Campbell. Ross Neal. Hooter has gone. Royals could just dink this one into touch and take the break at half-time, but Aldo Campbell's going to try and take another yard, but is he going to give away a penalty in the process? Yes, he is.
You could tell there, isolating himself completely. Aldo Campbell wants to try and get in the game by using his pick-and-go strength, but when you do it on your own, you're leaving yourself vulnerable for that penalty.
Southern Kings scrum half Gavin Mills is the man on the ball. And is he being charged with sticking this into the corner for the line-out? Or are we tapping and going? Nobody too clear. So let's just tap and go and see what happens. Seems to be the call. Lewis Berg comes forward. Mills away to the left. To Rogers, who manages to pirouette through one tackle, was looking for the offload, but just shut down enough by Ben Foden. Berg again, good carry, takes 2 London Royals defenders with him. Off to the right, Chalmers. Oh, nearly a chance to try and step through. He got the offload away. Royals might have been in behind the Royals there. It's another penalty for the high tackle.
High tackle.
Mills again. Little dummy. Oh, is the little man going to get through? Arna Jaffe might be in the position for the turnover. It's a penalty to the Royals.
Holding.
I think I just heard the big northern tones of Richard Carpentier saying we kick this off. He's going to tap it and boot it away. So half-time. London Royals 12, Phoenix 0. Second half to come. Bridge to Carpentier, laying down the law. John Brake. He's almost too small to get into the huddle there. Excuse me, sir, can I come and play?
He's never the biggest, but I can think of few with a bigger heart than John Brake. He's missed a commitment when he used to play. He used to say he had 3 lungs as well. He was one of the fittest. Never great in the heat, though, funnily enough. Walking off the sideline, you lose him when he goes over the paint. It's translucent.
You're working with the ginger here, Rob. Steady.
Your tan is looking strong, Nick.
I don't think such a thing exists, but God bless you. It's going to be Tom Emery who gets things restarted. High on the try-scoring charts, and on the point-scoring charts as well. Calcius. He's had a full tumble through there with Jimmy Haley. Phoenix loading down the far side.
Step back for me here.
2 scores in it if Phoenix can make the most of a 1-pointer. Oh, that's really lovely hands, but then it's been lost. Seen that a little bit from the Phoenix. Something wonderful, followed by something basic.
So frustrating, because that was a wonderful ball from Poland. Time to perfection from the base as he pick and went right. That was lovely. What a shame, though, when it ends in something like that. It's frustrating.
It's a scrum because there was a knock-on before it went into touch. We're good, Steve?
Elma Smit, I think, is, well, of course, she's loitering around where the food is. Wherever else would she be? Elma.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock local time. The Asia Pacific Dragons have literally just come through to clean out the buffet. What's the best thing on offer today?
Fish and mashed potato and the pork. Yeah, pretty much everything is best.
Pretty much everything?
Yeah.
You guys have quite a long break now until you play later on. What are you getting up to after lunch?
A little bit of Monopoly deal and some more eating as well. Hopefully some ice cream. I hope so. If there's any chocolate cake as well.
Okay, if you find it, please let me know, because I've been looking for the ice cream and the chocolate cake. Everything here is very healthy, mainly fruit, veggies, some chicken and fish, and the odd bit of mashed potato.
If you could bring a couple of bowlfuls of that up to the commentary box, it's a long day. Now then, the chase was on. Gio Dion trying to hunt down Jonas Michalsius. Michalsius has, I think, perhaps pulled an intercostal muscle or a rib or something on his way, and in the process of wanting that ball to go into touch, he's palmed it in, which you're not allowed to do, of course. It's a penalty, and you can kick into touch, but you can't pass or throw the ball into touch. Correct.
Exactly that. If he'd used any other part of his body, it'd have been fine, but he's so powerful, he's pulled a rib. Look at his arms, he's like Chabal, isn't he? Like almost hands around his knees, but he's not looking good there, is he? That's a real shame, because I've been talking him up all day.
Royals then with a chance for the penalty.
Stay.
Having kicked into the corner, to Carpentier.
Yeah, you're right.
Takes it in. Now he gets the ball to ground. Away from Emery. Brilliant service. Busby eyeing up a hole in midfield from the missed pass from Haley. Now Emery on the run around. Royals, long pass to Dion, but he couldn't hold it. And Phoenix, work to do from their own 22, but good strength from Scott Bickerstaff. No advantage, says Luke Rogan, so we'll come back for the scrum.
Well, coach looking on, about to mention how influential Mitchell is, the man to his side. When he is not on the pitch for the Royals, they look a little bit rudderless. He's that influential on this team, that controlling. As he's marauding in the background, probably aching to get back on. This is a prime time game for them to be playing in, and it's been a long time without rugby.
Bind! Set!
Phoenix. Oh, big collision again. Seeing plenty of these today. Our big hits reel is going to be longer than a match at this rate. Harry Barlow flying into the Royals. Game almost pausing for a moment. Bickerstaff finds his way through. Now Aki Raymond. did really well to keep the ball back in field there, but Gio Dion is the man who presents it back. Aki Raymond then comes flying in to try and take it back, but I think it had come off him in the first place.
I do love watching Aki Raymond play. It's like he's in fast forward, isn't it?
It totally is.
Goes so fast when he's got the ball, 100 miles an hour, like the old road runner. Beep, beep.
It's a brilliant description.
Time off until we fix this.
Here he goes, gets it.
Even when he's back to his feet, though, this is...
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, blue ball.
Any chance for himself to watch his screen? A massive TikTok following.
1.15 million followers on TikTok. Gorgeous story, to be fair. He had that channel, and his mother, who's a police officer, was having a tough time during lockdown, unable to work, of course, so Aki Raymond sold his TikTok channel to be able to support his mum. And TikTok recently had a conversation with him and gave him his channel back. Brilliant man. He's also helped me and Elma with a little TikTok.
Yeah, it's just gone down, fellas. We can have it again. Both sides.
Never looks good when you see a collapsed scrum. I mean, there's dominance.
Head and shoulders.
And then there's pushing after a whistle. Got to be so careful with that. These are not front row specialists. Certainly for the Royals.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Mitchell. Real pressure on from the Phoenix. It's gone miss pass all the way to Foden. Foden for Norton. Norton against Raymond. Norton kicks in behind the younger man, and Norton might finish this. Oh, what a score from Dan Norton. Absolutely brilliant. Master and apprentice chasing the ball down. It's world class from Norton.
Well, we can credit Norton, of which we will, for the left foot chip, find the space in behind, but it's Mitchell once again pulling the strings for this Royals team. The wide pass to Foden, gets it across to Norton. Incredible how many times you'll see it. He puts the ball perfectly on the left foot. That's not luck, that is pure practice and precision. There's his big celeb, throws in the Poseidon along with it, gets the trident out. That is vintage Norton, seen wherever you want in the world. Scoring tries for fun.
Awarded the mark of excellence last month for being the first to score over 350 tries on the World Sevens circuit. Oh, it's a huge five-pointer from Tom Emery as well. But I think we have a technical timeout called by the Phoenix. So we'll have a little 45-second pause here.
Water here, boys. Let's show a bit of balls now. Let's stop them from scoring again. Happy?
Brian Van Straten on to have a few words with the Phoenix boys. It may have been from him that he's called it in the rainbow hat.
Game drivers now, come on, let's fucking hear you. Look, let's start fucking barking at each other. This is nonsense. Come on.
Let's get we're going to do the singles and doubles. We're just standing on the blind side, taking a break.
Now, Rob Vickerman, we spoke earlier about Chris Bowman's hairdo, and Stefan Kutsia is sporting a similar one. I've been reliably informed by the Aviators, it's the old Kentucky waterfall haircut. It's all business in the front and a party in the back.
Ah, nice spin on it. That's good. At least he's got the full complement rather than horrendous receding brows. But I think we need a top 10 haircuts here at the World 10 Series. I think that should be something we can create and cut up.
I mean, I think we've got top 10 mullets, frankly, the amount that are on show. McNulty's in there as well.
Quick as you can, yeah? Awesome. Time back on.
The Phoenix. It will get things restarted. 3 minutes on the clock then. The Royals comfortably in control as it stands. That Emery five-pointer on top of Norton's score. 22-0 now for the Royals. Dion recognises no scrum half. Ball finds its way eventually to Mitchell. Then Aguirre, a little dummy from him. That was nice. He initially got rid of the tensions of Karol Kutsia. Now Tom Mitchell is getting his way after this. Gets it away to Aguirre.
Backwards!
Dropped it. Raymond, almost with a full headstand.
He was on his feet, original turnover.
The Royals, Kutsia takes it. Oh, he's gone for a little chip into the corner. Is anyone there to chase it? It's a really nicely weighted kick, but no one was 10 metres.
10 metres.
Well, how frustrated would you be if you're a front row pulling out a nice little nudge like that and nobody's there to pick it up? Wonderful vision from Kutsia as he put it on the boot. Space was absolutely in there behind, but the wingers were way out west. 10 yards behind him, unfortunately. Love to see people try things like that, especially with an advantage.
More changes being made. Max Northcote Green coming on. Ricky Raymond makes way for the Phoenix.
Line's yours, fellas. Yes?
Saw Tom Emery striding down the beach in his smalls the other day, didn't we, Rob Vickerman? I don't think you could fit another ab onto that stomach.
Yeah, I think we counted 12 and then stopped.
Yeah.
Hang on, let's
But these guys really are athletic, not only seen on the beach, but also on the field. The Sevens guys, lean and mean. Interesting three-man line-out. Expect to try to play in the midfield after this because they're not going to get the drive over. Certainly when you see the size difference of the three men opposing them.
Time back on!
Referee just making sure the players had exited the field. For now, the Royals with Northcote Green. Or they go to the tail, but it's an overthrow. And Lobsher is the one who gets his boot to it. That might work out quite nicely for Phoenix in terms of trying to exit and defend this. Barlow, Chumboafo. It's there for Mills, but it was also Aguirre who was trying to get in there and spoil. Rajas.
Hands away now.
Jimmy Haley trying to ruck through and might just stand a chance indeed. The pressure is enough to force the knock-on from the Phoenix. 40 seconds remain.
That was down to Ross Neal there. That's out-and-out dogged determination, not just to make the tackle, but also then to be a real pain trying to drive through the breakdown. There's good work from the London Royals. We've said before, they're not known for this physicality, certainly want to be avoiding those breakdowns and contests, but when they're amongst it, they're getting stuck in, and that's the best you can ask.
Mark's just up here. Yeah, come on, that's it. Crouch! Get in. Boy!
Rhinos will hope to make this the last play of the game.
Set!
Emery goes blindside. He's got Duyon outside him. Is Emery going to need him? Duyon's overrun the support line, but Max Northcote Green is there. Touches down as the hooter sounds. It's a fourth score. The bonus point is secure. It's just going to present another opportunity for Tom Emery to take another 5. But Max Northcote Green gets himself on the scoreboard. His first of the competition, the former Bath and London Irish man.
Well, Tom Emery is creating some highlight reel of his own in this tournament. The bounce out, the determination running through Aki Raymond, and then the spin, the flick. Emery showing he has got all court game. And there is the trident.
Well, the team's already getting through and going through the handshakes, while Tom Emery, as you can see, lines up a 5-point conversion Jeopardy finisher. 52 points so far in the tournament. Him and Tommy Bowler going to be fighting it out. It's a much stiller day out there now, but doesn't bother Tom Emery. He needs no wind assistance. Takes the Royals up to 32. It's a comprehensive win against the Phoenix. Neal, Emery, Norton and Northcote Green on the score sheet. And, of course, the big boot of Emery as well. London Royals winning by 32 points to 0. Coming up next, the Miami Sun against the Rhinos.
Nice, Emery.
The Miami Sun against the Rhinos. Our second match of session 3, day 2, round 2 of the World 10 Series. My name's Nick Heath. Great to have your company wherever you're tuning in. And if you're enjoying our coverage, make sure you're getting the full package, because we're all over Instagram and Twitter as well. Make sure you're subscribing to our YouTube channel, where you can catch up with World 10s today. That's the Miami Sun squad. And how well have they been performing, given that they're missing a fair few key men? They are the team to have won the very first match play shootout, getting past the Ohio Aviators earlier in the day. They also beat the Asia Pacific Dragons. They are 2 from 2, despite being a few men down. And the Rhinos, well, they are back out. They were only out effectively 1 game ago, getting over the line against the Asia Pacific Dragons. What have they got left in the locker against the Miami Sun? More games to come today, of course. Referee Adam Leal. And continuing alongside me in commentary, former England Sevens captain Rob Vickerman. The Rhinos had to work incredibly hard for that victory against Miami Sun. Apologies, the Asia Pacific Dragons.
Stay on, not out, not out, good.
Satavi goes in to help get that away. Lalasava comes all the way back again and continues to slide through, and then get the little offload away. And Yanre Dutoy is up against Mikey Teo here, and Teo showing plenty of pace, but the combination of the 2 Rhinos defenders, if anything, undoing themselves. But all credit to Yanre Dutoy. Brilliant speed and a great opening score for the Sun.
2 little bits of magic there. Yanre Dutoy toying with the defence. Mikey Teo with a chase back, but anything that Lalasava is doing is becoming beneficial. The bounce to the inside, best place to run when you've got 2 defenders is through the middle of them. Dutoy splits them, and the Rhinos cannot stop this Sun team starting on fire.
Matt Turner. Adds a solid 2. Of course, he now knows, having done the match play shootout, which of these spots he's a little stronger at. He's effectively had a good 20 minutes kicking practice.
The last time he place kicked when he was 18 years old, 14 years ago, and now he's had about 20 place kicks today. So fair play to him, but that's a great start for the Sun, already loving their expanse. They do not want to be dying with their ball. Everything about their game is offload-centric.
Teo. Dutoy once more. Back in field. Lalasava looking to try and grab the headlines today. His offload earlier, if you've not caught our clip of that, then make sure you catch it for the score against the Dragons. It was sumptuous. Penalty to the Sun.
You've got to come round from the back, not from the side.
Yeah, great work, Mikey.
14's fine, 20 is from the side.
Discretion at the breakdown. Any time that man on the ball gets it, Lalasava, things are happening. We need to see him more in this game. I think Miami Sun have really been the story of the day so far. Came into this the sorest, the most bumped, the most bruised, down to 13 players, but they really are flying into this game. Bit of an injury.
Just hold him, please. Wait.
It's a hell of a hobble. That was got a stone in his shoe.
Yeah,
it's Mark O'Keefe as well, who's been so bright for the Sun.
Such a powerful runner. You're seeing him game after game, just breaking the line, continuing to beat defenders. He'll be a loss if he's not back on.
Okay, give a gap, guys. Both teams open up a little bit. Thank you. Time on.
Can ill afford to lose too many more players, Miami Sun.
It's fine, guys.
Like Ponte getting over for the Rhinos, trying to cause a problem, but now it's back into the middle of the field, and quick offload, then
Oh, 13,
Matt Turner
stop!
presence
Stop
of mind
here!
just to hack it forwards.
Okay, you've been brought on outside. Play on.
Turner will now just hang back as a last sweeper line of defence as Mikey Teo comes back in field, just slowed down by Tuamo Aloha. Christian Holmes. Patrick Regan wrestled to the ground. Big kick over the top. Joey Sock has got work to do to try and get hold of it. That was a high tackle.
Dave, come on. Thanks, man. Here. 13 black, round the neck.
We're so careful about these high tackles, player welfare. As ever in any form of rugby, the most important thing. Teo's off.
Yeah, Teo's decided that while they're expecting a kick into the corner, he might just try and keep the tempo high, but Naposki couldn't hold it. Just lost control.
Hey, guys, I haven't even seen whose ball it is yet, so... Black ball, yeah? Thanks, mate.
Moses Lalasava just needs to be a little careful. Guilty of the high tackle a moment ago, and just nearly took out Naposki's legs.
Well, it was good defence, but his reaction afterwards was a little bit unsavoury.
Ball is loose. Has it been carried over there? I think it has. So the Rhinos will have the scrum.
Well, this will really suit the Rhinos. Say they're the team that have adapted most to this tens format. It's tens, but not as we know it. And Mikey Teo pulling the strings. First receiver, fly half, really thriving on his free rein he's got. Eyeing up the defence now, pointing where he wants to run.
Set. Now wait. Good. Ball's out. Play on.
Ball's out for the Rhinos. Teo. Tuamo Aloha being fended with the left mitt, then the ball back inside for Teo. Little show with the feet. Is Teo over for the try? Yes, he is. It was made by Will Leonard and finished by Teo.
Well, no one challenging, but perhaps a little bit of a speculative put down from where we were standing. Nothing coming in, of which the players have absolutely that ability to do. Wonderful offload, fending Lalasava out the way. Well, manages to put it down, fair enough. Good effort from the Sun defence, but not enough to stop that man, Teo, saying about how much he is thriving in this environment. Very deceptive, faster than he looks, which is a real subtle way of saying what people are thinking.
Moves well for a big lad.
He's the fastest man in an XL shirt, that's what I'll say.
Oh, he's also managed to just bluff a conversion over. Not the tidiest, but however it gets there, right?
They all count, Nick, they all count. He's got an engine as well, Mike. He's played a lot of minutes.
Let's make sure we
in
stay
this
behind
Bermuda
that,
tens.
He was one of the USA Eagles' real bright lights at Rugby World Cup 2019. Involved in a lot of the stuff they did well. Detroit. Oh, he's looking to scamper again down that side. Joey Sock inside him. It's not going to be a collision of the big lads with those two trying to score for the Sun, but they have managed to keep the ball alive very nicely. Then the offload, but the handling has just let them down.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's been a comment we've made all too many times, isn't it? Those moments of great play, but they're not able to hold it. I think Connor Buck's biceps are too big. That's perhaps the problem. He's walking around like he's muscle bound.
Okay, time off. We've
Got arms like an army doll.
Like G.I. Joe.
Yeah, look at him. He's all top heavy. Not great for catching a rugby ball, though, unfortunately. Great for bench press.
Guys, make sure they stay square, but if we want the ball, let's go forward from both sides, yeah? Not just around one way.
In fact, they're inserted onto the rest of his body, aren't they? You take it, though. I can say this, I'm a long way away from him here.
Yeah.
Incredible, yeah? Are you good? Don't make me make a decision here.
I love his enthusiasm, though. That's one thing we've got to say. He tracks back. He was playing for the Phoenix last week. Real high-energy player. Just a shame couldn't quite hold on to that ball.
Bind. Set. Now wait.
Away from Naposki. Nick Taylor, Dominguez Widmar, little in and out, but being well tracked. And is that O'Keefe back on the field? I think it is. So he's obviously got rid of the stone that was in his shoe. Maybe you were right, Rob Vickerman. Bowled away by Ollie Knott, then Kindrigan, then Tharmer, and now they've got one more man on the outside. Oh, you feel the ball had to go to Christian Holmes, at least to give him a shot. Teo. Not once more. Just losing a bit of momentum here, the Rhinos.
Slow to roll. Prevent them placing the ball back. Number 1.
Tight whole game, this one.
Well, perhaps it's Matt Turner's influence trying to enforce another draw, just to see if he can replicate his success in the last game. But it does feel it's one of those games that's just losing that momentum a little bit. A lot of errors coming in. We said about how hard it is physically and psychologically. These are backing up very, very tough games. The skill set can sometimes suffer. There's something about the direction of running tends to be much more straight. Those little tiny errors can creep in as well.
Will Leonard comes onto the field. Couple of Suns players as well as Nick Taylor makes way.
Okay, time on, please. Play on, it's backwards. There's 2 people in the same channel, it's fine.
Patrick Regan.
No, you're not on the ball, give it up now! He's on the man and not the ball.
Teo. Oh, another little show from Teo. Nicely done. O'Keefe trying to hold him up, but he's got a release in there. Teo was well on the floor. Tharmer. Dominguez Widmar. 4 Miami Sun players being drawn into that tackle scenario, and might be needed elsewhere on the field. Christian Holmes is being held up currently by the Sun. Then it goes to ground. That's a good win of possession.
Clearly off the ground, clearly a more.
Well, Lala Sava again doing things he just does not need to in the game of rugby. He has some moments of magic, but that is just stupid. Yeah, and he's got him. Fair play, he's got his number 2, number 13s. Let's see a bit of biff. They're going to go one-on-one, no doubt. It's a shame. And sometimes the edge that some players have like this is what separates them, that bit of aggression. But these are just a little bit cheap, these shots.
He's skating on ever thinner ice, isn't he?
Ball on the floor.
Crouch.
Just hand in the face.
Bind.
It looks like nothing, but you notice it as a player. You do see these things.
O'Keefe puts it into touch. I was going to say into the stands, but we don't quite have the stands over there, do we? But well, second half to come. Try from Yanre Dutoy and Mikey Teo is what is keeping us all square. 7 points apiece between the Sun and the Rhinos. All arms in from both squads.
Too much, okay?
62% possession to the Rhinos. Certainly had more of the ball. Sense at the minute that with the work that's being put in by the Rhinos, they are looking the more likely to move towards the next score. But we wait and see. Sport, anything can happen, of course. Turner's decided to lose the Wade Dooley headband. Messing up his air too much. DePula. On for Hidalgo. Look at the drive from Hidalgo, still
tackle
going.
Now, tackle.
Teo. Way for Jacques Rabe. Oh, and then the ball over the top for Kindrigan, and Kindrigan's got some pace for a big man. Look at him go here. Comes back in field. They were too scared to try and bring him down. Connor Kindrigan, take a bow. Brilliant for Rhinos Rugby.
Well, if Mike Teo is the fastest man in an XL shirt, Connor Kindrigan is the fastest man in a double XL shirt. This guy has been tearing up this tournament. No matter where he plays, if he's in the tight five, mixing it up, or out wide on the wing. The left foot step bounces him inside. This is his first try of the tournament.
Yeah, mate, I know, but we have to look at our captain's challenge.
But it's been challenged.
They want to look at
His third try. I'll give him his third try. Unfair credit there. I got excited. The first one I've seen. And he is brilliant.
Should be a nice quick review.
Checking the forward pass, Adam.
So we're seeing if there was a forward pass. If this is being chalked off, I'm going home, Rob Vickerman.
Well, let's hope not for the moral sake of it. It's a pass initially looked fine, but on the outside, this ball here goes straight across, absolutely fine. No problem whatsoever. Stayed in front of the ball. Ball even went backwards.
Clearly in line with that, and my view on field is really clear that it's not forward. So
yeah, absolutely right.
Spot on from Adam
I'm
Leal.
pretty sure we're happy that that's just a fine pass, okay?
There's not another angle, Adam.
No problem.
You may award the try.
Okay, try stands, lads. We're both in line, and it's not forwards.
Miami Sun maybe just wanting a bit more of a breather. All they've done is give Mikey Teo a bit longer to set up his two-point conversion. And he's even got Carl Mayer over his shoulder just to talk him through it if he needs it. So conversion jeopardy. Going for another two-pointer here. USA Eagle Mikey Teo. Shaving the inside of the left hand upright. And the Rhinos move to 14.
Just enough to get over, that's all you need, but it's about that man, Connor Kindrigan. It's almost the perfect image of him on his shirt, because he is an absolute rhino when he gets going. Although I'm not sure how fast rhinos are, he's probably faster.
Answers on a postcard. It's a massive kick from Teo. Taken in by Matt Turner, who will just wait and see what the opponents are doing. Naposki, perhaps a little high with one arm on the tackle. Oh, the offload needed to be made by Anthony Parry, but under pressure in the tackle. Came back to Graham
Off
Knut.
feet now, leave it, runners. Well left.
Scorer of that wonderful try at the end of the last match for the Sun. The big chip through from Larson that was fielded by Knut.
Tackler.
Penalty Sun.
Nah, you guys are wrong side, mate. He's prevented the clear.
But the Sun just losing their momentum a little bit. The start of this second half, they were looking for a little bit of magic. Nightly from Lalasala. Should he get a chance to do something positive rather than negative? And he's helped by kicking the team a little bit further down the field.
Thanks, mate. Should he use that? Yeah, you're all right. Varnish. It's not straight, lads. Throwing clearly on the outside shoulder. Option. We'll line out to you guys. Line out option. Line out option selected. Not straight. Green ball.
Well, take your pick here. Not straight in the line out. And then also knocked on as well. So plenty of decisions to be made. Going back to the line out. Rhino's ball. Let's see some skill.
Okay, mate, yeah, some more. We're all right at the moment. They're through the mark, mate, so we'll play for that
Miami
one.
Sun trying to come straight through the middle of that. Now Will Leonard trying to set himself on his way. Miami Sun caught a little narrow here.
Backwards.
Knut came forward trying to make the hit, but they're losing
still backwards
ground in possession here. Credit to the Sun defensively. Nick Taylor.
Sorry.
Away for Leonard.
Okay, so I've got advantage.
Advantage being played.
You're under advantage, Nicky. No clear release here.
Penalty for no release on the floor.
30. No clear release.
Oh, now then. That is a bit of a big right-hander from Lalasava.
Well, how many strikes does he need in a game?
No problem, mate. One sub for you boys.
I get what's happening. He's been held into the contact, but you can't react like that. Again, that's the third act in this game where he's just gone outside the box, crossed the line, and it's not on.
Guys, can we protect the gap a little bit? We don't want to close it up too much.
I think our TMO is just having another look at this.
3-man, 1 in the channel. Are you? Guys, if it's a... Yeah, time off. We're just going to get him sorted out. Just making sure you can't have 2 receivers, all right? We're all... Are we good to go now, Steve?
Green.
Steve, are we good to go? Good to go? Okay, time back on, please.
Miami Sun, just as we look at that replay, are playing out from their own 22.
Happy he doesn't make contact with the head, just a slap.
It's Mark now.
I hope that wasn't the cross hook hand. That might have been a bit of pain there.
I've just given them the mark,
Kind
and then I've got to get in position. I haven't seen anything there.
Best
So
understanding
I've
of
got to be
karma
able to appreciate it.
we're
Sorry,
going to see
boys.
today.
I think so. Regan, Naposki, Tio. Tio, a big boot again as he's brought down by Eagle Sevens man Satavu. 15's Sevens man colliding. Turner. Joey Sock trying to work in close quarters. Tuamawaloa. Sock having to get in there and get it away. Oh, not an easy one to take for Knut, but he's done well. And then O'Keefe over the top for Satavu. Satavu trying to get away on the left side. Tio with the tackle. Drive out and clearance, but it's a brilliant turnover from Yuri van Veeren. Assistant player coach of Utah Warriors has done superbly to relieve the pressure.
No clear release.
Penalty to the Sun.
Sorry, man, I didn't see
Took my eye off that for a moment. I thought that was the penalty for Van Veeren, but
team timeout black.
Didn't release the player.
Yeah, it's a long way down from him. Actually, think it looked fine the way he came in at that angle. And he's rightly questioning that one with a head shake. And that would have been the wrong side of him. A bit of a Ezebeth look to him, wasn't there?
I think we have a technical timeout that's been called.
What's the match clock on, guys? It's 17:45. It's just on the screen, mate. I can't see it.
It's amazing eyesight. The referee's just seen the clock from where he is.
So yeah, just off the line then, just off the line.
David Ross.
Wait till he's down before you grab him.
Coach with Miami Sun.
Time back on, please.
Backs coach at Nottingham. Goodness knows when championship will be fully allowed to restart. Kindrigan trying to get in and wrestle that one back. It's the penalty to the Rhinos.
Oh, gives the big point to the crowd as well. Oh, this guy's stock is rising fast. We've seen the outrageous running on the left-hand side for him to score a try. This is the out-and-out dogginess we mentioned.
Yeah, 2 minutes left, guys.
It's lovely to see him sporting a tribute to the recently late Bobby Ball as well.
Thanks, guys. Just off, just off, just off.
It's got a niche reference, that, I'll be honest.
He's got a niche skill set. Not many people can do all that he's done in this game.
Ball's been knocked on. For all of Rhino's dominance as this game goes on, little knock-ons like that will just present the opportunity for Miami Sun.
Just over here, lads, on me.
It's a game you feel that the Rhinos should be finishing on the right side of the scoreline on, but 90 seconds remaining, and the Sun have got the foot into this scrum.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Nick. I think this game's been out-and-out Rhinos. Their adaptability, as we mentioned before, they got a little bit shell-shocked when they played SX10 last, but this is a game that they've really grabbed hold of, and they'll be looking to finish it out with their default great defence. But like we say in this game, you never know. 10-point swings from any scores are available, and even still, with 45 seconds left, this game is in the balance.
We're always going to have differing opinions. I thought it was a bit of both, so we'll go again. Just wait for my call.
There's a face only a mother would love.
Crouch.
He's the crossfield kick merchant.
Bind.
You're a fan.
Set.
Oh, that is all over the place on the far side, and number of bodies on the floor. Joey Sockett's about 5 metres away from the mark he needs to be on. Now he taps, on for Larson it goes, to Amo Aloha. Needed to be quick from Lala Sava. Got a bit of his own medicine from Christian Holmes, but look at Matt Turner going for the corner. Oh, the Sun have got the score, have they? Oh, my goodness me. Matt Turner making it happen for the Miami Sun again.
Well, Turner has got his own pen to this script that has been written. And what I like most about it, it came back down to that little bit of a battle. Lavasala got lined up by the man he annoyed in the first half. 13 on 13, went for retribution, but it meant that Turner was out wide on his own. And you don't need to give him much space. He's not the biggest, but he's the sharpest of mind.
Well, Matt Turner is certainly not going to help the timekeepers on the day, because he's going for a two-pointer to tie the scores.
The irony of mentioning before that Turner wanted a draw. Probably hasn't got, as we've seen, the three-pointer as a default, but the way he's been striking it, this is very much in his grasp. Would not have thought Matt Turner's kicking would either win him a game and potentially draw him another one.
Well, wondered if he might go for the three-pointer, because we've seen he can get it. Oh, and he might have pushed this one out! Dear, oh dear! Well, we won't get to another match-play shootout. A smile on the face of Turner. He did a job for them earlier, but he's just watched it slip away this time. A brilliant try, but he couldn't add the two. It finishes with the Rhinos the winners. Miami Sun 12, Rhinos 14.
Elisa, hey Taylor, hey Mialani, love y'all.
Ohio Aviators against SX10. A clash of styles and no mistake. Although, expect plenty of power in this game. We're live from the National Sports Stadium. Round 2, day 2, session 3, our last game of this session. The Ohio Aviators running out on the right of your picture, SX10 on the left. Boy, are we pleased to see them. Their third game of the World 10 Series. They're coming around quick enough. The Ohio Aviators team then, Kyle Bailey just to the right of your picture. And as they all get around each other, Bryce Campbell, one of the big men in the midfield. JP Eloff, one of those smaller men who's capable of finishing. Eric Howard with plenty of pace, the number 2. Looking through the list, Patrick O'Toole, late scorer yesterday for the Aviators in their last game. Shalom Suniula, who's full of plenty of skills as well, and the tall frame of Brad Tucker. SX10, well, the Kenyans, the likes of Ambaka Amonde, Oscar Dennis, Collins Injera, Oscar Uma, Luke Trahan as well, from a Welsh perspective. Also got Cecil Africa, of course, who, well, we heard earlier, is easily Rob Vickerman's suggestion for player of the decade. JP Doyle, our referee for this one. And joining us in commentary is Ollie Phillips.
Delighted to be here, Nick, and very excited about this contest because the Aviators bring a level of physicality that we haven't seen the SX10 be challenged against so far. Can they outmuscle this African contingent?
Yeah, a couple of Southern Kings players as well in the SX10 ranks. Ball's just been lost forward, though, by them. Scrum down to the Aviators.
Well, now, this is the one area that we've seen the SX10 be a little bit fallible. It's been scrum time. The last game against the Phoenix, they were outmuscled on their own ball. And it is the one area of proper strength from the Aviators. Their front 5. Are we going to see a huge shove here? And then they'll kick to the corner, use the line out to do their classic catch and drive.
Rodriguez going to have Luke Trahan for company. Oh, that might have been going back on the SX10 side, although Trahan nearly left it behind for a moment. Monday. And Baka. Africa. Oh, he's whipped that out to the left. Injera. Just dodging his way back in. Africa will have to play this away. McNulty. They'll be wanting to keep the numbers on the field pretty accurate for this one. Of course, SX10 earlier on had to forfeit 7 points on the score sheet for having had 11 players on the field at one moment.
Well, the last scrum was the commentator's curse for me, bigging up the Aviators, and they lost it against the head. Can they go one better this time round? Nick, it was great. I was just chatting to the SX10 guys over lunch just to sort of get their thoughts, speaking to Cecil Africa, Collins Injera, seeing how they are. They're just so delighted to be here and be out on the track and actually running around. There's probably a point in time when they were really worried when that COVID test came back as positive. They worried they wouldn't be able to get out. So it's brilliant that we've got them playing on the rugby field.
Certainly is. They've been in isolation for 2 weeks, effectively, so even to be seeing outside of their hotel complex is probably a delight. Aviators building here. But that looks like a really good position from Amondo, but he's been cleared out. So Aviators are still going. Oh, and can they get through the line? Number 13 on his back. It's the try for Tian Lutz. Aviators open the scoring. The Houston Sabercats man touching down.
Ah, well, the Aviators managed to find a chink in the SX10 armour. It's Route 1 after a little fumble. And look at that from Lutz. He's got Van Zyl climbing all over his shoulders. Pretty much gives Van Zyl a piggyback. Come on, mate. Hop on. This Aviator's going all the way to the line.
Little nervous shake of the left hand from Ben Seamer. He was in that match play shootout, losing out to Matt Turner earlier, the Miami Sun. But he'll take his shot for 2 points here. No problem at all.
Matt Turner was telling us, sorry, that Ben Simo's the head kicker for the Seattle Seawolves. They both play for the same club, but after having lost out in the penalty shootout, Matt Turner is returning to Seattle to claim the kicking tee.
It will run and run.
Though after that little shank in the last game, maybe not.
Yeah, well, indeed. I think he was just helping the organisers out by letting that one push past. We didn't want to run past anymore. Our director needs to go to the loo at some point. Rodriguez off to the left. Suniula. Can they make the numbers work here? Eric Howard. Got really good feet, Howard. Canadian hooker. Last couple of caps were in Japan last year. Of course, it's never pretty when you're on a 63-0 hiding from New Zealand, but been with Nola Gold since 2017. Through Rodriguez and Eloff, and the try scorer Lutz, and Campbell plays it back in field. Wasn't that tidy, but now Lutz will need support. Rodriguez, Howard has a little look, gets caught up in the tackle of Van Sale. Driving into Africa, quite literally. Oh, but they've lost it. And this is how quickly SX10 can punish. McNulty back in field, but it's been lost by Van Sale. Blew it. Where's he off to? Back inside for Howard, who will just straighten. And on the right is Richard Hatting, and he's able to hold it enough to get it away to Blewett. Blewett up to the 22. Rodriguez was arriving. Did that go forwards? That's the question mark. Play on, I think, is the call.
That was a big knock on there, but just seems to got missed by JP Doyle. The Aviators keep the float, keep the ball.
Suniula is downed. Came off the knee initially from Howard, but then he couldn't gather it. We'll have the stoppage.
Well, redemption for the Aviators and for SX10 there. Definite knock on from the Aviators earlier on in the face plate. In general, Nick, it's really good play from the Aviators. They're just stretching this SX10 side width to width, playing physical, playing direct when they need to.
Well, I think the TMO is just checking whether there was an early tackle. So, is Rodriguez taken out there? Nothing there.
Now that's the knock-on we're looking at, whether Rodriguez did a knock-on. We're just looking on that last phase of play. It was a juggling ball, and whether Harry McNulty made the tackle early. Checks back inside. Offload comes off his knee, and McNulty brings him down without the ball.
It's a real technical one, that. Okay,
All
so hold on, guys. We're going to have to go restart with a penalty.
Timing is everything.
And it's a little technical. The guy's unlucky, but the ball's passed inside, and he's played with his legs, so it's a kick. So it's an early tackle on the guy. It's really unlucky on you guys. No.
Because it's not a knock-on, is it?
You can't tackle him.
It's later than that.
Okay, so it was an early tackle.
Now this is what we're looking at here. Was there a possible knock-on earlier on in the face? As Rodriguez, the 9, comes in to take this. Just bounced off his knee. It's that last phase there, just as it comes through. McNulty from the SX10 in black
He never played the ball. It's like
makes an early tackle on the number 2, Howard, I think it is.
So think of it as if I hack through on the ground, you can't tackle me because I never took possession of the ball.
And we see this classic bit of strategy coming in now from
Look, it's really tricky, really tricky.
Taylor Howden. He rolls on the big guys for the Aviators. We know what's coming. It's the catch and drive. Are the SX10 prep for this?
Well, Harry McNulty isn't too happy about the decision, but referee Doyle has done his best to try and explain it how he sees it. Up for Bailey.
Tackle's okay. Get on side, please. SX10.
SX10 being told to be back on side, and they certainly weren't there, so there's another advantage being played. They're going to try and smuggle this round the left side. Ball is on the floor. It's there for Howard. Trying to drive him over. Just about had the ball off the floor for a moment, but we'll come back.
SX10, please make an adjustment at the guard, okay? Cecil?
Big pivotal moment this for me here, Nick. Aviators probably going to kick to corner again, go for that line out. Could be the first time we see SX10 under some proper pressure. 7-0 down. Potentially another 5 on the board here. Aviators got to take this clean, set themselves properly for the driving line out and get it over there.
Just go 10
SX10.
Well done, lads.
Winners by 24 points to 5 over the Rhinos earlier today. A 37 points to 0 win over the Phoenix. They've only conceded 1 try in 2 games so far.
Super.
Big
Tackle
pick from
roll.
Bowman.
Well done. Onside. Please go onside. Well done.
Hatting. Just stopped a metre short.
Roll off. Roll off. Advantage.
And are they in for the score? It looks like they are. Really close quarter stuff. But Ohio Aviators get in for the try.
No, just trying to get the guy inside.
And with it, Benzema rolls onto the field. One of the most reliable kickers in this tournament so far. And this is proper pressure now for the SX10. Aviators doing what they do incredibly well, keeping it tight, keeping it physical in the middle.
Just split to the side. Cecil.
It's John Sullivan who's the scorer. And Rickard Hatting might have thought he was the one to get in. It was almost the embers of his attempt that John Sullivan was able to make the most of.
Oh, he's up there. Sorry.
Aviators with the second try.
Let's wake up.
Seamer, very nicely done.
Perfectly poised now this game. 14-0 to the Aviators, and they've got their wind in their face, which will then mean that Benzema comes into 5-point range in the second half.
Well, it's really well tapped back by SX10. Also came off an Aviator sound, which is why they can't just pick that up and run off with it.
No, the guy who knocked it on picked it up. Good awareness, but just wrong.
Last minute of the half then.
Time off, please.
Bryce Campbell looking to try and play it. Really good hands, but the knock-on had come just before that.
Just somewhere quick.
Go. All good. You want to go?
Crouch.
All right, go. Think.
Fine. Keep the gap. Keep the gap. Sit. Hold.
SX10 looking to try and use this first phase. Release back to Africa. Little show of the ball back inside, but Bryce Campbell has shown Cecil Africa the door. And the Aviators, look what it means to them.
Well, it really does. They are pumped for this game, aren't they? They sniffed an opportunity. As we hear the half-time who to go, the Aviators getting excited. Game 3 for the SX10, this World 10 Series.
SX.
It's tough, it's physical, it's brutal. And the SX10 really being tested in. The Aviators loving every minute of it.
SX, 3-man line out. SX. No.
Oh, JP Doyle managing to feel that particular line out.
Don't come in late, please, okay? Yeah, but it's not clear.
Howard down from Bailey. Quite sensible game management. Let's not get involved in too many more collisions while the hooter has gone. Well, the Aviators gently in control at this point. 2 tries from Lewis and Sullivan, and 4 points from the boot of Benzema. 2 2-pointers. It's the Aviators leading 14 points to 0 at half-time. Second half to come.
Just for me, boys, hey, we're playing some pretty unreal rugby at the moment. We're scrambling and defending. We're defending really well. Our spacing is great, all right? And the scramble back is good. 14-0 up, okay? 12-0 up. Let's not defend this lead. Okay, we don't defend this lead, all right? We don't get complacent, defend this lead, right? We continue to keep the tempo up, okay? That's it. 10 minutes, boys. 10 minutes, Louis, what you got for me? 10 minutes, boys. And then we're off, okay? Our boys all can do it. The energy right now is awesome. I'm loving the vibe, boys. Just one thing from me, boys. We're playing with the wind now, so we boost it in there. We fucking take it, lad.
going, run a bit harder, get a bit deeper and get a bit wider, and be decisive and direct. Okay, leaders need to be there quicker. They stand off on the breakdown, the first one. Okay, so expect that, because they don't want you to run. So, guys, turn them around, make them work.
14 points the difference between these two sides. SX10 being encouraged to make the tackles. They've certainly made double the amount that the Aviators have so far in this first half. And look at that possession stat. 71% with the Aviators. You can't do much if you haven't got the ball. One of our try scorers, John Sullivan. Nola Gold player. Goes in the back row. And that is Sean Riley.
Well, if the SX10 are going to turn this around, they're going to have to do it the hard way. Wind in their face against an Aviators side that, excuse the pun, but are flying high. 14-0 up at half-time. Brilliant first half performance from them.
Luke, just wait till they're just sort of in position over there. All right, Luke, when you're ready.
Rodriguez in for Suniula. Just heard a lovely little bit of business from Elma Smit down on the touchline, which I'll bring you in just a second.
Man, just come in.
Penalty going to SX10.
He's jumping, you got to control your feet.
Oh, Craig Hunter's taken the quick tap and knocked it on. Oh, my goodness. Now then, those who were watching our game earlier and saw Harry McNulty's first score chalked off because they had 11 on the field, but I'm hearing that the Ohio Aviators down below us are referring to them as SX11.
Yeah, Nick, I can tell you that the temperature out here has definitely risen today. There's definitely a little more niggle off the ball, and then there is a lot of chirp pitch side. What have you been shouting out here on your side?
Just a bit of banter between the sides, calling them SX11 rather than SX10. Just try and get into their heads a little bit if I can't be on the field doing it, so yeah.
Have you registered anything from their side? Anyone looked like it's getting under their skin yet?
I think it was more the fourth official that wasn't happy about it, so might have to keep my choice words to myself.
Worried about Steve here?
Yeah, he's not happy. He's not happy.
He's telling everyone off.
I know, yeah. Well, apart from the Essex lads when they had too many lads on the field, so yeah, 7-point deduction. Not sure.
Just to make this even spicier, all of us, Steve included, stay in the same hotel. Things are going to get pretty loud across the dinner table tonight.
Potentially, yeah.
Back to you, Nick.
I think we should get Will McGee up the stairs and give him another microphone. Let's see if he's free, Elma. Brilliant stuff, enjoyed that. William Bakker told to get on his bike by Harry McNulty at the back of that scrum. Ohio Aviators not rolling away.
He's unlucky there, Sullivan. It goes well.
Sneaky, but
locks
not
up
sneaky enough.
William Bakker. Just does the rip while he's on the floor. You can't do that.
Just give Aviator a line there, Dave.
JT Jackson kicks it into the corner.
Aviator's
Just see the replay here. See Sullivan latches on the ball, does well to wrestle him down.
Ohio 3.
He can't rip it then. Once you're on the ground, he knows the rules. Pointless penalty, but that is schoolboy from an experienced professional. Luke Trahan, first for a real possession in the Aviators territory, not straight line out.
So just a little look at the league table as it stands. And of course, while everybody's looking for that gun spot position #1, which will take you straight through to the semi-finals as league winners, it is hotting up in the positions below that. Look at it's only 3 points between positions 2 and 5. And at the minute, the Aviators are pushing their way into second spot.
Crouch. No. Bind. Sit. Stay there, Luke, stay there. Thank you. Behind the ball. Good man.
Suniula. Good option for the kick. Sean Riley is herring after this. Ooh. Just run away from him. He's just making sure that he didn't touch it.
Colin Zajera giving the old innocent hands. I didn't touch it. Of course you didn't. You're never going to admit you did.
Went for a bit of...
Oh, do his fingers brush that? I think he knows, but Papa, as they've called him, is an experienced hand.
Ready for
experienced head.
Ready for the jazz hands denial here. There we are, lovely.
Of course I didn't.
Come on, babe, we're gonna paint the town. Colin Tajira there for the SX10. Oh, it's come off the boot of Christian Rodriguez, and now Luke Trahan is on a race down the line. Little hitch kick, bowls it inside, but he's only found an Ohio Aviator's hand, and now it's a race back the other way for Eric Howard. Howard is being chased. He'll meet 2 SX10 men, and the clear out's brilliant, but there's a loose ball on the floor. And it's a penalty to SX10. Oh, my goodness. This game is opening up, and here comes Cecil Africa, into whose hands that sort of match it will make.
Nick, I was loving the contrast there. Luke Trahan with all the silky skills, with a cheeky hitch kick on the outside. Contrast, Aviators flying down and uses Samoan sidestep.
But Oscar Uma is now away. It wasn't the most conventional of tackle styles from Tian Lewis, but he stopped him.
I'll tell you what, that is a huge hit from Lutz, and he's given a dead leg to Umar as well. A brilliant hit, one-on-one, smashes him. That is like trying to stop a tow truck in full flow. What a hit from Lutz.
There you go, you see.
Umar knows what's coming, but wow, phenomenal defense from Lutz.
Well, he's known as Big Wheels, Oscar Uma. Debut for Kenya Sevens 10 years ago, was part of the side that won its first World Sevens Series event in Singapore 4 years ago. Magnificent scenes that day. Represented Kenya at the Rio Olympics in 2016. We have a fair few Olympians in our midst as well, it's fair to say, here at the World 10 Series. But
yeah, but you see the guy in the orange.
however you stop him, it's done legally.
He might be known as Big Wheels, Nick, but those were certainly stopped from turning by Mr. Lutz.
McNulty, Trahan, Africa. Little short ball, nearly worked perfectly for Mbaka. Jackson. Good way to get the hand through, but just a little slow at ruck speed at the minute. Mbaka again.
Penalty advantage, Cecil. Offside.
Penalty advantage being played, but
offside, Aviators 4.
JP Dole decided that he should blow it immediately. Africa just stopped short.
Ball still in, no.
Brilliant tackle from Seema. McNulty picks. Is it going to open up for him himself? Irish Sevens man, Trahan then trying to tunnel his way under. 3.5 minutes remain. Africa goes for the weaker shoulder. Doesn't quite pull it off this time. McNulty. Oh, they went for the little chip through, and it's back in the hands of the Aviators. Over the top they go. Sean Riley just scragged. Ben Seema needs support.
Open play,
finds
no
it on the
offside
left.
line.
It's loose as anything. Kyle Bailey can't hold it.
Sorry, look, 2 knock-ons. First by
So we had 2 knock-ons there. It's breathless stuff, this.
But it is phenomenal defence from the Aviators. The SX10 were battering at that door.
Coach, timeout. Which team, please, Stephen?
And as every second just
Steve, which
ticks
team is
down
calling
on the
timeout?
clock, the Aviators
Which team? Your team?
sniffing the victory.
Okay, timeout, Aviators.
So technical timeout has been taken by Ohio Aviators. They want a 45-second breather here, leading by 14 points to 0.
Yes, so the first one was that, and then he knocked it off.
I don't blame them either, Nick. Absolutely exhausting stuff. SX10 running some brilliant lines, looking like they're going to crack the Aviators' defence. But absolutely brilliant from the men in white so far.
Yeah. What we got for one?
Yeah, he's the only one I've seen, to be honest. And these guys are
Tonga Weir on there, judging by how he's seen things from the sideline. And Dylan Fawcett there, laying down what he's seen as well. Thick Dublin accent. Interesting that the Aviators would call that timeout at that stage, because actually with SX10 in possession, it of course allows them a 45-second minute pause just to regroup and decide what they want to do in attack here. So nature of these timeouts, huge benefit to both teams.
Yeah, true. I just think the head coach Taylor Howden would have been looking at Aviators and thinking they just need a break. They've defended for their lives. Let's give them 45 seconds so they get back in, switch on, and smash a few more men in black.
Sit.
Trahan. Well, Sevens scrum half. Not the easiest of passes for JT Jackson, had to reach high for it.
I didn't see a release. You have to see one.
Little show from Frikkie de Beer, South African who moved to the USA, joined Chicago Lions 5 years ago, more recently re-signed to the Warriors. But now it's turned out that Van Zyl is going to find a way through. Rodriguez, the last man to try and come across, but Tinus Van Zyl might have just started to make things interesting.
Finally, they managed to breach the Aviators' defence. Van Zyl's the one that comes up with it. It's fortuitous, really. Does the old hit and spin.
Just tell me exactly what you'd like to shout. Be careful.
Now, are Aviators bringing in a captain's challenge here? No, I don't believe they are.
Not quite sure they'd be challenging there. There wasn't a pass made.
Well, they asked the question for a moment, but SX10 with JT Jackson. Slotted 3 5-pointers in the last match, Jackson. So this should be bread and butter. Oh, my word. Well, I'll have to buy him a beer later to apologise, because commentator's curse has put the kibosh on that. And that makes things pretty interesting now, because it means that if SX10 are going to score again and try and win the game, they've got to go for the 5-pointer on conversion jeopardy. Is the 9-point cushion going to be enough for the Aviators into the final minute?
That is where this conversion jeopardy is absolutely brilliant. Game is not dead for SX10, but if they are going to pull it off, it is going to have to be a monumental effort from JT Jackson to score a 5-pointer from the halfway line into the wind.
Africa. Big old dummy. Big scream of give.
Very good pressure. Played away.
Got a long way to go. Africa. Have they got numbers on this side? Africa knew he needed to try and get through and then release the last man, and now it's Collins Injera. He's got support next to him. Oh, we could be in for some late drama here. It's William Bakker screaming for the line. He can ease up now. It's going to be all down to JT Jackson and whether he can nail the 5-pointer in conversion jeopardy.
Wow. When you come into big pressure moments, you need world-class performers. Step up, South Africa, Collins Injera. Absolutely outstanding from both of them. First of all, that offload from Africa is cheeky. And then Papa glides his way through. And off the shoulder, like an absolute steam train, is William Bakker. And here is some drama. We wanted it. 5 points into the wind. Jackson, have you got the minerals?
He's already slotted 3 in the last game, as we said a moment ago. This for SX10 to go 3 wins from 3. Didn't sound like the greatest connection, and indeed it will fade. So it's the Aviators who pick up their first win of the day as SX10 go down to their first loss. A nail-biting finish to what was a brilliant game. Lewis with the score, Sullivan with the second for the Aviators, 2 for SX10. It finishes Aviators 14, SX10 10. Session 3 has come to a close then here at the Bermuda National Sports Complex. And there is how our first 2 sessions finished. The Royals, the Sun, SX10 winners in the first session. Then Miami Sun, SX10, and the Rhinos winners in the second. And And then we have just seen the Royals running out convincing winners against the Phoenix, the Rhinos squeaking past Miami Sun, and what a conclusion we just had. SX10 trying to snatch victory at the death through JT Jackson and a 5-pointer, but it just didn't make it. The Ohio Aviators get the victory and move their way up the table. So with one round to go then, London Royals sit atop the table. The Rhinos are there behind them in second place. We have got 3 more games coming for you. Our coverage restarting in 20 minutes' time. We look forward to you rejoining us here at the World 10 Series. Well, a very good afternoon from Bermuda National Sports Stadium. It is the World Tens Series, and this is our final session of the day. My name's Nick Heath. Great to have your company with us. And, well, we have been treated to some really, really top-class action over the course of today here. And we've been delighted that we've had much better weather for it as well. A little breeze through our palm trees is all that we've had to put up with today. And here are the results so far. We had the London Royals opening the day with that really narrow win against the Ohio Aviators, followed by the Miami Sun beating the Dragons by 20 points to 12. They were beaten 20-0 in round one, and SX10, who overcame the Rhinos by 24 points to 5. Then in session 2, well, we had all the drama of our first ever match play shootout. Miami Sun and Ohio Aviators were 17-all, but we can't have any draws at the World 10 Series. We've got to have a result. And Matt Turner, he who was playing for Phoenix only in round one, stepped up and got the business done for Miami Sun against Ben Seamer of all people. And Miami Sun winning that one at the beginning of session 2. SX10 then were too strong for Phoenix. 30 points to 0. They managed to get through. And then the Asia Pacific Dragons, who had such a good day yesterday, were beaten by the Rhinos. So our most recent session then, as we get ourselves back on track for the last session of the day. The London Royals, 22 points to 0 winners over the Phoenix. Then the Rhinos coming back into things against the Miami Sun, holding out as Matt Turner just pushed his conversion past the uprights. And we are getting ready for our final session of the day. The Royals sit top of the table then. They are currently in pole position to go through, knowing that they will secure an instant semi-final spot for our knockout games on our finals on Saturday. We will crown a league winner, but who is going to make up the rest of those positions? We wait and see. Here's a little look at our top point scorers as we go, and perhaps we'll have to run the rule over who you think has been the strongest player over our league stages. Tom Emery currently tops the bill. He has been one of the brighter lights all over the field as well, hasn't he? Ben Seamer, our first point scorer of 5 in conversion jeopardy with 38. Tommy Bell in second place there. And our top try scorers, Lino Saunitonga with 7. Emery is in there with 6. And then a few on 3. Maya Tuamaloa, Regan, Collins Injera, he's only turned up today, and Jan-Ray Dutoy. So we would love to hear from you on our social media channels. Perhaps you can get in touch with us via Twitter, @World10s, hashtag WTS2020. Who has impressed you? It's the Rhinos against Phoenix, our first match of our final session of the day. Mikey Teo, has he been one of the men who has impressed you along with his Rhinos team? He's certainly got to be on the shortlist, hasn't he? Carl Mayer as well, one of those who's been slotting points over, but not involved in today's session. They're keeping him on ice for when they might need him a little bit later on. But Cyril Farmer, one of the influential men in that side as well. And there's Julian Dominguez in your picture. And there's the Phoenix side. Harry Barlow, Berg, Bickerstaff, Chumbo Afro, plenty of names in there to enjoy. Macalcius, who just limped off a little earlier, and I can see Rob Vickerman alongside me just checking to see if he's in the lineup, and I'm not sure that he is out there, so he could be a big loss. And
50s.
Little exchange of respect. Dennis Coulson looking out to his opposition. Scott Green, MLR referee, he's handled a couple of the finals there. Here's our man in the middle. And as the shadows get a little longer here in Bermuda, we hope you've been enjoying our coverage wherever you're tuning in. Sky Sports in the UK, ESPN Plus, and live on the World Tens Series YouTube channel. Our final session of the league stages is underway, and Mikey Teo is going about an exit that might just set up for Julian Dominguez here. Indeed it will. And then back in field for Connor Kindrigan, and Kindrigan is going to try and get all the way. Oh, the little release out the back of the hand. It needed a little bit more accuracy.
Okay, off now.
The boys are loving playing a bit of champagne rugby.
Okay, onside, Rhinos.
But Rhinos might have just thrown away the opportunity for a 5-pointer inside the first 30 seconds there. Joining me up in co-commentary, former England Sevens captain Rob Vickerman.
Playing the 9.
And that was perhaps too casual from the big man.
Oh, it certainly was casual. I mean, if he just keeps on running, I can't see anyone stopping him. Great play, though, from Teo. Wanted to get out of his territory. Thought it was a speculative number going down the field, but stayed in. And as you mentioned, Dominguez benefiting from it. That's an absolute shocker. Back to Teo, the man who's controlling things for the Rhinos.
Ollie not. Up to his own 10-metre line. Regan. Naposki. Just ran out of room. And Bickerstaff wanted to use the touchline as an extra defender.
Away.
Push him in that way.
Stay there, boys, thank you.
Rhinos, big ball over the top, and
backwards.
It's gone backwards. They might be able to make use of this, and Vinar gets away from the first tackle, then just falls into the tackle of Handel Loebscher. Regan, oh, he's managed to find a way through the middle. Brilliant from Patrick Regan. The chase is on, but he will just evade it. Patrick Regan with the score for the Rhinos.
Well, the man who we spoke about so much in day 1 and 2 out here in Bermuda gets his name back in the mixer. I love the story about Regan. Didn't particularly do a huge amount when he was in the UK throughout schoolboys, but he's pursued the rugby route, took him out to the Americas, and now he's playing with a couple of special South Africans for a team hailing from California. How about that? That was lovely interplay again. Teo controlling things. No one in behind, so as soon as this line break happened, there was nobody to stop Regan. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Kendall manages to get the first 5 on the doors for the Rhinos, who started this game brilliantly.
I've had a message from Matt McCarthy, he of famed rugby wrap-up, who I think has nudged me to be reminded that he's a Mikey Teo rather than a Mikey Teo. So that's our work on Rob Vickerman. Get our pronunciation right there. Now, whether Wesley Teo is a Teo or a Teo, I mean, we're making a rod for our own back here.
And we've got a Ben, haven't we, thrown in there as well. Ben Teo, Teo. Either way,
and we've got
pretty good.
And we've got a Thai Teo playing with the Dragons. So all the Teo Teos.
Off the knee, play on, off the knee.
But it's the Phoenix.
Ruck now.
We've managed to get possession back from the restart. That was a fairly uncultured pass from John Poland. I think he'll know himself that he's better than that.
Some sort of like to me, Tomeo.
Yeah, off the knee, mate. Off the knee.
Chuckle Brothers reference, but we'll swerve that one.
Again, niche. Eric Naposki has joined us with some very on-brand tape on his legs. I think the Rhinos physio crew have been busy in the last break. Teo, that's only gone forward about 2.5 centimetres, but Regan will palm it back and not. Back to Teo. He is putting boot to ball the whole time, determined to make the opposition play. And while you've got a 7-point lead, it's not a bad strategy necessarily. That seemed like a really awkward fall there, but hopefully he's going to get up. Indeed he does. Phoenix just running out of extra men to take it. I think we've reached that time of the day where almost nobody wants the ball to have to work it. Dean Murphy just taking a while to get back up. Big old shift these boys are having to put in today, but the kick through has only met a leg, and now it might turn out for the Rhinos. They've got to decide who's going to pick it up, though, and none of them capable of doing so.
Hold here, Reed,
I don't know
stop.
if that was actually knocked on.
Stop.
Ball has gone off. So now, quick throw-in taken. Teo wants to play it into this corner. It will bounce nicely. They are, I think, relying on fatigue here and having to make Phoenix play out of their own half and not make an error.
I think it's a brilliant plan. You know, we've seen the kicking expert on the sideline, Brian van Struyten, who's spent a career putting teams in the right place. He's happy, partly because he's wearing a psychedelic hat. But someone who utilised the boot very well, and Teo in the first 5 minutes of this game, probably kicked it more than he has in the last 11 games combined. So I think, you know, definitely a tactic. We've been saying all along, team's not kicking it enough. There's a lot of space in behind. And it's so demoralising when you've got to run back 40 yards to try and get the ball.
Rhinos looking to try and make the most of it.
Hands now, Red. Early.
I think Bonte thought he might have been able to go. Cyril Farmer had teammate in the sidecar, and they might be about to score here. It is going to be Mikey Teo who gets the try. It's a second one for the Rhinos.
Well, Teo, who have been talking up, putting the team in the right place with a boot, just shows why it is a brilliant tactic in the game of tens to put the ball on the foot a bit more.
Yeah.
The pressure is on, it came to the line out, and it was a very bizarre situation. Phoenix ball, but fell perfectly to the Rhinos, not hanging around, picked the ball up. And Campi was absolutely determined to try and get to the line. Didn't quite happen. Teo secures that breakdown, goes back inside one, comes back the other way, and check out how easy this is for him. Brilliant tactic from the Rhinos, play down in the right territory, and good things can happen.
To add another 2 then. Just pulled it. 12 points to 0 then. Rhino Rugby have the lead over the Phoenix.
I'm glad the wise people out there called us up rightly on the name pronunciation, as we've said his name probably about 55 times this game so far, so absolutely rightly to be celebrating Teo's efforts. And I really enjoy this Rhinos team, thrown together, but you would not believe it. Seeing them around the hotel, their culture, their belief and spirit is brilliant.
Teo has it charged down. Cyril Farmer with work to do.
No, you stick for me and I'll move.
Hidalgo goes on the wraparound and gets it back. No one on the inside shoulder, though. Naposki was lurking out the left, but he couldn't quite get round that side.
Hey, calm down, 4.
But
Red.
now it's there with DePula. Trying to find a bit more room, but Naposki back in field. Dummy runners up front with Hidalgo. Then the kick pass for Teo. Harry Barlow was well trapped by the American. Barlow signed for the New England Free Jacks this year, former Harlequins Academy. Eligible for the USA through his grandfather, who was born in San Francisco. Mills. Heitman. It's a penalty to the Phoenix.
The Phoenix are so attritional. They are going route 1. I know Brian van Straten said it is a really simple game plan, but that picking and going really can sap the energy systems. As I say that, 5 of them about to come on, as you can see why. In the heat, in the final session of the day, exhaustion levels are topping out. It's such hard work. Everything you're seeing in screen here is anaerobic, without breathing. The contesting over the ball, the short carries.
It's requiring top effort at all times.
Wait here, please.
VO2 max from many of these.
Agree. Come on, we want a good meter here. Step off. No, that's fine. Talking to you guys, yeah? Don't close early.
Down from the line out, effectively done. Lobsha looking to try and create the extra men on the outside. If anything, Aki Raymond might have been better to stay in that wide channel, but they might still have a chance to strike. Lobsha, ball back in field, plucked out of the air by Aki Raymond. Spoken earlier by Vickerman as being in fast forward. Almost was again there. Barlow looking to try and go himself. Now it's away for Murphy. Has Murphy got over? Oh, the Phoenix celebrate. They have got the score.
Well, I was expecting a salute to the Queen, Nick. Didn't quite get it. Dean Murphy with a winking tattoo of Her Majesty on his arm. It took a while to get that in. We've been biding our time.
Okay.
And just seeing him around, really difficult for these guys who have been thrown together so late to get that understanding. That's why Brian van Straten's kept the simple patterns in play. And it's just slightly above the sleeve. Shamefully you can't see it there, but it was hilarious. To see a winking queen on his arm. Oh, sounds like a bit of a euphemism, that one.
It is quite something.
No, you have to be in there, sorry.
So, and Lobsher's going to have his first attempt at a 5-pointer. Up in commentary, it feels like the wind is probably in the face of Lobsher here. Just looking over at the flags to the right of us, it probably is. So, conversion jeopardy from position number 5 here for 5 points. Oh, sorry. It's the black centre circle for 5 points. Sailing pretty well. Just sat up in the wind and was pushed away, I think. So, it'll be enough to take us to half-time. The Rhinos with the 7-point lead, leading the Phoenix by 12 points to 5. The Rhinos in your shot. Going through their final little team moment. Wait for this, wait for this. Here we go. There we go. That's it. The big woo! And we are ready. Second half.
Are you kicking the Yemen go, are you?
Rhinos leading by 12 points to 5.
Get off the field.
Conversion jeopardy denying them. Phoenix the extra points after the try, after they went for the big 5-pointer. It's our unique little bit of fun here at the World 10 Series Conversion Jeopardy. The chance to take a conversion from in front of the post for 1 point, on the 22 for 2, on the 10-metre line for 3, or back on the halfway for 5 points. And Lubscher has put a huge cultured boot through that. That was from under his own post on the 5-metre line, and he's going to make the Rhinos go for the line out close to their own 22.
It's halfway to the States, that one. Absolutely drills it. Perfect technique, puts everything through it. We're talking about kicking for territory. That is how you do it.
Applause from his teammates on the touchline as well. So, Jack Raber will go to the tail. Comes down for Regan. Plays it away for Venar, who just was looking at the on-rushing red and gold defence.
Toss forward.
And that's the key about putting the pressure on. If you look at those 2 plays in succession from Phoenix, it's a huge kick downfield, pressure on, and then forcing the error. Although arguably you could almost say an unforced error, but net result is Phoenix have a scrum on the Rhinos 22.
It really does underpin that decision-making, doesn't it, getting it downfield. Interesting setup now for the Phoenix. 2 behind the scrum. They can split either way here once again.
Scrum nearly wheeling all the way, but they just play it away. And Chalmers, oh, it was knocked forward in the tackle. A few of the players have stopped, but Rajas will play it away. Chalmers kicks it into the air. That may not be deemed as enough of an advantage, so yeah, we'll come back for the knock-on.
They're under pressure. No, it was in the tackle. It was just in the tackle, guys.
Connie Venar, certainly one of those who is on our list for hair of the tournament.
Yep, sub away, sub.
It was a good read, wasn't it?
Just a scrum.
Spotted it well, you can tell. Well versed with this type of play, because it was a wonderful move, almost playing round the corner of the defence.
Okay, we'll watch it tonight, eh?
And there's a man that's been so impressive this tournament, Courtney Vinar.
I can't be convinced.
As well as Kindegren.
Time off, hey, we've got one more sub, boys, sorry.
One big hair to another.
Just just no more work. Don't work until the ball comes in. I hear. Yeah, just no need to work till the ball comes in.
Hashtag WTS 2020
We ready to go?
for your player
Time's
of
on.
the World 10 Series so far. Who do you think has nailed rounds 1 and 2? We would love to hear from you at World 10s on Twitter. Hashtag WTS 2020. Get in touch. Between myself and Rob Vickerman, we will be nailing our colours to one particular mast by the end of session 4 today.
He's in with a shout. He's been outstanding.
If you want the turnover, both sides have
Very much a fan of Kindrigan. Teo as well, representing for the Rhinos. He's gone well. Sadly, I probably don't think anyone from the Phoenix is stepping up. Not been quite the rounds for them, has it?
Depends if you're counting Matt Turner, because he was
Crouch.
Phoenix. He's been Miami Sun today.
Fine.
And he's been fairly pivotal in some magic moments, hasn't he? Certainly on my shortlist. Phoenix. Lobsher. Running on the outside arc, nearly managing to get through, but holding on in the tackle was really important from Will Leonard. Two going in to try and get the turnover, but hasn't managed to get there, and now it's a decent run. Phoenix again through Rajas. He's a big man. Katsir initially. Now Chumbuafo. But Kindrigan is not going to let him go.
Hands away, Green. Leave it. Leave it, boys.
Got Robbie Chalmers
Be
out here on the right.
No, leave him, leave him.
Seems to be a characteristic of the Phoenix, though. They just don't play with that much width. Lobsher is waiting out to the right, but Kindrigan is going to wrestle that off. It's looking like he's stealing an ice cream off a schoolboy. Oh, dear. Cyril Tharma is now coming away with it for the Rhinos. But it was all down to Kindrigan. And now Naposki. He can step you in a phone box. Dennis Coulson will be pleased that he got away with that. That was very nice from Mikey Teo as well. Van Vuuren bringing it to ground. Rhinos reloading though, Christian Holmes. Oh, he's going through himself. Loose hold offload though.
It's just touched in, yes.
Courtney Vinard wasn't on the same page. Holmes would have been much better keeping that in.
Yeah, totally. Shame, because it was a pretty out there offload. Sometimes they come off.
Okay, subs, time off.
Nearly ended up the other way, but this
Subs
is the
coming
steal.
in.
You mentioned, Nick, stealing toys off kids.
Going to be a green line out.
Clearly from experience, that comment. And then another massive contact. Tharma
Doing good, boss.
putting a big statement out there. And this is what I really like about the Rhinos team. They just get stuck in.
That's for you, Red. There's your mark.
It was like a double team, wasn't it? Kindrigan went in and then Tharma stole his lunch money.
Just wait. Okay, time back on. Yeah, good. Play that.
Rhinos through Bonte. And now Ollie Knott. Bonte's having to get there and work pretty hard. Teo. And then Naposki. Just brought down, is tiptoeing pretty close to the whitewash there. Now Teo once more. Oh, he's looking for the little offload.
Have we got a wrap there, Rob? You happy with that tackle, Rob?
You can hear Scott Green asking our TMO, who may just want to review that.
Yeah, Aaron Brody's leaving imprints in people. It's like a Frankie machine going around whacking people.
Teo sensed a chance to try and put Hidalgo away, or at least the players on that right-hand side of the field. Plenty of noise coming from down on the touchline.
Time.
And our TMO has come in and signalled that there has been foul play.
TMO.
So great work from Scott Green to have thought he spotted something.
Foul play.
And for our TMO to have had the little review. Let's see what we've got.
Yeah, looking for Aaron Brody, number 3 for the Phoenix. You can't miss him. He's the one that looks like a mountain.
Red 3 on
Red 3,
white.
But he bounced off that one. Gets a chance to come in on Teo. I don't like seeing him in slow-mo. I think instinctively it looked like he just walloped him. It didn't necessarily look like it was dangerous.
Gavin,
He's hitting his back. It's not a traditional tackle.
I have the red 3 coming in high with a swinging
Gavin,
arm.
can you just rock and roll that on the screen?
And it's hit the shoulder first, but got knee gone up and made contact with the head. Are we correct there?
It is a bit of a swinging arm, isn't it? It's one of those, if Tio stays standing, then it's seen as a binding arm, but as he's falling, it ends up being a swinging arm. So it's a tricky one.
It's also not conventional. It's very difficult to wrap a tackle if you're feeling someone's back as your first tackle point.
So I'm going to go yellow card, red 3 for that.
Correct.
Red 3.
Well, Scott Green's made his mind up, and Aaron Brody will have to take 2 minutes in the sin bin.
Time's back on.
Swinging arm, all that's going to do is charge him up to come back on.
Yeah, I often feel like with players like this, it's almost like the enforcer in ice hockey. Like he is on the field solely to just try and hurt people.
Yep, we have subs coming on now, boys.
He did it yesterday, and do you know what? Sometimes it's quite good to have someone like that in your team, if I'm honest.
Time's off, we've got subs.
And he has apologised. But he's probably putting a lot of strain on that chair.
Time on!
He's had his hand strapped, incidentally, because he had a bit of an incident with one of his bulls. That's Bulls, B-U-L-L-S, but that tells you what you need to know about the sort of company Aaron Brody likes to keep. And Mills having to do the work to dot that down as he
22.
Worked back under his own goalposts.
Behind your kicker, boys.
Gavin Mills plays it out. Teo has Vinar in support. Pirouettes over the halfway line.
No.
The World 10 Series finals coming up for you this Saturday, the 7th of November. The Rhinos will play their part then. Oh, but Conor Kindrigan couldn't hold on to it, and now Gavin Mills is away down the right. Rhinos players coming across to meet him. He almost tackled himself. Then there's a big clear out, and was that legal? Going to need to have to check that. Well, Phoenix have got one man in the bin. Gareth Heidman might have been proposing that he joins him. We'll have to have a look at it. Certainly was a big clear out.
Okay, you missed it now, Green, you've missed it.
It may have been legal, of course, but we will have a look at it. Ziggy Rajas, he was a man in the bin yesterday. Discipline proven to be a bit of a problem.
Green's on his feet.
Penalty to the Rhinos.
Well, there's many, many debates about this around the world within rugby as one brute comes back on, and it was another brute that gave a significant shot. Heitman, the number one, with a clearance that was questionable.
Yeah, we've gone too far now, Mark.
I don't think we're too far to see that one again, to be honest, because there is no control here. This is an out-and-out shot into the neck. I mean, that is really dangerous.
You had the line, yes?
We're lucky that Leonard is clearly made of lead, because that is frightening.
Well, I don't know what's happened here, because our TMO has come in and said he's seen foul play, and Scott Green's saying he's happy to play on, which, as far as I'm concerned, is not really how foul play is meant to work.
Red, play on.
I'm sure our officials
backwards off red.
have got a way of working, but I have to say that's confused me.
Backwards.
Rhinos look to try and pick and go down the short side. Naposki They're playing against 10 men again. Arguably could have been 9 again.
Stay back there, Ed, thank you.
Phoenix defending under the shadow of their own post. Rhinos looking to try and pick and go again. Ollie Knott to Venner. Goes for the flick on to Naposki.
No shoulder, it's on the shoulder.
Is there a little gap at close quarters for Will Leonard? It's the Rhinos who are over. It doesn't matter whether they're playing against 9 or 10. It's another score for the boys in green.
Well, I hope Will Leonard gets to remember that one tomorrow, because of the significance of that hit he just suffered this near side. Fair play to him for continuing. He's clearly resilient, clearly robust, and was in the right place at the right time. Nice little flick on. Good bit of footwork, bit of a hard shot speculator. And as this ball then gets regurgitated back into the inside, it's that man on screen, Leonard, who finishes off. The Rhinos looking brilliant in this game against the Phoenix.
Well, crucially, right on the hooter. The Rhinos, who are looking to try and get as far up that table as possible, have bagged themselves the bonus point. The conversion from Teo is a one-pointer, which gives the Rhinos victory by 18 points to 5, but it'll be the try bonus that they get from that third score that'll satisfy them the most. The Rhinos beat Phoenix by 18 points to 5. Our penultimate match of the day is going to see our 4th appearance from the SX10. They're taking on the Miami Sun. SX10, who fell to their first defeat in the last match. A nail-biter of a finish against the Aviators, but they have run out winners against the Rhinos, who we just saw going to victory against the Phoenix. They also beat the Phoenix themselves, but this game against Miami Sun will be interesting because although Miami Sun have lost a few players to the treatment room, those that have stepped in around the core of them that have been playing so efficiently have been doing very, very well indeed. Matt Turner, one of those who's been one of the brighter lights today. Josh Larson, we saw, number 3, with a wonderful crossfield kick for Graham Canoop to pick up, who's been stepping in the number 19 shirt today to help out. Joey Sock, one of the more diminutive players. Nolan Tuamaloa, another one who loves to play a little bit. Jan Dutoit, who we saw showing his pace a little earlier on. And there's the 16-man squad for SX10. Cecil Africa, the World 7 Series star. And plenty of the Kenyans from that circuit as well. Ambaka Amonde amongst them. Collins Injera. And, well, this promises to be an entertaining and potentially physical encounter. We've certainly seen plenty of that from all of our sides today.
When the timer goes, countdown, okay?
Adam Leal is our referee for this one. Coming up after this match is the London Royals against the Asia Pacific Dragons. And Cecil Africa gets this one away. O'Keefe having to do a tidy-up job. Miami Sun look like they've preserved a few of these vests for this last game of the day. They are looking fresh out of the laundry basket. But it's a penalty, first of all, for SX10. And
more likely for me to turn the penalty around, okay?
Adam Leal is just having to remind SX10 of a little bit of respect.
I'll just let him get up and let you guys do this.
Thoughts on the kit, Nick? I know you're a connoisseur when it comes to... Are these your 2 potential favourite kits on show here?
Or the SX10, I think it's got an element of class to it, I have to say. But I'm Miami Sun all the way, and if I'm picking a second, I think it's London Royals for me.
Right.
Just wait on my...
Certainly are looking fresh, though. Right to say these guys disappointed with that second performance as they came out and lost. So for them, they're really trying to right a few wrongs. It was close, and it was a quick turnaround, so they didn't have to wait long to try and do so. But they got some class operators. Cecil Africa already showing some touches that the MLR should be excited about.
Loose head, down to knee.
SX10 going quickly from the penalty. Africa looking to look outside him. Try and send JT Jackson in. Cecil Africa is in the ear of Adam Leal every 2 seconds here. And they probably weren't 10 then. SX10 not slowing down at all. The wide ball out to the right-hand side. And Miami drive them into touch.
Offside. On the line, please.
But there's an offside penalty already. Africa goes again, and he might score himself, will he? He certainly will. Cecil Africa gets himself on the scoreboard for the first time at the World 10 Series.
Wonderful to see the Blitzbokker. Cecil Africa playing amongst fellow African stalwarts. And he is a serial pest on any type of rugby pitch. Takes it quick as his third quick tap on the bounce, pretty much. And this 45-degree angle he runs at, it's so deceptive. The one thing he will do continuously, which kids around the world need to watch and take note of, his deception is phenomenal. The ball in two hands, he'll throw 25 dummies before he does give the pass. And his skill set means he can throw these wild, outrageous 25-yarders. Spectacle to watch on the sevens pitch is why he's been so special for the last 11 years on the series, and now he's moving on to pastures new.
Phenomenal athlete and performer on the biggest stage, and JT Jackson will add a 2-pointer for conversion jeopardy. Of course, it doesn't matter where you score the try. We will keep reminding you just in case you're not up to speed. And 1-pointer from in front on the blue spot, a 2-pointer from the 22 on our orange spots, a 3-pointer from our yellow spots, or you can go for a 5-pointer from halfway on the black spot. And just the 2-pointer there. SX10 leading by 7 points to 0. But here comes Craig Hunt streaming upfield again, and Matt Turner has let him turn him once, but he's not going to let him get all the way past. Turner with the release, then in over the ball. It's brilliant from Matt Turner again.
He was on the ball, you went into the squeeze ball position. Hang on.
The Sun looked to go quickly. Mark O'Keefe, is he going to go all the way? O'Keefe for the corner. He gets himself away from a Monday. Miami Sun turning it on.
Turning it on, and it starts with Turner. He is brilliant to watch, isn't he? Matt Turner, the old warhorse. Hunt knows and thinks he's going to outpace the old boy on the outside, but I've seen very few people the world over gas Matt Turner. And not only that, the wherewithal to get back on the feet, secure the breakdown, with Injera trying to clear him, couldn't get him off, and then Mark O'Keefe not hanging around, off he goes, twinkle toeing down the sideline.
Kick way, guys.
We nearly lost him in the last game, but he is back, and he is revved up.
Give him a bit of space, please.
The Sun
Got about 10
are drenching it down against SX10.
Well, no sooner have we talked about wanting to make a little shortlist of our best players, that those that were in the running are pushing their cases even further. O'Keefe, one of them. Turner, another one. Ball fades away to the right. Nonchalant flick of the tee away. Miami Sun 5, SX10 7. High entertainment value in our last session here. Penultimate game. All the ball's gone a little bit loose from the kickoff, but it had been knocked on. They won't get the chance to romp that one home just yet.
Harry McNulty, how good is this to say? You've got Cecil Africa, South African stalwart, kicking the ball to Harry McNulty, Irish Sevens, pioneers on the World 7 Series, playing together in the same team. I mean, it's just barbarians. It smacks barbarians with the Kenyan massive as well. Wonderful out here in Bermuda, finally getting to see him.
And they're playing in black and white as well.
Crouch.
Just need to tell them to bring some different socks.
Bind. Sit. Now wait. Good.
Joey Sock.
Carried back in.
Can't believe I just said they need to play in different socks. Joey Sock. Anyway, Africa. Oh, hello. Wants to show a couple of tricks and then launches a long one over the top. It is fascinating, as you say, Rob Vickerman, to see the likes of Cecil Africa able to play with Collins Injera. Say, I know what you can do, you know what I can do. Let's do it together.
First man.
Oh, Miami Sun, first man in though, get the turnover, and then the little juggle from Matthew Houston. But Matt Turner wants to send them away again. Little chip through was not the greatest idea though from Wes Teo. Nice from Oscar Dennis.
Sorry, bud.
Back through for Craig Hunt. Adam Leal almost providing the screen. Injera. It'll stop go. Then the release back inside. It's JT Jackson, and now he's just heading for the posts. It's not going to make his conversion any easier because we've got conversion jeopardy, but he'll take 5 points from the try.
Well, having seen the SX10 go pretty well today, I'm going to put JT Jackson's up there as one of the best sidesteps we're going to see. It's so deceptive how far he moves, but how he maintains the pace. He's there giving the ball to Africa in the first place, hangs on the inside alongside Injera, and then check this out, gives it the eyes, bounces off the right, but barely loses any pace whilst he goes at a 45-degree angle. That is special.
Jan-Roy du Toit is no slouch either in chase. Trahan then to add 2 points. Strokes it beautifully. Jackson scores, offers the option of the conversion to Trahan, and SX10 now are up to 14.
And Trahan now adding to the mix of this barbarian team, the Welshman contributing from the UK as well.
Let's see how many sevens nation touches in a row we can have. JT du Plessis, the one who gets it from Africa, plays with the Nola Gold. Played a bit of Sydney Roosters Rugby League as well, did du Plessis, so he's not afraid of the tough stuff. Africa, couldn't quite be held in the hands of Oscar Dennis. But he's got a big smile on his face and taps the hand of his teammate. We'll have another go, you see.
Well, again, just seeing how people feed off Africa's skill set. So much time on the ball, and when people say that, it's because of the deception he has with it. When he gets the ball, keep a look at how many times he moves it. There's one, there's another. Every time he does it, people react to it. It's deception, it buys him time. It's a wonderful skill, and it creates holes around him. That's why he's so good to play rugby with.
Voice of Rob Vickerman, former England Sevens player himself and captain. Sock getting it away for the Sun. Marcus Satavi, another man on the Sevens circuit, who is enjoying his time here with the World Sevens Series. The ball went backwards, says referee Adam Leal, and Joey Sock the first to reply. But I think we've immediately had a captain's challenge from Harry McNulty.
I think we had about 9 challenges there, actually. But quite rightly, both referees did spot it. It looked like it was exactly as the referee just said. The ball was coming back off white.
Whether there's a knock-on in the tackle over here, Miami.
It's almost as though they've got a challenge, so could they just throw in a few more as well?
The previous breakdown.
So Joey Sock takes it, and as Miami always seem to do, want to offload even when not necessarily on. No problems with that. The question is if that second touch came back off SX10, or it was indeed.
Mate, can we just go back to that one, slow it down?
So it's whether it came off Connor Wallace-Sims is the question, isn't it?
On first view, like it's the.
This is a great shot. Here we go. What a wonderful angle. Oh, it's stiff. It's off his face almost.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I think that might be
that's a really good slow angle there, because what
Brilliant
it shows
shot.
us is, in fact, it does come off the Miami player's hand, doesn't it?
Yeah, left hand hits it onto the face.
Off the Miami player's hand.
Yeah, so off the Miami player's
It's
hand.
face to
so
hand and then forwards.
Knock on, scrum, white ball.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why you get these quality cameramen on show giving their skill set to make the game a better product.
Successful captain's challenge, so they still got their challenge.
So that's the benefit of one of our little extras here at the World 10 Series, the Captain's Challenge. Chalking off the score for Miami Sun.
Thanks,
they get to keep their challenge.
That's you, boys.
SX10.
You still got a challenge, yeah.
Using it brilliantly.
Good work, boys.
Strong, ram it!
Crouch!
Approaching half-time.
Bind! Set! Now wait.
Trahan. Africa with the dummy run. I don't know if Africa knew it was going to be a dummy run, but Trahan went the other way to du Plessis regardless. Freaky De Beer. Just got him caught himself, got a little tied up. Miami Sun, no.
Release went back on the ball, so it's holding on.
The penalty.
Over here, please, just over here. Thanks, bud.
So yet to see Miami use their driving maul. And on cue, Turner kicks to the corner. Sending the units. Look for the low numbers. This is where they come alive, the big men.
How many did we go for?
And such is the strength of Andrew Monday. He's going to do a one-man lift with Harry McNulty. Keep an eye at this at the front of the lineup. This is a one-man lift.
Looking to compete with the sun here. He's basically just chucked him towards it.
Tackle. He's through the middle, no problem.
SX10 might be winning this back.
Stay on that.
Leading by 14 points to 5. Will they have the adventure to play? Certainly the back line look like they want it. Big miss pass. JP Duplessis holds it. Looking to try and ask Oscar Dennis to straighten. Good double hit from the Sun in defence. Satavi, one of those making it. Duplessis stepping around the fringes of the ruck and making a few extra yards.
Advantage.
Penalty advantage being played now. The Sun not rolling away. Africa onto Uma. Couldn't quite get it away. We'll come back for the penalty. We won't take half-time while the penalty is awarded.
Yeah, it was indeed crossing. Does take you about 5 minutes to run around the back of Oster Uma. It's that big. Here's the crossing. If ever there was a slipstream in life. We talk about the cyclist saving a third energy being behind a peloton. I think it's about a quarter just walking behind Oscar Uma. Look at him. So good to see him here. Wonderful. Again, another stalwart next to Andrew Monday. Big shout out to the Shuja, the Pride, Kenya. Very, very passionate rugby supporters.
Oscar Uma, 79 tries in 218 matches on the circuit.
Drop, please, 10 metres.
What a performer. McNulty, dummy jump, then he goes for it.
Good contest, play on.
Down for Trahan. Half looked at the ball back inside. Took on the challenge of Joey Sock. Two of them similar in stature.
Advantage.
Africa.
Yeah, got it.
Looks to play. Wants to try and send Connor Wallace-Sims through. Africa goes. They've got an extra man here if JT Jackson wants to give it. Oh, he juggles, but he will score.
Clearly regathered. Nice work, mate.
Tried to spring out of his hands, but well regathered. And it will be a third try for SX10 before the break.
Well, bags his second, JT Jackson, and again, just showing how strong he is ball in hand. Really impressed with him. Shame we haven't seen him as much as we'd like, but it's the same for most of these SX10 guys. The dummy, the deception, and why not? I've thrown a little dummy to myself as well.
Well, he'll get the chance to add the 2 points. Asia Pacific Dragons against the London Royals. Our final game coming up for you after this one. Jackson, oh, it's just soared high, but it's through. It is a 2-pointer from Conversion Jeopardy. It's 3 tries in that first half for SX10. Miami on the board through O'Keefe, but they trail 5 points to 21 to SX10 at half-time.
Players just taking their time in the midst of this huddle. What experience in this SX10 huddle. You've got Frankie Horn, at one point the holder of the most consecutive sevens tournaments. Philip Snyman, multiple winner with the Blitzbox as well, amongst an absolute plethora, a worldwide roster. And unlike the Barbarians, they actually get to play.
Essex, let's go, please.
Few plasters, few bumps and bruises. 4 days to have a bit of R&R. Get themselves all set for the inaugural World Tens Series Finals this Saturday, the 7th of November, live from Bermuda. Don't miss it. Should be a fantastic and fascinating event. So many of these teams have lost to each other, beaten each other. Plenty on the line, and a few who we know will just want to turn it up a little bit more when they know the big silverware of finals day is on the cards.
Run.
Turner.
Yeah, he's put you on.
Oh, Africa just showing he's human after all.
Yeah. Guys, it did go forward into touch.
There's a wry smile on the face of Matt Turner. He knows Cecil Africa well, played against each other for years.
Happy with the line out because it went forward into touch.
Fellow South African. He knows he's probably just done him a favour there. Cecil just trying to make a real competition out of it.
The Sun get themselves back into this with a score and a 5-pointer.
Good contest. No, it's fine. He's still onside because he's behind the ball.
Turner. Oh, he's gone for the little chip and chase himself. Turning Essexton back towards the try line.
No, not now. Leave it. Because he's off his
penalty
feet
to
first,
Essexton. Yandere Dutoy told by Adam Leal that he couldn't go in from that position.
It's difficult when you've got it to be told to leave it there, isn't it? I think, you know, feel the frustration there, but that's a bit of an easy out for SX10. And having seen the size of this boot, there we go. That's 40 metres down the field for you.
I can see why you feel hard done by Bud. I just felt you were beyond the ball, so.
Turner with a speculator, didn't quite spin right. It's all about the drop, but sees a space in behind and tries to create a bit of a mess. A little bit unfortunate because he does drive through the contact. But Adam Leal feeling as though it wasn't done fairly.
SX10 brought down by Corey Daniel. Africa. Monday.
No hands now! Clear release, please!
Trahan picks it from the back. Africa.
Sorry, bud.
Trahan again. Craig Hunt. Oh. No one quite sure who was going to make the tackle and send it up with Oscar Dennis, who gets around Colin Hughes. Uma, Hunt, Trahan. A little bit wider out for Wallace Sims. And then Uma wanting to set Africa away, but Africa didn't fancy it as he just had a little bit of a cramp, perhaps. Just pulled up a little on the far side. But now, Amonde, big man going down the touchline, has Oscar Dennis's Kenyan teammate inside. Then Dennis will score the try. SX10 patient down the far side, scoring down the right.
And believe it or not, Andrew Monde, who started that run down this near side, could be playing in the Vets tournament out here in November. Starts on the left, Cecil Africa not quite right. I think hopefully it is cramped as he just hobbles around a little bit. He's done his minutes, he'll edge his way to the sideline, but then the big man goes. Refer him to being all three, at least, of the big five on his own, and then Oscar Dennis just trailing in his wake, supporting his Kenya Sevens teammate. 36 years old, believe it or not. All vets out there, take a note, that's what you could look like.
JT Jackson to drill a 5-point conversion, and he's got it. He's looking to make a late play for top point scorer, isn't he?
Thanks, buddy.
SX10 leading 31 points to 5.
Cecil Rightly just finding a bit of time on the sideline now. Done his minutes for today, I feel. Oh, William Backer, stop that. How athletic is that man?
Very nice. Oh, and Dennis fancies another one. Scampering down the touchline, the chase is on from Tuamo Aloha, but Dennis for the try. It's 2 in 2 minutes.
You okay, bud? You all right? Good chase back.
Oscar Dennis needs to start thanking his Kenyan teammates for this, because they are putting on an absolute precedence for him. He finishes it, he calls for the substitution, but William Backer is 110 kilograms. He's just caught that like some sort of ARL starlight. Look at him fly. Played all around the world himself, not just in sevens, but South Africa with 15s and France. And it's that simple skill that lets Oscar Dennis spot the mismatch on the outside, and off he goes.
So JT Jackson is already the second top point scorer in the competition already, and SX10 only arrived today. 12 points behind Tom Emery, and he might be about to be 7 points behind him. Oh, it's just gone away.
Can we just reflect on that? They're playing their first rugby today, and already he is second points scorer in this competition. Helps when you got players like that, got to say. Makes it a little bit easier. But JT Jackson, what an impression he has made on this tournament already.
Well, frankly, I'm going to say that if he's got 4 minutes to go top, then frankly, if he doesn't make it, that's ridiculous.
Needs to be on the pitch, though.
Connor Wallace-Sims. McNulty plays it away. Wallace-Sims, oh, nice step. And now, away he goes. O'Keefe, the last man. But the pass inside for Hunt is superb. We said there were 4 minutes on the clock. But Craig Hunt gets the score. Is JT Jackson going to go for a 5-pointer?
Well, if he's not in the ear of his coach on the sideline, he needs to be. Brilliant pace, just shows they've got a full squad that capable of tearing up this tournament. Almost feel like shouting down, Frankie, put the kicker on.
Well, it's going to be Connor Wallace-Sims, the Rugby United New York player. Had his Eagles Sevens debut 4 years ago. And he certainly showed a clean pair of heels there. Gets the score and adds a 1-pointer.
What's up, boy? I don't think Frankie Horn has many emotions, yet alone sentiment or a neck. And there he is. Big shout out, we have a wave. Is he gonna? Probably can hear me. Oh, we'll get a smile, which is essentially a wave for a South African, no?
Knock on!
Or was that knocked on by Miami Sun?
Sorry, guys, there was 2.
Well, this has been a spectacle from the SX10. I know we've been talking about them a lot, and I know they're coming to this tournament fresh compared to many of the other teams, but my word, they have absolutely ripped up this game. They've played as well as Larson's face is battered.
Okay, guys, this is Mark. You trying to join your front row, was he? Sorry, boys, let me get out of the way. Sorry, knock on by Green, white ball. All right, balance up, got it? Crouch! Bind! Set!
Trahan, Wallace-Sims, SX10, oh, it just knock it on.
So apologetic. He's already spotting that outside line.
Put it out, nice.
Colin Hughes manages to get himself in the way, which is a good idea. Go early and aim low. That's a really good tactic against William Backer. Because once he's got momentum, you're not stopping him.
Bind. Set.
Miami Sun, what have they got left in the last minute of this one?
Advantage around the neck. Advantage. It's just you two running into each other. There. Penalty asked for, over here. No advantage. Round the neck.
They're coming back for the high tackle pen.
I just feel it's one game too many for this Miami team. Really struggled against this frenetic pace, the SX10. There's a high tackle given. Not too bad. You can see he's aiming for the ball, rides up a little bit. They've asked for the advantage to be over. They've got it, and have gone for a line-out. Bit of a specialism for this Miami team. They've got the big guys, they've got the control, got international second rowers, which tends to help.
Keep the space,
Could be the
Mike,
one
keep
chink in the SX10 armour. Can they defend line-outs?
Well, it could just be showing other teams what they might need to do to beat them when it comes to finals day.
Backwards.
The throw left a little more to be desired. It would only have been consolation for for Miami anyway. Although they may get that consolation chance once more. Marcus Satavu was thwarted a little in the kick. Connor Wallace-Sims won't wait any longer, having heard the hooter. It's a comprehensive victory for the SX10 side. 6 tries in all. And JT Jackson adding plenty of points from the boot. It finishes the Miami Sun 5, SX10 42. We'll see them again come Saturday.
Average.
Our last session of the World 10 Series League stages. It's the London Royals against the Asia Pacific Dragons to round off the day and round off the league. London Royals, who are top of the pile then. They know that they are going through as semi-finalists to the knockout stages on Saturday. Can they add a sprinkle of dust on the top? London Royal squad then. Talented Rich de Carpentier, Tom Emery, been influential players. Tom Mitchell's grown into it as certainly tournament's gone on. Featured in a lot of the good stuff they've done today. Max Northcote Green on the scoreboard as well today, as well as Dan Norton. Big-haired Vili Tolitao. Big smile on his face, was showing us his dance moves yesterday. One of those who has been influential for the APDs, the Dragons. Rowan Carlson, another one of those. Tommy Bell with the big boot on him. Samasoni, who's been handy, and that man, Fretton Palamo, who was playing a fair amount of minutes in their last match, where they ran out. Scored 5 points just against the Rhinos. It's the Royals who will get us started through. Sinzan Ilan Patik. And Chris Evers has not been able to take that kick off, but backwards it goes. Tomasi Alasio, and Evers will try and draw Northcote Green and send away Lino Saunitonga. But the Royals will bundle him into touch. It's a final hello of the day to Mr. Ollie Phillips.
Hello, Nicholas. Delighted to be up here.
Ohio. we understand they don't like that very much.
Did they not? Oh, there we go. Even
Possibly.
more reason to keep doing it, isn't it?
Was that knocked on by Alessio?
After such good work in that line out there from the APDs, they'll be kicking themselves. Possession is going to be critical against this Royals side that have been standout.
So just need a little bit
Look at that,
of
leaps
to
up,
do this right and
high up in the air.
steady before the ball, okay?
Out foxes Northcote Green, and then they spill it on the throwdown.
Wait, they're short walking. Anders, 10 at the back. 10 at the back.
Crouch.
What's the JP? 3 sticking.
Bind.
At the back.
Sit.
Yeah, hold. Yeah.
Ilan Putic. Haley just cutting back. Tackle in from Kurt Morath. But Haley deemed to have held on to that a little too long. And Vili Tolitau wants to get going, but the Royals probably weren't 10.
10. Not 10. Number 5.
Wait, back again.
Stefan
Just not 10,
Kutsia,
number 5, unlucky.
the one pointed out as not back 10. Could have been any one of 3 of them.
Thank you, Luke, dude. Can we get the whites there?
This game's starting exactly the way the Dragons would like it. Broken tempo, slowed down. The Royals will want to play at pace, try and exhaust these guys. Last game of what's been a long couple of weekends so far.
Decent running from Fernanda Schultz. Didn't want to see anybody get in the way. Northcote
Advantage
Green
offside.
comes flying up, but there's a penalty advantage being played against the Royals here. They played in round 1. The Royals came out on top of that one, 12 points to 0.
Mark in the middle. In the middle.
But it's the Dragons.
Right from there.
With Alosio wanting to keep up the pace. Saone Tonga steps away from Foden, or from Aguirre. They look so similar from behind. The flowing locks. Alosio, oh, a little bit loose, behind Palamo. Kutsishvili.
Tackler, get out of there. Well done, well done.
Jerome Nale. Morath. Missed pass to Evers, didn't know he was getting it. Was that backwards? Either way, it's a hack upfield from Ross Neal. And Neal is chasing away. It's brilliant footballing work from Neal. He needs it to sit up. Oh, and it does! That is delightful from the London Irishman. Sensational score. Part Premiership footballer.
Ben.
Part basketball finish. Brilliant from Neal.
I'm not.
Well, it's brilliant. It's just sort of a combination of Peter Crouch and Lionel Messi skills. For a big man, great footballing skills. The fly hack down. And Neal's got the pace to outstrip them all. Brilliant footwork, and then it bounces up beautifully for him, touches it down.
Box fresh.
Top work from that man in shot.
Ilan Putic just slides it past the left-hand upright. So the Royals just with the 5 points to 0 lead. Dragons have tried to go for
free kick.
A little close one, but it didn't travel the 10 metres it needed to. Ilan Putic getting support on the inside shoulder, suddenly arriving. Oh, it was arriving late. Alosio was nearly drawn into waiting for that as well.
8. You're the tackler.
Kutsia back in. Foden releases it away to his doppelganger, Aguirre.
Offside. Sorry, brother.
Foden comes forward. JP Doyle gives him the mark.
Yep.
Foden suggests that they will try and use the set piece.
Right.
They go for the set piece, and on comes Northcote Green straight away. Man in shot.
Is it JP Aguirre?
3.
Is it Ben Foden?
London Royals 3.
It's just a lot of hair.
It's a long time in the bathroom before leaving the house. Northcote Green. Down for Ilan Putic. Haley.
Advantage!
Couldn't quite be held. So now, what can
Advantage over!
the Dragons make of this? Nale. Palamo senses a chance to get away here. Threatened Palamo, has Dan Norton crossing for him. Tackle is made by Honor Jaffe, and now...
Watch the offsides there, Rob.
Big
Rob,
Billy
get away from his 7!
has
Advantage,
tried
7.
to make his way through and over Ilan
Beaten
Putic.
by the ruck. First man in, beaten by the ruck.
Penalty to the Dragons.
Wow.
Ilan Putic met Big Vili Tolutau.
I think Vili Tolutau has just come off of Ilan Putic's Christmas list there, Christmas card list. Oh, he sent him into another dimension, didn't he? Look at that. Boom! See you later. Thanks very much. Royal speed bump, thank you.
Free Vili in full flow.
Time off, please. Time's off. We're at time off. How many, please?
Jamil Robinson, one of those who's just
London
coming onto
Royals,
the field.
5
Hold it.
Don't come round the front.
Just hold on, guys.
What's the call?
I was loving the chat there from Ben Foden to Tolutau. He says, don't come round the front, I'm waiting for you. As if it's an invite. Ben Foden clearly doesn't want to be made mincemeat of either.
Oh, good ball.
Happy Nicotini brings it down.
Ross, get out, Ross.
You wouldn't have put much of a bet on the Dragons being the side to maul it over the line. They won't in the end. They'll send it out and release Eldon Skuman over the line. Dragging in the Royals and then sending over the South African Dragons. Level it on the scoreboard with the conversion to come.
Well, if you want to see why we love the Dragons so much, that's why. They've got the brawn, the big power plays, look at them busting. And then that for a lovely bit of dexterity, sleight of hand. Schumann profiting off the back of it. And look at this. Tommy Bell wants to go to the back of the marker. That is why.
He has got it as well. But you don't need to take lessons from Brand Stratton, Ollie Phillips. Tommy Bell is doing the job.
The thing that's concerning me is Matt Turner's offering them as well at the moment. So Tommy Bell, I'm coming to find you later. That middle dot has got to be mine at some point before this tournament is all over.
Emery wants to allow Gio Dion to get after that, but Saunitung has brought it in nicely, and the Dragons are flying up in support. Alassio fancies a run against Tom Emery. Oh, it's brilliant footwork from Alassio. He's shown the young man exactly how to do it. Sensational from Alassio.
And Emery knows it, congratulates him at the end, because that footwork bamboozles him inside and out. You can see, comes off this restart from Emery.
Just be sharpish.
And then it's all about Dragons' offloading game. Pace, fixes Foden, and then how about this? In, out, shake it all about, see you later. One-handed touchdown as well. Brilliant stuff from Alassio. That man knows his way to the try line.
.46 points so far for Tommy Bell. Fancies another 5-pointer. It's going the same way as the last one. It's brilliant from Bell.
Okay, last play.
London Royals under pressure from the Dragons. See Tom Emery as well, just trying to get a hand in to dislodge the ball as Alessio scored on that last try, but what a score it was. Dragons then in control at half-time after the Royals had opened the scoring. Tries from Schumann and Alessio means it's 5-20 in favour of the Dragons at half-time. The London Royals trailing by 15 points. Tommy Bell with 10 points to his boot. And, well, we witnessed a stunning try by Tomasi Alessio. Who have been your players of the World 10 Series in our league stages? Hashtag WTS 2020 to let us know who you think deserves the nod. Will it be someone from either of these two teams? There've certainly been plenty to impress. Alessio scoring his third try. Tommy Bell, of course, with plenty to the boot. Tom Emery's got to be up there with a big shout as well. Maybe the likes of Mikey Teo, Matt Turner, big Rich de Carpentier. All of these players been really influential over the course of the 4 match days that we've been able to enjoy so far. There is one more to come, of course, which will be our finals on Saturday. Knockout rugby by that stage.
You're the tackler, you gotta go.
Penalty against the Dragons. Northcote Green wants to go quickly. Fires it away for Foden, who floats it over, hoping to find Norton, and Norton obliges. Back in for Ross Neal, scorer of the Royals' only try so far. Arna Jaffe wants to bounce away.
Massey on the ground, Massey, no!
Northcote Green goes through the legs.
First defence is 8, you went on the ground with your hands. You got to stay up.
JP Aguirre is told by his teammates, play, play, play. And they're up in support. Tackle was solid from Chris Evers. Northcote Green's decided to put boot to ball and suggests Jimmy Haley gives it a chase. Kurt Morath decides to just stick it into touch. London Royals will have the line out.
Well, it was a better kick than the last one that Northcote Green did. But I still love what this guy brings, his physicality.
3. ADP 3.
Dominate that contact zone.
You've still won too many. ADP.
Speculative chip kicks.
Done, well done. You're okay there.
Works out all right in the end for him.
Plucked out of the air. Big collision from Tai Teo. Morath, little bouncer along the floor, not the easiest to take. Schumann does well.
Outside, boys. Thank you.
Morath. Through the middle they go. Alessio, long pass out to Naumann. To Saunitonga. He's got a bit of room, wants to try and take on Foden. No, the ball out the back for Alessio is sublime. Back in for Saunitonga. They've still got work to do to finish this. The Royals have been given the ball back. Chris Bowman.
Touch, all onside.
His lookalike.
All onside, touch, touch.
Garcia. Dragons
Come out of the
to try and tidy this up.
No.
Nale sends it forwards. Emery with the little dodge in midfield. Haley. Northcote Green. JP Aguirre, now Dan Norton wants to put the chip through. Oh, it's going to bob up into the hands of Ross Neal. He'll get a brace. And at the end of a breathless passage of play, little surprise that Ross Neal just flops down for the score.
Well, that man is shot. Dan Norton knows that's probably one of the flukiest grubber kicks he's ever hit. Normally that left peg of his is trusted. He's obviously seen Ross Neal's previous efforts with his Lionel Messi spectacle. But the rebound is cruel for the Dragons, straight into the breadbasket of Ross Neal. And now Tom Emery with a 5-pointer to try and bring them back within touching distance of the Asia-Pacific Dragons.
The assist, arguably, is off the boot of Kurt Morath for Ross Neal. Cruel, but that's how the chips fall sometimes. Now, Tom Emery is up on our top point scorer list as well. Oh, it's looking good. It is a 5-pointer. Conversion jeopardy, allowing the Royals to come back to within 5. 62 points now for Tom Emery.
I really like him as a player. Relatively fresh, still within the England 7 setup, but really showed his class over the last 2 weeks here out in Bermuda. Fabulous footballer, great mover, and he can ping him from 50. What more do you want?
Okay, 3, get out of there. 3, no. Red release. There we go, well done. You're tackling on the wrong side.
Northcote Green.
Well done, lads.
Then through Foden. Neal again. Ilan Putic. He's got Norton just hovering to the left now. Foden has caught himself a little bit isolated. Has done well there, Foden, to ride the tackle and then get the offload away. And now Putic, one man to beat with Norton in support. Dan Norton will show his pace, but what a tap tackle on the World 7 Series star. Neal, is he going to get 3? The Dragons.
No, you weren't on the ball.
Last-ditch defending. Aguirre.
Inaccurate.
Pace of this game is fierce, but the Dragons get themselves in enough of a position to wrestle back control of the ball.
Kicked your own ball away.
Wow, what a tap tackle that is from Tommy Bell. Dan Norton, arguably one of the fastest men in world rugby.
On the 5, Tommy.
And I don't think anyone would have thought there was going to be any other outcome than him getting that TRY, but look at that for a tap tackle. Fingernails brushing those blue Mizunos, and down fells Norton.
What a sensational tap tackle. That is textbook.
I'm not even sure he touched his boot. It's just sheer the velocity of Tommy Bell swiping away. Either way, the outcome is still the same. It's try saver.
Sawanitonga.
There we go.
Away for Nicotini. Northcote Green with the turnover, and he's going to benefit from getting the ball back on his side, and Ben Foden spotting no one down that short side, and he's trying to turn Alessio inside out. Ben Foden stopped just meters short.
There it is.
Brilliant from the former England fullback.
No offside line, tackle only.
Big tackle on McNulty of the Sean variety. Northcote Green needs someone in support. Ilan Putic's there, and the Royals have it all square with 4 minutes to go and a conversion jeopardy decision to come. But I think we may have a captain's challenge on the score. So we're looking for a forward pass.
Last pass. Captain's challenge, try scoring challenge from.
Looking at the last
JP,
pass.
I'm going to check the last pass before the try.
Sweet.
Looking at offload, I think, from Northcote Green inside to Ilan Putic.
Okay, so
that's definitely not forward. It's this one, uses the fend. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, if you ask me, but that's pretty hopeful from the Dragons.
Just after a breather, I assume.
Can you roll blue for me, Gavin?
Nothing in that.
So obviously the camera went in front like that.
So I'm wondering if it is that penultimate pass, not the last pass, that they're looking at here.
So just come back to me on that, Mark, if that's okay.
Gavin, can you re-roll that camera that you just played?
Eldon Schoeman, certainly one of those with the hands in the air. See number 20 here at the Dragons. There you go, he's appealing already.
Yeah, just checking that angle, last one.
My personal opinion,
Gavin, one
First
more
pass
time
is
on that
flat,
angle.
second one's fine.
Come back to me, please.
I'm just going to check this last angle
no,
one more
no,
time.
I've often been proven wrong in these situations, Nick.
Okay, so I'm in line with that pass, so I had a really good view of it, and it went back. The guy's fading off, so it's definitely a try. Try stance. Thank you very much.
JP Doyle very keen to be the man in the middle that makes the decision.
For once, I'm in a lovely position. Try. Huh? Try.
Wants to keep the tempo of the game up as well. Billy Tolitano is having a great little chat with him. He's got to be one of my favourite characters of the World 10 series so far. Well, an interesting little choice here from the Royals. They've gone for just the one-pointer. They know that Tom Emery can slot them for 5. One score from the Dragons, and they're right back in this.
Even a penalty from the Dragons. I'm surprised at that one as well, having just witnessed Tom Emery, as you say, slot it from 50, and he had another 10 in the bank. Interesting call.
Easy. That's okay. Leave them to it. No, take your own men. Take your. Hey, I'm in here now.
Just overcooking a little bit.
Here we go.
And JP Doyle has decided to sacrifice himself and get right in the middle there.
Take your own, guys.
Either that or he's missing his wife and just needed a cuddle.
It looked like a little squirrel jumping amongst a bunch of lions. But it was a terrible, terrible challenge. Definite trip.
Accidental trip, which is a penalty.
JP Doyle calling it accidental. He's very fortunate for me to stay on that field.
Yeah, back to come. Yeah. No, scrub.
And the outcome, Nick, is a terrible kick
Yes.
from Ilan Patik. Bobbles dead, and they come back for the scrum to the Asia Pacific Dragons.
Yeah, we got the...
2 minutes remain of the match. 1 point in it. London Royals
2 minutes to go, boys.
were the winners last time. I mean, it's fair to say, while we're sat up here in our lofty perch, Ollie Phillips saying surely the Royals needed to go for more to win this game. They're top of the league table. The job is done. They can't be caught. They're in the semi-finals on Saturday. So perhaps they just wanted to take the one-pointer and let the game carry on.
Yeah, true, but I think that by doing that, you're giving the Asia Pacific Dragons a sniff. Right, I mean, if they go for the 5, you slot it, they've got to score more than 5 and be brave with the kick.
Jamil Robinson.
Advantage, high. Just penalty, no problem.
Bell. Nicotini. Oh, he just popped it back in field. Tommy Bell tidies up and might have just found a little route in the back here. Bell showing some footwork as well.
That would be a turnover, so come back to the high tackle here. Just slipped up. Thanks.
JP Doyle say we're coming back for a high tackle.
It was definitely high, just riding up onto the shoulder earlier on. But the Dragons, really good kick that is as well from Tommy Bell. Perfect position now for the Dragons to do their vintage catch drive.
Yeah, 1 point in.
Oh, well, what a brilliant little corner touch finder. And I think the Dragons have opted to call for a little technical timeout here. Todai Kefu has come onto the field. I think he's chatting to a few of his more Pacific-based players as the likes of Jamil Robinson and Tommy Bell make way.
Nick, I mean, you said it, the London Royals, they've topped this league, they're in that semi-final playoff as it is. So you'd forgive John Brake for not having one eye on Saturday and preserving some of the more important bodies in his key players in the team. But they will want to exit here on the final day of week 2 with a W. 45 seconds, try and make it happen.
Vili Tolitau, accompanied by Palamo. Dragons going back from where the line-out was.
Get onside, London, first guard, London, first guard. You have to move.
McNulty is being told to move. He was told several times and didn't hear referee JP Doyle. Will they come back for the penalty anyway? Or will the Dragons get the score here without needing to go back? They will get the score. Dragons take the lead with 16 seconds on the clock.
So it'd have to be really,
The game is done.
But you can't challenge. Yeah.
But I think they're challenging here.
Challenge.
They're challenging the line-out. Ben Foden was adamant that the line-out wasn't straight.
Not straight at the line-out.
Checking not straight at the line out.
This is a fascinating call because ultimately this is a bread and butter decision that an official is making at set piece time. You're asking JP Doyle to re-look at something he's already made a decision on. So I think we could fairly categorically say what the outcome of this is going to be.
Well, he does. I mean, their body angles look as though it is clearly towards the Dragon side, but
That's the best angle. Can you just roll that back, please, Gavin?
So we just need to see the line out again, Mark. We don't need to see anything after that.
Coming now.
Super sweet.
It's coming now, JP. That's going to be our best angle.
Okay, so just stop it where we can there.
Stop it.
Okay, yeah.
Gavin, stop
so
it.
So the way I'm making this decision is, London Royals have not competed. The ball is within a tolerance level of where we let all the lineouts throughout all the game be. There's nothing here that would suggest that this lineout is any different than any other. We're not going to argue about 6 inches or 3 inches one way or the other. The try will stand. That will be the decision.
Clear and obvious and straightforward decision-making from JP Doyle. The Dragons get the try, and Tommy Bell adds the 7 points. Adds the 2 points, I should say. Conversion jeopardy. How many are we adding? So 2 points for the Dragons means that they win the game. The London Royals on 21, the Asia Pacific Dragons finishing on 27. But it's the amount of points in the league table that will count. And the London Royals will finish the World 10 Series league stage top of the pile. Great images to see the camaraderie and respect and friendship between these two sides. I'd say late drama, Ollie Phillips. That's probably stretching the imagination a bit. But the Dragons finishing well, and we know that they're going to come looking for glory come Saturday.
Yeah, I think they're just slowly building. They were Rob Vickerman's pick from the start of the tournament. They were pretty dismal on weekend one. But this is a really significant result for them, turning over the Royals, who definitely would have wanted to win that game. You could see they were disappointed at the end. I think that's a significant win for the APDs. It'll give them loads of confidence going into Saturday. And the Royals will be disappointed not to build on a top of the league winning performance, to go out with a loss, need to recoup, get themselves ready again for Saturday.
Big smiles on the face of the likes of Tommy Bell. There's Tom Mitchell. Not involved in that particular game. And, well, a few little sparkling bottles being brought on, and you don't need to wonder why. Like with many things in life, the players need to be told not to pop their cork too early here.
I mean, these are great scenes, though, aren't they, Nick? Just to see, this has been the culmination of a tough 2 weekends, a lot of rugby been played. That's what they played for, that trophy there. You need, if you're going to work your socks off over 2 weekends, you need a big cup, don't you? And that is a big cup.
Of course, it is all about winning the trophy as league champions, which puts you straight through to the semis in the knockout stages. But come Saturday, we have those finals where people get the chance to win the cup. You can hear Dan Norton saying, let's recover well, a few beers with recovery, but they know that this is just a 4-day turnaround, Ollie Phillips, so it will be a case of recovering, nurturing the bodies, because if they have the ambition to win the cup when we hit knockout rugby on Saturday, they're going to need to be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, they really do. And they've got a few wounded soldiers in there. You can see they're a united group. top spirit within them all, and they have worked very, very hard to be top of the league, and they merit this trophy. They've done incredibly well. And that's what's so good about this World 10 Series. It's been topsy-turvy. They haven't won every game, but they've battled their way over the top. And clearly Ben Foden just requesting a super tight sleeves at the end, just to, he hasn't stopped tensing that right arm of his the whole way through.
No, absolutely.
He knows when the camera's around, doesn't he, Ben Foden?
That's what those white teeth were made for. The Royals, though, very much worthy of it. I mean, obviously the points in the table say as much.
It's just great scenes, isn't it? We see that league table come up there, Nick. The Royals, in the end, finishing just 2 points ahead of the Rhinos. Two of the standout performers. We talked about them all the way through from week one. And it was probably that critical game between the two.
Well, London Royals top the pile, and they will have their moment in the sunshine in just a moment. Let's go down to Elma Smit.
Good evening. It's time for our trophy presentation down on the pitch. We are joined by our dignitaries who will be doing the honours. Paul Holmes, the CEO of the COO of the World 10 Series, and Mark Broadley, the chairman of the World 10 Series board. Let's start with our top point scorer of the league, World 10 Series 2020. A total of 62.17 of them scored against the Phoenix earlier today. It's Tom Emery from the London Royals. Tom Emery, come over here. Well done, congratulations. He's running back to his teammates. They are ready to celebrate with a few dark and stormies tonight. And then our MVP, as chosen by our commentary team. We did ask you to weigh in. Thank you so much to everyone that participated in the conversation on Twitter, #WTS2020. Our MVP, as chosen by the team for the World 10 Series League phase of the competition here in Bermuda, Rich de Carpentier. Rich, come join me over here, please. You've certainly put in the work. We can see it on your face. Yeah. You must feel very chuffed with the way your team have played, but congratulations on your personal effort.
Thanks very much. I mean, we've all spoke about smiles on Dow's all the whole 2 weeks, and I'm happy I've got a tooth back in, so I can smile now.
Tell me about the tooth story.
Yeah, well, the APD boys tried to take me out early doors with an elbow, and it took my tooth out. But I came back second on. We still beat them last week, but well done to the lads. They're getting better us today. No, it's been a good 2 weeks. Lads have been class, and that's testament to them.
It feels like this eye is just getting worse.
No, I think it's getting better. My dad always tells me you can't polish a turd. So, yeah. If you've not got it, you've got it.
You have certainly just been playing like someone took the leash off and you were just let to run.
Yeah, I haven't played since January, so it's nice to get a run out again. And with all the lads backing me up, it's been a hell of a tournament.
You guys certainly seem to have a great vibe among you. You're also the World 10 Series League champs. You guys leading the pack here. You have certainly looked like the team to lead the pack from match one.
Well, not from match one. Didn't we lose the first one?
But you looked like you were here to do the business.
No, yeah, we've got a good group of lads together. Loving being out with the boys. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. The league's nice, but we're after next weekend.
You're after next weekend, so make sure you don't miss out on that. On Saturday, we've still got some action. You guys get to have a bye in that first round now as a result of being league champs.
That's a touch, isn't it? Rest the bodies.
Enjoy that bit of rest. I'll send you over there to Mark so that you can receive your trophy and celebrate it with your teammates. Congratulations to our World 10 Series League champions, the London Royals.
Well, brilliant, brilliant scenes. It's early stages in the journey of the World 10 Series, but
it's fabulous to see just how much it means to the players. They have put in one heck of a shift today, it is fair to say. A lot of hard graft has gone in. We've got some very bruised and battered bodies around us. One or two who we hope will be ready for Saturday. One or two who probably, sadly, will be cheering on from the sidelines. But well done, Rich de Carpentier. And a well-earned drink. Quite right, too. We've got lots of the players in the bar behind us as well, all enjoying a well-earned beer, a few dark and stormies. But the London Royals, who've obviously got a bit of unity, they've got a bit of cohesion, a number of them having played together on that Sevens circuit in the past, but they've come together and done the business. Rob Vickerman is alongside, and Ollie's going to work his way down from commentary. Well done, actually, to Nick and Ollie and Rob as well for a hard day's work in the commentary booth. But it's been wonderful to see, I think, a tournament that has definitely gone up a gear today in terms of physicality. We've had a lot of chirping in from the sidelines as well. We've got rivalries that are building on a game-by-game basis, and it is all going to come to the boil on Saturday in finals day. So we'll have a little look ahead to that in just a moment or two. But fair comment, have we gone up a gear today, do you think, Rob?
I think we certainly have. We've gone up a few notches on the old physicality stakes, haven't we? You can see just by the state of some of these players and hearing the aches and pains around just how savage that was. And always nice to finish with literally the epitome of trophy drinking here. Lads, hard graft, well earned, and it's nice to see a bit of old school come back as well, eh?
That's why the European trophies are so disappointing for players, because they are beacons as opposed to cups. Everyone needs a cup to fill with champagne, don't they?
Or plates could be a bit difficult.
A good plate, I suppose you could slurp from a plate, but they've got a proper cup here at the World 10 Series for the league winners. And well done to the London Royals. Hard to argue, Ollie, as you slide in alongside that they haven't been the best team here so far, or do you think they've had the rub of the green at stages?
No, I mean, obviously it's not been without the occasional slip up from their side, but Richard de Carpentier put it classically, you can't polish a turd, but I think they've rolled themselves in glitter overall, and they stay on top of that league table. But the critical part is they come back here on Saturday and they really need to do it all again. Yeah. And that's when it matters, knockout rugby.
I'm not sure we needed to repeat what Richard de Carpentier said. We are a family show after all. It is interesting how quickly the media training disappears, though, once you're out of the official system, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel I have to kind of represent the north of England here to say that wouldn't be anything deemed swearing worthy. It's right. Very much just banter, they'd call it. But John Brake looking on, he's got to be proud of his efforts. I mean, I said before how resilient this team are from the ability of playing back-to-back and have that really hardened nature of the format. And for some teams, it's been really too much for them. But certainly here, the Royals will be well placed for the 4-day turnaround for the big day next week.
Elma, are we coming back to you? Are you in the middle of it all over there? Some good celebrations going on around you. Well done.
The guys are just taking endless photos here. They were shouting Poseidon and Roll Tide, and I mean, plenty of cheers and celebrations over here. It's great to see you can see they've really cut loose. Come on over here. Tell me about how you guys managed to become a team. You've got some, I mean, obviously a core of the London Sevens team, but you've got Aldo Campbell in there. You've got, a combined player or two coming into the ranks. What did John Brake do to kind of make sure that you guys form a great unit like you do?
Yeah, we got a real mix of guys, but I think we sort of set out from the very beginning to all be about enjoyment. So we were chucking the ball around, having a good time, and I think that showed on the pitch, and we worked pretty hard for each other, so it was good.
You are sticking to the trend with Rich on the tooth situation.
I know, tooth's gone. I just don't feel confident without it, so I didn't want to do this interview, but I'll do it because I...
But you have plenty to celebrate here. You guys have obviously shown that you know how to play this tens game. Is there anything you wish you knew coming into this now that you've reached this point?
Yeah, I wish I knew how to scrum. I'm not forward, but I gave it a good go. So a few new strings to the bow, but it was, I think it was a little bit new for everyone, and we adapted to it quite well. So.
Does the fact that you guys are now crowned league champs after 2 rounds prove that there's something to be said for the way that Sevens teams played and the kind of approach that you guys brought to the game? Because initially, everyone seemed to talk up the 15s approach.
Yeah, I think it was, obviously, we're having 5 sevens players. We were always going to be good on the turnover and loose ball. But for me, it felt more like 15s than it did sevens. accept you were as tired as you are in sevens. So it was a great mix of the physicality and the space. So the whole time just like, yeah, but it was good. Yeah.
How do you refocus? It's one thing about getting the body back in there when you're playing so many games a day, but I'm sure a lot of that battle is also psychological.
Yeah, 100%. And today we had quite a nice amount of break in between the games. We were in at 7 o'clock and then we'd only just finished. So we've had a lot of rest, but it's taking those rests, really chilling out, and then as soon as you're in the huddle, it's switch on. So I think we did that quite well.
Thank you so much for the chat.
No worries, thank you.
Back to you guys, Alex.
Would it be fair to say that Alex Gray's gone a little bit John Terry out there right now? He's run the water beautifully, but there are some pretty high-profile photos going on for the gram, obviously. Integral part of the London Royals. One team, one squad.
He cannot post that. Not 1 second, not one step on that pitch as Alex Gray made. If he puts any pictures up online, we're hammering him.
He's dominated the coaches area. Let's give him that.
Yeah, fair play.
It has been a wonderful day, and it's been so interesting to see the twists and the turns that have come. We've had everybody beating everybody. We've had some very, very competitive, some very, very physical tens. And at the end of it all, let's just quickly show you how we will go on Saturday. We talk about a competition that continues to get tougher and tougher and builds as it goes. So we're going to start off in the playoffs. Remember, of course, the London Royals go straight through, having achieved the bye, having finished top of the log. The High Aviators will go up against the Miami Sun. That is going to be a proper ding-dong battle. We've got the Rhinos against the Phoenix, and then we'll have the Dragons against SX10 in those playoff matches. And you can see, obviously, London Royals sitting and waiting for the winner of the top draw, and then we'll have the semi-finals once we've had those playoffs for the trophy, the Cup trophy. We're talking about the physicality that we've seen out here today. Funnily enough, and I asked what now looks like a fairly stupid question at the very beginning of all of this: how much will it value the teams finishing top of the log? But actually, it's probably fair to say the London Royals will be pretty pleased to have a bye on Saturday.
Yeah, just to delay the pain a tiny bit longer. I mean, I think it depends where you sit, to be honest with you, because I think it's quite helpful to just to get into the rhythm of things rather than have this one crucial game straight off the back against someone that's already had one under their belt. But I think overall there's enough experience in that London Royals team to appreciate that extra longer rest.
Yeah.
But looking at that draw, there are some pretty strong sides, and it's so well balanced that they'll be looking at the other side of the draw, looking at the Rhinos who are down there, looking at SX10 that are down there, and equally the Dragons that have just turned them over. This is going to be a very, very tough competition on Saturday.
Which is exactly what we want. Let's hear from John Brake, the Royals coach, is with Elma.
Okay, I've got the coach here. Hold up the trophy. Come on, let's get it in shot. It goes with your hair.
I've heard there's been a lot of talk about my hair, but most importantly, the talk should be about the players. Delighted with their efforts. For a group to come together in such a short time and go put out some performances consistently. And also to come here in conditions when they haven't played rugby for 7 months. 7 months, they put their body on the line. And there's been some pretty decent performances.
How hard has it been to manage your players and your squad and ensure that you kind of reach Saturday and have another shot at a trophy?
It was all well and good, trying to go top of the league and win all the games, but it's no good if we turn up with only 10, 12 fit players when we're going into the Cup. So we've made our way, we've earned a spot in the semi-final, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get 16 people to the start line.
They were talking about Alex Gray now. What does he actually do?
Well, good old Shaggy boy. He takes some good photos for social media, but no, honestly, the guy is a man of his word. He's a true professional. He's survived playing professional rugby. He's been in NFL trained squads. He knows what elite looks like, and he adds great value to the boys around. So.
What does he do?
He wins every coin toss. Every coin toss. I think he's 7 from 7.
Okay, so he's not lifting the lid on exactly what he does, except taking great photos in the coin toss, but those are both very important things in 2020. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
I'm certainly not going to question. I'm certainly not going to question what he does to his face. We could do it from the safety of behind our booth, but he's looking pretty well actually at the moment. Alex Gray. John Brake speaks very well. I mean, I know obviously he's been around the circuit, but he's moving into that coaching mentality, isn't he?
Yeah, it's one of the things that Sevens really offers, because quite simply there aren't many Sevens coaches around the world. So for him to be finishing up with the Sevens team, he then went in to look at the academy, worked a bit with the women as well, and for him he's really grown as a coach. And this is why it's so good, this environment.
Yeah.
It's not just the players that are experiencing new things. It's also people like Frankie Horn, who's really on that coaching pathway as well. So I think it's great all round, and that opportunity, as John said, not only have the players not done much for 7 months, but he's a coach who's on this journey. Suddenly it stopped. So this is a great chance for him as well.
I'd like to go through some of the other players. We obviously had a London Royals clean sweep of the awards, and possibly not that surprising given that they topped the log. But pick out some of the players and the teams that probably deserve recognition at this point, either for progress made or for the way that they've battled in perhaps slightly more challenging circumstances.
Our most improved teams are probably the Aviators and the Asia Pacific Dragons from where they were on week 1. We're all laying into Vix for his call of them being top of the tree.
They're all right. They're in the slipstream, aren't they?
Well, no, their reward for finishing 3rd is to play the SX10.
Right.
That's not much of a thing, is it? But carry on.
They're the most improved 2 sides, finishing 3rd overall, as Vic said. Probably the surprise package was the Rhinos. We didn't really call them from the beginning, and I think that was built around an incredible team spirit that they've got there, and some standout performances. And if you like, a standout player that didn't feature for them today and really showed was Carl Mayer.
Yeah.
Now that player didn't play today. As a result, his physicality wasn't on there, and more importantly, his huge boot wasn't around. So the likes of Mike Teo had to step up and fill those boots for them. But they are definitely a side that bring, I think we're going to get with them, very, very physical contest, but they're very difficult to play against and difficult to break down.
Yeah.
I think, the fact we had such a big debate about who could be the MVP really shows how many people stand out. So Tomasi Alassio for the APD has been amazing. Like everything he was touching that last game was like King Midas, wasn't it? So I think there's certainly a few standout players for each team. But what I think's really impressed is just how they've got to grips with that strategy, how tactical kicking's been coming into the game, substitutions have been more understood. We came into this tournament knowing nothing.
Yeah.
And I think at this point now, looking towards a massive day in 4 days' time, we all know a lot more.
What is really exciting, and you touched on it just before we went to hear from John Brake, is it's very, very difficult to pick a winner at this point. I mean, possibly the Phoenix are going to have to do something quite special to turn around their fortunes at this stage. But, it is knockout rugby from the start on Saturday. There are no second chances. How much money would you be prepared to stake on a winner at this point?
Well, judging by Brian van Straten's confidence he could teach me to kick yesterday, I don't think he'd write this Phoenix side off just yet either.
Yeah.
But
I noticed that almost everybody here is getting a game. Even Elma's been asked to put her boots on, and yet you still have been asked to just stick in the commentary box.
Educated crowd. Educated crowd out there.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. It's really, really difficult to call because obviously you'd be looking at saying the London Royals just topped the group. Surely they're the favourites going into it. But if you look at the SX10 that have come in today, they've won 3 out of 4. Very, very physical, very, very dominant side. I think up against the Royals today, they would have beaten them. The Dragons turned over the Royals at the end. So complicated to say, actually, this side is the one that I'm going to hang my hat on. But I'm still going with SX10, who I called at the very, very beginning.
One interesting thing to note, and without wanting to talk out of class, is that the post-match sort of debrief has been quite interesting. We've got the Dragons who've gone straight to the bar. I think the Phoenix are basically behind the bar at this point. SX10 were over here during prize giving in their budgies, and they've gone for a swim. A little bit of recovery, get the lengths in, get the stretching. It's actually not that hot right now, but it's just interesting to see the various approaches to getting ready for Saturday.
Yeah, and I guess our comparable is to look at what would be on the World 7 Series, for example, where you play multiple games over multiple days, and it's very professional. Teams straight on with the ice baths, they have that downtime, they take themselves away from the venue. Here, not so much. You've got marquee side of the pitch, there's a lot of people topping up tans, they're sitting on basically a bit of garden furniture around the place. So I think those relative differences may well count in the longer term, certainly when they've been through such physical impact. And I think SX10, they realise there's a bit of pressure on them, so they've got to be absolutely on point when it comes to recovery.
We've been talking to a number of the physios and the trainers about what they've been doing to help the players manage the workload at the moment. I suppose this is the point actually where you realise the pressure that is on the players, given what we've had and the challenges we've had around the Hurricane. We've had to push it back because of SX10 and their COVID test. But almost the most important members of the squad right now are going to be the physios. I mean, and how will you get them ready in 3-day turnaround for the Cup?
Yeah, I mean, that is the challenge. We saw, you mentioned SX10, Cecil Africa went down. I don't think he'll be fit. If he's pulled a muscle, he's got to be a miracle man to recover in 3 days from that. So those players that have got an injury, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to get themselves fit and right for Saturday. So the physios are going to have to be literally magicians here, working non-stop in the background to try and pull out all the stops to get them fit for Saturday.
Okay, let's go through some of the plays of the day. It's a bit of a sort of pick and mix. This we just get given what we get given, but there's been some really good stuff today. Rob, I'm going to sort of bring you in on this. Aviators, one of the surprise packages, as Ollie mentioned, but a side whose growth has been significant.
Yeah, you're seeing largely a benefit of that. They've come with an out-and-out pack, so they've got front rowers, they've got second rowers, specialist players in those types of arena who really have shown how good they can be with that physical element. And we talk about the sliding spectrum of 15s to 7s. They're very much towards the 15 spectrum. I love the fact that Miami's whole mantra is just don't die with the ball. Everything's about a high offloading game. Big men chancing their arm, throwing that pass, and little men finishing from it. Joey Soccer's had an absolute field day today with the amount he's scored, and some pretty magical things as well. And you give this guy the ball, Lila Salava, he's been exceptional. 1 or 2 outstanding touches per game, and real celebration to see his skill set. So they've had a mixed bag. I think Miami, they'll probably leave this probably the most battered team, but I think, you know, in terms of what they've achieved today, it's been spectacular.
And then this is the side we've spoken all around. Welcome to Bermuda, SX10, littered with international talent. And players like Cecil Africa there in the middle, just pulling the strings, orchestrating stuff for Papa, as they called him, Collins Injera, the true veteran of this tour, you know, to turn over.
Can we just have a word for this man? When we're talking players or MVPs, I mean, he was out here putting out flags at 7 this morning. He was, as we said, sellotaping the hoardings back together. And he's now, you know, the first man to lead his team through a penalty shootout.
Yeah, and he's beaten the guy he coaches at Seattle Sewell, so it's going to be a really interesting situation where they need to get together in Seattle for their kicking training. But again, Matt Turner just really did summarise how much fun you can have out here. Every single time you saw him, he was smiling, even though it was really difficult. Mike Teo went really well. Everything he did was about getting in the right position, so much more about a kicking game, which is a different way of playing the game, you know. Spectacular twinkle toes for the man wearing the XL shirt, and he shocked a lot of people today. I've been really enjoying seeing him go.
Yeah.
And this is the moment of the day.
This had to get in there. This had to be in there.
Had to be in there, because Russell Earnshaw, all he ever talks about, anytime you see his social medias, it's about low numbers kicking. That's Josh Larson, a second row throw-in, an outrageous crossfield kick to the media mogul, Graham Snoop, who's basically picked himself today.
Yeah. Multi-talented. I mean, running the socials, scoring the tries.
A highlight for me was that after that game had finished, they went to the penalty shootout, and he was on the social media, on the field, in his Miami Sun, taking with the camera. So absolutely gold. Scores a try, then films all the social afterwards.
World 10 Series, interactive from start to finish. Final thoughts. We've got about a minute to go. I mean, how much are we looking forward to Saturday? And just a conclusion to what has been a wonderful couple of weeks so far.
I know we've used the word exciting a lot. I know we've used opportunity and hope a lot. But I actually think after all these games and all this incredible effort, we are still really experiencing something new, and we cannot call what's going to happen in the last round.
Yeah.
And that, for me, is exactly what you want. We talk about innovation. We've seen things as a spectacular type of rugby on show. But these games, for me, are going to be brilliant, because we've got no idea what's going to happen.
For me, it's a different context now. This was a league format. This is about consistency, building momentum over time. This is knockout rugby. Different kettle of fish. You've got to turn up from moment one and deliver over a period of a day. Massive challenge, and a different challenge for these teams.
We've had a few surprises along the way. We are hoping for a whole lot more on Saturday. Well done, chaps. Well done, Nick. Well done, Elma, as well. See you on Saturday for the conclusion of the World 10 Series. Bye-bye.